One Daniel jolted awake, his heart thundering against his ribs. White hair and green eyes like smoke, leaving only the ghost of fingertips trailing down his neck. He pressed his palm there, where dream touches still burned. Not again. He kicked off the twisted sheets. Errol stomped to the bathroom mirror. Dark circles hung under his eyes, courtesy of 3 nights with the same dream visitor. The same half-fae who'd kept him prisoner. The same smirking face that he couldn't get out of his. Daniel splashed cold water on his burning cheeks. It didn't help. You don't really want to get rid of him, do you? Daniel took a deep breath, wishing he could tell himself that he was imagining Caelen's .73 ice in his head. He wasn't, though somehow, he and Caelen were connected, even they resided in different NMDR1DS now. ITND0 The Shadow King had gone back to /Eridia _ shouldn't that be to NNKE Daniel forget that he'd been TMRE than a character in a book? Sadly, it wasn't. The old pipes rattled through the walls of their shared ebb as someone else took a shower. Maybe Daniel should take a shower. Maybe a SL Kaiwera would wash away the lingering sensation of fingers evloring his skin. You enjoy your dreams of me. I am flattered. Dreams are not reality, Daniel said angrily, unsure if he was speaking to the Shadow King or himself. He stalked back into his room and almost over a stack of comics he'd bought yesterday. The latest issue of Savage Sword lay open where he'd dropped it, unable to focus on the story. His suitcase gaped open in the corner, clothes spilling out like guts. He grabbed a colorful cardigan from it and pulled it on over his Ask Me About My Ship t-shirt. When he was dressed and ready and toward the stairs, the scent of coffee drifted up from the kitchen, inviting, but still, Daniel suppressed. The others would be down there. Adrian and Knox being disgustingly cute, Lyrian flipping through chumlels on the television. And Ziv was probably eyeing the toaster with an unhealthy amount of suspicion while Leon shook his head, watching they take one at his face and no something was wrong. The only wrong thing is that you are denying our connection. Don't you anything better to do? Daniel mumbled. Don't you have a kingdom to run? You could run it with me. There was a though. Daniel shook his head. He was definitely not made to run a kingdom. You underestimate yourself. Everyone underestimates you. Everyone except for me. I've seen inside your soul. I know you're far more special than anyone admits, even yourself. Daniel tried not to listen. Caelen had given him this spiel. He didn't ran it. He couldn't. He was lying, trying to get Daniel to do what he wanted. But Daniel could via him. His head was so chaotic. 4%. It was one more voice vying for attention. Get it together, he muttered, running fingers his dyed hair. Blue, pink and veen. Last month, his brother Jamie had complained that as if he'd stumbled and fallen into several pots of paint, but he'd said it with an air of exasperated affection. His exuberant, idiotic little brother. It felt like forever ago now. Lauer sounded from downstairs, and Daniel gave himself the push he needed to join his friends. He took a deep breath, forced a smile on his face, and went down the stairs, putting a little spring in his step. Good morning, fellow adventurers. He spread his arms wide. What immortal discoveries await us today? Knox and Adrian looked up from it. They huddled over steaming TM_AES at the bar. Lyrian sprawled across the couch, Fred propped on the arm while flipping through the TV channels. Someone's chipper. Adrian's eyebrow arched over his coffee. When am I not chipper? Daniel asked, making his way into the kitchen. A ray of sunshine. A beacon of joy. A walking disaster, Leon finished, appearing behind Daniel with hair still wet from the shower. You were about to knock over the sugar bowl. Daniel jerked back from where he'd been gesturing wildly, barely saving the sugar from certain doom. Well, that would have been tragic. He grabbed a nug for himself when he noticed Ziv, crouched in front of the microwave, nose almost pressed against the buttons. His purple eyes narrowed as traced the symbols with one finger. Has our resident found a new technological nemesis? Damel asked, hoping to take everyone's focus off hin one F it Remke's food hot white cute fire. Ziv said as if this should Vlain why everyone should be on their guard. How does it know when to stop? Leon, it's called a tin _ you said how long you want it to run, but what if it lies? Don't lie, Ziv _ everyone lies. Except A _ is this a FI device? Ziv pressed his finger against the start but toe jerking back when it. Daniel grabbed a mug, filling it with coffee while maintaining his brig, FI smile. Hey, at least Ice moved on from the smoke detector. Yesterday when he tried to destroy it because it started chirping. It was clearly a spy device. Ziv still eyeing the microwave. You're all too careless, considering what we're up against. Daniel stirred sugar into his coffee. We don't even KRXNV what we're up against. It was TLR truth according to Knox. Caelen had not been the one opened the first portal between /Eridia and this world. Some other mastermind was pulling the strings behind all the scenes, and as of yet, none of them had any idea who that be. They had nothing really to go either, and it drove Daniel mad. Adrian and Leon were doing all sorts of research, but Daniel needed a more tangible task to sink his teeth into. Something that would allow him some distraction from the things his mind liked to focus on when everything was quiet. In the quiet, it was hard to ignore Cailen's voice. He took a sip of and tried to swallow the value down along with the sugary liquid. We figure things out, Adrian said, always so positive these days. As if on cue, Lyrian flipped to a news channel. On the screen, a news AN and R in front of what looked like a park. The banner below read disappearances in Oakridge. Daniel's coffee mug froze half tray to his Aramuth. Mysterious another portal incident has been reported in the Oakridge area, the anchor said. Unlike previous occurrences across the country, no monstrous creatures been spotted. However, 7 residents gone missing in the past 48 hours. Local authorities are investigating. Turn it up, KR Kicks commanded _ Lyrian raised the volume just as they switched to aerial footage of Riverside Park. Daniel knew those winding paths, the old gazebo where he used to read during ILMCH breaks. The camera panned across to show police tape cordoning off sections near the duck pond. Witnesses report seeing strange lights and hearing unusual sounds before each disappearance. The missing persons include 3 joggers, a dog walker, and, wait, Leon straightened. Isn't Oakridge your hometown, Daniel? Daniel was already fumbling for his phone. Jamie's bookstore's next to that park. His hands shook as he pulled up his contacts. The voices of his friends to background noise as he hit call. Con pick up. Daniel paced. Pick up. Cracker. His brother answered TLR phone, calling Daniel by an old childhood nickname that no one but him used. _ please tell me you're calling to let me know you're miraculously showing up to work today. The area is swarming with people. You wouldn't believe how NNNY cosplaying tourists are camping out here. I need you to come here and talk nerdy to. Daniel was so relieved to hear Jamie's voice that he let him ramble on for a RMNRNT_ when he found an opening, though, he cut him. Jamie, listen, have you seen the news? The disappearances. Hard to miss when there's a news van parked right outside. But heck's business is booming. New mysterious happenings would be such good advertising. It's not just mysterious happen _ if's real as FFCK and if's dangerous as fluck. You should close the store for a few days and stay home. Jamie's crackled the phone. Is that my little brother sounding scared? You dragged NR hunting in abandoned buildings when you were 12. This isn't like that, Daniel emphasized _ these aren't the your monsters _ trust me on this. Sorry, cracker. We're making TMRE sales than Christmas season _ RM at closing. Daniel pressed his palm against his forehead. Fine. RM coming in to help. Really? But you're supposed to be on vacation. Consider it cancelled _ high take the afternoon shift. Knocks forward, shaking his head. Daniel held up his hand, silencing whatever protest was coming. I see you in a few hours. He ended the call before Jamie, or argue with him. Don't be stupid, Leon said. That area is dangerous. I know it is. My brother's store is right next to W. RRE are being sucked into worlds that still exist outside of novels. Daniel shoved his phone in his pocket, sitting here doing nothing while he could be next on the list. Adrian set down his coffee. After what happened with Silent _ should you really get in proximity of, what do you think RM going to do? Daniel whirled on Adrian, trying his not to react visibly to the Shadow King's name. Of course I won't approach those portals. The poor people of Veridia couldn't handle all of this awesomeness. He gestured at himself when Leon opened his Aramuth's Damel him off me, just sell songbooks to a couple of nerds, flirt with a few more of the you leave broken healths in my wake. I'll be back Tonkuro, hope a Philly with some news on the portal situation _ you want to flirt with these people? Jealous? Daniel Th0 back while he flashed at his friends his most whimling smile, the one he used to convince everyone that there wasn't a problem in the world that couldn't handled with just the right amount of spunk arid glitter. It was his secret weapon for disarming people, a confidence bordering on delusion that everything would work out just fine. If only he could convince himself. Be careful, I promise. He held up his RU hand as if swearing an oath. No running towards swirling vortexes of doom, no matter how Leon. Adrian just shook his head, already resigning himself to Daniel's stubbornness. Lyrian, RRRKED up from his lounging position on the couch. Perhaps ISLQ1D con along? RM good at handling crowds _ Lil. The thought of Lyrian's sweet-talking Ranklum BC and Tor patrons was admittedly amusing. Daniel didn't want TLR added complication of having the siren around while he was trying to talk sense into his brother. No way. You're only interested because I talked about flirting and breaking healths. You shouldn't go alone, Adrian insisted. I won't be alone, Daniel shot back, preparing to leave. TIIB with my brother and 300 nerds who want to talk about Portal Fantasy _ and the in his head, that would also be there, but he didn't mention it. Instead, he gathered his things, shoving his wallet and phone into his pockets. His friends' concerned faces followed him as he bounded up the stairs to his room. He grabbed his messenger bag, which was covered in pins from various, and slung at his shoulder. Back downstairs, KR kicks blocked the front door. At least let one of us nope _ Daniel ducked underarm. You guys keep researching? Maybe figure out who's behind all this. He yanked the door open, letting in a blast of autumn air. TII text updates, promise. He stepped outside before anyone could protest further _ Daniel's sneakers crumbed leaves as he walked to his car, a beat-up Prius, covered in bookish stickers. Like this vehicle makes for a quaint library stops and bibliophile on board. The engine whizzed to life or 2 tries. His phone buzzed. He ignored it. His friends meant well, but they didn't understand. Jamie wasn't just his brother, he was the one person who'd always gotten Daniel, who'd given him a job when no one else would hire, someone who couldn't sit still and talked much about things nobody else cared about. Daniel wasn't about to let anything happen to him, even if it meant being closer to where portals open. Even if it meant being closer to. You could pull me through. And there was the whole reason Caelen chose to hang out in his head. He was hoping that Daniel would his gate back into this world. But Daniel was smarter than that. Think of what we could accomplish together. But the mental images Caelen sent him didn't speak of. When Daniel closed his eyes, he saw himself and the Shadow King, both of them naked, skin on skin. His blood ran hot and his cock fivitched with interest. Caelen was sadly gorgeous for being so damn evil. Hair, fine features, elf ears, green eyes and a smile that could make Daniel want to be on his back for him. He bit his lower lip hard. Nope _ not going there. Get out of my head so I don't crash this car. He the radio, cranking up the volume until pop music drowned out his thoughts. Fortunately, Caelen did not seem interested in making him drive his vehicle into a tree. Approximately 3 hours of bad radio sing-alongs later, Daniel pulled into the familiar parking lot behind Boobnik D _ the store's weathered brick facade looked the same as ever, string loose fivinkling in the windows despite the early hour. But something FRLT different. The air scene was heavier, charged with an energy that made the hair on his arms stand up. Or nib that was just his paranoia talking? Daniel Caelen the engine and sat for a moment. Through the rear window, he could see the edge of Riverside Park where yellow police fluttered in the breeze. Things aren't right here, Caelen supplied helpfully really? I hadn't noticed. Daniel his bag he stepped out of the car, straightened his cardigan, Errol headed for the back door of the bookstore. Was causing portals, dark force was snatching Irapple away, Daniel would make damn sure it didn't get anywhere near his. Daniel slipped the back door of Bookmark D, inhaling the familiar scent of paper, coffee, arid new books. The employee break looked the same as it always did, same scratched table, same old microwave, same poster of a maiden rescuing a dragon. His brother had thought that all was fitny but something FRLT off. The air held a static charge that made his skin prickle. He pushed into the main store and froze. The usual resettled quiet of the store had been replaced by a constant buzz of excited chatter. Customers packed the aisles, many clutching copies of Portal Fantasy. Daniel Kalu snippets of there, just like in the NY Cousin saw lights in the park, government S covering it up, the front windows, a news van's satellite dish stretched toward the cracker. Jamie's .73 ice cut the chaos. His brother urged from behind a display of bestsellers, dark circles under his eyes betraying his cheer L1 tone. Good thing you're the paranormal section's been ransacked 3 times today. VE got teenagers arguing about whether vampires or werewolves would win in a fig against whatever's causing the portals. Trick question. FFS obviously dragons. Damel dropped his messenger bag the counter. You look like shit missed you brat Jamie Daniel's multicolored hair. I see you haven't abandoned the cotton candy look yet better than you attempt at growing a beard. Daniel scratched at his brother's patchy stubble L% AFS this supposed to be. Jamie swatted his hand away been too busy to shave besides, I look good like this. Anyway Jamie waved him off have a coffee in the break room real quick. He jerked his head toward the back. Daniel glanced at the packed store. While it's this busy, Sage can handle herself for an argument. Jamie was already heading for the break leaving Daniel no choice but to follow. In the Jamie pulled 2 chipped mugs from the cabinet so. Extended vacation suddenly cameled. Like I told you on the phone, I got worried. V% read Jamie's mouth twisted as he poured about some missing persons cases. He slid a mug across the table. 2 days ago you begged me for more time off because you needed to process and stuff and now you're rushing back because of local news. You're being weird. Daniel wrapped his hands around the warm ceramic always weird. Weird's my middle nan. Your middle nan is Farquhar because our mother was still loopy from the drugs when she named you, Jamie said, making Daniel go Farquhar, really? What sort of name is that? Caelen interjected. It's not worthy of you. Daniel ignored him now. Jamie said, tell NR what's actually going on with you. What did you need to process? It doesn't RM to Daniel said. What else could he say? Hey, remember that story I'm usually so obsessed with? Turns out it's Raal and the hot villain kidnapped me. Even for Hyaru that was too weird. You still think I'm hot? Shit up. What? Jamie asked. Mine, Daniel said awkwardly. Jamie shot him an odd look. Talk to N, Cracker, why are you back here? RM just trying to protect you. Protect me. Jamie shook his head. TMTHE big brother, remember? Tie's my job. Daniel slumped in his chair. Can't I worry about you? Sure you Johnny allowed. But maybe worry less about mysterious disappearances and more about the fact that we have a dozen teenagers about to destroy our YAR section. Your YAR section, he emphasized. Daniel gulped down his coffee. Those PC or defenseless books need me. He escaped the break before Jamie could dig deeper, weaving the crowded store to his sanctuary. The children's and YAR section _rainbow-colored fairy loos twinkled overhead, casting a whimsical glow across the hand-painted murals of dragons and unicorns that he'd spent countless weekends creating. Plush reading TK0KS nestled between towering shelves, complete with beanbags and cushions shaped like magical creatures. "You painted this?" Caelen asked, and Daniel felt a rare swell of pride within him. "The Shadow King was with him. I am always impressed with you." That was a lie, Daniel reminded himself, not praise he would listen to. Daniel RMD himself refocus as he moved his Donin_spine out to ace forward, rescuing from the wrong shelves. His fingers traced the familiar spines, taking comf 01T in their solid presence. NFR_Daniel. A small voice purred up. "Do you have any new dragon books?" He turned to find Sophie, one of his regular story time attendees, bouncing on her toes. "Let think." Dramatically, making her giggle. "Did you read the otter about the dragon who couldn't breathe fire yet?" 3 times. He tapped his chin. U.L them__. He led her to a display topped with a stuffed dragon he'd dressed in a tiny leather jacket. "This is one of NY new. The dragon opens a coffee shop." Sophie clutched the book to her chest, beaming. This was why he loved his job, seeing that spark of joy when a young reader found their next literary adventure. Between recommendations and reshelving, Daniel almost managed to forget about the IX towels _ almost he couldn't help glancing out the window between helping customers. The crowd around the I-11 ice tape had tripled in size since he'd arrived. A stack of crashed to the floor. He spun around, but one stood near enough to have knocked them over. The volumes lay scattered across the car, all of them fantasy titles _ Wyatt. A weird coincidence. Daniel crouched to gather them. The overhead one flickered twice. In TLR Children's Corner, Sophie looked up from her dragon conalst. "Everything's fine," Daniel called out with forced cheer. "Just some electrical issues." But when he turned back to reshelving, a shadow darted across his peripheral vision. Too tall, too fluid to be human. His heart slammed against his ribs as he whirled to track it, but nothing was there. He was being paranoid _ "You're not being paranoid," the voice in his head said, and Daniel tried not to about how absurd that was. He had a voice in his head reassuring him that he wasn't going insane _ how comforting. "You should leave this place," Caelen urged. "I'm not going to listen to you," it chimed as the front door opened. Daniel turned toward the sound. 3 people strode into the store that immediately caught his attention with how out of place they seemed. Their clothes like something out of a drama, with their high collars and elaborate embroidery. They almost looked like cosplayers, but Daniel had been to enough conventions to know the difference between even the best handmade costumes and these were. They too were too real. The strangers moved straight toward the counter where Jamie helping a customer, their purposeful stride parting the crowd like Moses and the Red Sea. Intrigued, Daniel made his way to the counter as well. By TLR time he got there, the shortest of the strangers, a worm with silver-streaked dark hair pulled into an elaborate updo, was already addressing his brother. "Understand there been _ incidents in TLR vicinity," she said, her accent to place. "We'd like to know if you've witnessed anything unusual." Jamie's customer service smile didn't waver, but Daniel saw the tension in his shoulders. "Unusual how?" "Disturbances," the member of the group said. This one was Shona, with skin that seen to shimmer faintly the fluorescent lose _ strange lose, perhaps. Or people acting oddly. Daniel stepped behind the counter next to his brother. "This is a bookstore," he cut in, forcing a laugh, "not a haunted house." The silver-haired one's eyes snapped to hit Elle, and Daniel felt TLR way of her gaze like a physical touch _ something about the way she looked at him made his skin crawl, like she was reading something written his. After a moment, her lips cummed into a knowing smile. "Daniel Martinez, we've been looking for you." Daniel's stomach dropped. "Heard of him, please?" The shimmering one stepped closer. "Know about Knox, about all of them. Where are they hiding?" "Knox?" Daniel forced a like the fort. Sorry, wrong state. Jamie shot them a confused look. The third stranger, a stock bronze-skinned man who'd remained silent until now, spoke in a voice like grinding stone. We can help with the portals. This is our sacred duty, but we need to find those responsible. Your duty. Heat flushed through Daniel's chest, replacing his nerves with anger. And who exactly are you? Are the barrier keepers, the silver-haired woman declared. We maintain the boundaries between worlds and preserve the natural order of things. You're doing a shit job of it. Daniel's voice rose, drawing stares from nearby customers. If you're supposed to be maintaining Baltius, where were you when people started? Where were you when? He cut himself off before mentioning his own kidnapping. The woman's face hardened. We can't not act effectively without cooperation. Tell us where to find Nox and the others, and we can resolve this situation before our Remra humans vanish. I told you I don't know any Nox. Daniel crossed his arms. And even if I did, I wouldn't help people who show up making demands while looking like reject extras from a Renaissance fair. The stone-voiced one stepped forward menacingly. You dare? I dare a lot of things. Daniel lifted his chin. Now, unless you're planning to buy something TM going to have to ask you to leave. We're strict, no threatening the staff policy. The sicker-haired woman spoke again. Without our intervention, the barriers between worlds will continue to weaken. More portals will open, more will vanish. Why would I trust you? Daniel glared at the lady. Because this is so much bigger than you. The shimmering one's voice hurled an edge of steel. Both worlds hang in the balance. What the actual hell is going on? Jamie grabbed Daniel's arm. What are they talking about? What worlds? Nothing, Daniel said quickly. They are clearly confused. The stone-voiced keeper cut him off. Come with us to the park. Caelen show you exactly what we can do. How we can seal these rifts before they spread further. Daniel was not convinced. Following Strange into a park where people disappearing sounds like a brilliant idea. W's a terrible idea. Wow, he and Caelen agreed on something. This was almost enough to make Daniel change his mind out of spite. The silver-haired woman extended her hand. You've dealt with monsters from the our side. You know the danger is real. Let us prove we can help. She looked at Jamie. Your brother can accompany us, she offered. You will be quite safe. We only wish to demonstrate our abilities, so you understand that we mean well. Daniel chewed his lip, studying the three strange figures. Part of him bummed to know what they could do, to understand our Remra about what was going on. He could already picture the faces Adrian and Leon would make when he returned with way Remra information than they'd been able to dig up. But Jamie. Fine. Daniel stepped around the counter. But Jamie stays here. Daniel. His brother sounded like he wanted to protest. Someone needs to watch the store. Daniel forced a smile. Besides, what are they gonna do? Forced to act in a period play? Jamie's jaw clenched. This isn't Fimney _ these people are weird. Errol, you're acting weirder. Trust me. Daniel squeezed his brother's hand. I'll be back in 30 minutes tops. If no, call the police. 20 minutes, Jamie countered. And TM calling if you don't text I'll X1 every minutes. Deal. Daniel pulled away before Jamie could change his mind. He faced the barrier keepers, squaring his shoulders. Lead the way. But try anything sketchy and me scream bloody murder. There are people around that Roan will notice, and I can pitch my voice amazingly. The silver-haired woman's mouth curved. We have no intention of harming you. Yalu. Well, I'm not letting myself get kidnapped again. Daniel brushed past them toward the you coming or what? He heard Jamie sputter behind him. You were kidnapped. Daniel quickened his pace, pretending not to hear. He'd deal with that slip-up later. Are you now? Needed answers about these portals. And if these people could actually help. The barrier keepers fell into step beside him as they exited TLR store. Daniel pulled out his phone to text Jamie, still alive. Walking to park. Will update in 5. He hit send and headed to the gate of the park. The news van that had been there earlier was gone, though yellow police tape still fluttered in the breeze. 2 officers stood near the perimeter, drinking coffee from paper cups. The shimmering barrier keeper's hold landed on Daniel's shoulder. Daniel jerked away. Personal space, dude, I don't even know you. Nan _ that's right. Do not let these people touch you. Be still, the clear air said, grip tightening. They cannot see us now. Daniel opened his mouth to argue, but the words died in his throat as they walked straight past the I-11 ICE officers _ neither cop looked up or showed any sign. The yard noticed 3 people in Renaissance V costumes and a very colorful guy in a cardigan duckling under the police tape. This is _ Daniel glanced back at the oblivious officers _ are we invisible? In a manner of speaking, the silver-haired worm said. We've stepped slightly sideways from your really _ I am Alicia, by the way. She gestured at the clear air who was touching Daniel. This is Caelen, and Tyrion. She nodded to the man with the voice like gravel. _you _ Daniel pulled out his phone to text Jamie, trying to ignore how weird all of this was. So pleased to know you still fine. At park, police can't see us. We'll explain later. He hit send as they walked deeper into the park. He looked around, to see the shimmering doorways Adrian Leon had described to him. Nothing _ you his eye. There were only empty benches, scattered leaves, arrow patches of dried grass where the summer heat had taken its toll. I don't see any portals, he said, turning to Alicia. Aren't they supposed to be glowing or something? This goes beyond portals. Alicia's hair caught the sunlight as she shook her head. What we're dealing with are zones of overlap _ zones of what now? Areas where the fabric between worlds has grown dangerously thin. She gestured toward a copse of trees near the playground _ itself as destabilizing. Watch closely. Daniel squinted at the indicated spot. At first glance, nothing seen. Rumbles _ then he noticed how the shadows fell _ stretching in directions that didn't match the sun's. A squirrel darted up one trunk, its vehemence gerb and unnatural, like a video playing at the wrong speed. Shadows stretched the wrong way, reaching toward TLR sun instead of away from it. What the hell? Daniel stepped closer. Despite himself, the air felt here and smelled like there was a storm coming. The boundaries between worlds are, Alicia explained. Small things slip first, animals, plants, where the patterns _ then the tears grow larger. A butterfly fluttered past Daniel's. He followed it with his eyes until it suddenly disappeared. A ran down his spine. WHS what had happened to the people who'd gone missing? The things that disappear here, Daniel made himself ask, they end in Veridia. Some do, Caelen sound _ some just _ unravel, Daniel repeated. What do unravel? These barriers aren't meant to cross, Tyrion rumbled. When something passes an unstable zone, sentence the of existence itself _ he RMD a ripping gesture with his hands. Daniel stepped back from TLR area. Heart all TL Kai's missing people. Had they made it to /Eridia, or had they simply ceased to exist? He glanced back toward the entrance of the park. Even now TLRE were nerds lying in wait, hoping to investigate this park and find a door to a mythodinsham. They had no idea what son of await them. His phone buzzed. Tin for a mither update to Jamie. Still 0K learning scary stuff about missing people. Back soon. You said you can fix this, Daniel said, shoving his phone back in his pocket. So fix it. Alicia shot him a look ankle, then she motioned for her partners. The 3 of them to form a triangle around TLR distorted area. Alicia raised her hands, and silvery light streamed from her fingers. The other 2 followed suit. Caelen's magic shimmered like heat waves rising from hot pavement, while Tyrion's power didn't seem to have a visible form at all, but an earthen smell hung in the air. Daniel's skin prickled as he watched. The wrongness in the shadows intensified, twisting and writhing as if trying to escape. His stomach lurched as reality seemed to bend around all the Keeper's combined power. A whine filled the air, making Daniel's teeth ache. He clapped his hands over his ears, but it didn't help. The sound wasn't physical, it was like the fabric of reality itself was screaming. The magic condensed into a sphere of swirling energy above the distorted RM. Daniel's eyes watered, trying to look at it directly. The sphere pulsed once, twice, then sank into the ground like water soiled. A wave of force rippled outward. The rainures in the shadows snapped back into place. The air cleared. Even the dried patches of gas seemed Gina. There Alizia lowered her hands. This area is cleansed. The barrier between worlds is stabilized. Daniel blinked spots from his vision. Where the distortion had been, everything looked normal now, almost too normal, like a pristine patch in an old carpet. That's it. Just like that. What were you expecting? Caelen asked. Fire? Explosions? Kind of, yeah. Daniel shook his head. I don't know what I vectored. Tyrion surveyed the area. This will hold for a while. A while? Daniel asked. In his phone buzzed again. Can only apply a band-aid for now, Alizia explained, clearly unhappy with the situation. That is why we need your help to find Nox and the others. They are making the situation worse. How? By existing? In a way, yes. Their presence here is further destabilizing this world. She pulled a small card out of her pocket and offered it to him, a business card with just her name and a telephone number. Daniel studied it curiously, then he back up at her. You're going to RM them go home, use our powers to help them fit better into this environment. If they choose to remain bullshit, you're going to semi them packing. Daniel knew better than to asked these strangers. And speaking of going home, that's what I be doing now. Daniel turned around and headed toward the exit of the park before the barrier keepers could stop him. What was he going to do about this situation? He needed to talk to Adrian and the others. But what if the keepers used some weird magic to spy on him now that they knew where he was? The store's bell chimed as he pushed through the door, and Jamie ambushed him before it could finish ringing. You didn't respond to my last text. Sorry, got distracted by braking. Daniel tried to duck past, but Jamie his path no. We're talking about Fus_U_hat. Did you ran about being kidnapped? It's complicated. Daniel ran his halkles through his hair, making it stick up worse than usual. 3 customers browsed nearby, peering at them over the tops of books. Can we not do this here? Fine, let's go to the break. Jamie steered him toward the back past shelves of pristine new releases and dog-eared used paperbacks, and into the break room. There, he shut the door. Errol crossed his arms. Spill. You wouldn't believe NR if I told you. Daniel sat in a chair. Try me when I didn't answer my phone a few days. When you said you had food poisoning. Jamie's eyes narrowed. You were kidnapped. Kind on, but I'm fine now. Daniel picked at a thread on his cardigan. Obviously. Jamie's voice rose. Daniel, what the hell? Why didn't you tell me? Did you go to the I-11-1 ice? No, because how do I explain that kidnapper was from another dimension? The words burst out before Daniel could stop. Jamie stared at him. Another dimension, see? This is why I didn't tell you. Daniel blew out a breath. You think RM4_? I think you're not telling me everything. Jamie pulled up the other chair. Stand from the. Daniel opened his mouth to respond, but movement caught his eye. Through the break room's small window, he glimpsed a tall figure with white hair slipping. The nerds outside. His heart stopped. Caelen_no, it was a cosplayer. A flacking cosplayer. Daniel blew out a breath, noticing now how quiet his mind had become. He hadn't heard from the Shadow King since the barrier keepers had helped him sneak into the park. Had Caelen lost track of him? Daniel, Jamie prompted, a get concern evident in his voice. Daniel tore his gaze from the window. How much do you know about the weird stuff that's been like that bridge incident last month? The one where that cosplayer showed up. Jamie leaned back in his chair. The white-haired guy pretending to be that character from that webnovel you like so much. Monsters of Veridia Daniel's fingers drummed against his of Jamie wouldn't recognize Caelen he'd read the series, always insisting that real books belonged on paper, not screens. Phase the one. Jamieson kind of publicity stunt, are you? Daniel shook his head. It wasn't a stunt, that was actually Caelen. Jamie's eyebrows shot on. You can't mean that next you'll tell me dragons are real? You think the bridge thing was? Daniel met his brutal Euro's skeptical gaze. What about all these people vanishing in the park? Is that a publicity stunt too? Jamie's smile ties. Different people are actually missing. Yellow Arrel, there's a reason for that. Daniel wished he knew how to explain this without sounding insane. The same reason Caelen was on that bridge. The same reason those weird Renaissance for rejects just showed up in your store. He paused. Jamie looked skeptical, but Daniel pressed on. Look, those stories in Monsters of Veridia? They are real. All of it, the characters, the magic, everything. He leaned forward. And now something's happening to the barriers between that world and ours. People are falling through. Jamie's went through a series of expressions: disbelief, worry, then something that dangerously close to pit. Why? Daniel, I know you love these stories, but I'm at making this up. Daniel wanted to pull at his hair in frustration. The memory of those days in Caelen's captivity flashed through his mind. The fear, yes, but also the fascination. The way Caelen's green eyes had gleamed in the darkness. The brush off his fingers against Daniel's skin. He hadn't made any of that. Daniel shook the Th0 away. Those people in the robes? They JRE called barrier keepers. They are trying to fix the holes between worlds. Jamie studied him for a long moment. You really bliss. I don't just believe it, I lived it. And now people are disappearing. Right outside your store. Some of them might not even exist anymore. What do you not exist? The keepers said sometimes people just unravel. N.VLRN they cross rough unstable areas. Daniel shuddered at the Jamie still had that sense of aversion on his. You're talking a lot about the weird people and not at all about how you were kidnapped. In his brother's gaze, Daniel felt coy. It was Caelen, he admitted softly. Damn it, he really didn't want to talk about this. Least of all while sitting down. He got up from his chair. Moved around the room. That convention I went to? The one with the Monsters of Veridia panel. Jamie nodded, watching him with a quiet sort of intensity. Yule, Caelen showed up there. He grabbed me thinking I was Adrian, you know, the book blogger I'm always talking about. Adrian runs the realistic Rontalk. His fingers traced the edge of the break room table. The memory of Caelen's fingers in his hair made his skin tingle even now. Caelen had drawn energy from him. He'd been able to enter Caelen's mind in return. No, he couldn't think about that now. See, Nox and Adrian have this whole thing going. He explained. Uncle Caelen wanted to hurt Nox by taking Adrian. He just got the wrong guy. Oh, I did not get the wrong guy at all. Why did Caelen have to choose this RMNRNT to con back? Did he hurt you? Jamie's face had darkened. He wasn't big or strong, barely taller than Daniel. He'd cried the first time he got into one of those guys who claimed TL pen was than the sword. But there was no doubt in Daniel's mind that his big brother would have swung his fist at the Shadow King if he could have. Did he do anything to you? Daniel's throat felt. No, he managed to say. But if he hadn't gotten out of there when he had, you would have LOE'd that night. Daniel suddenly had a very vivid idea of what the Shadow King had planned to do to him, a flash of bare skin in chains that made his cock want to go hard in spite of his situation. You would have enjoyed it very much. He probably would have. Damn it, Daniel licked his lips. He didn't hurt me, said, focusing back on his conversation with his brother. He just locked up for a few days till he realized I wasn't Adrian, a sanitized version of events. James said he wasn't convinced. And TLRN he just let you go, kept me. Knox showed up. Daniel picked a bit of lint off his shield. There was this whole dramatic confrontation, very on brand for both of Thor. Honestly, this isn't Amni, Daniel. I know if's not. Daniel slumped against the break wall. Trust me, I know how crap this all sounds. But are Euros real? The magic, the monsters, all of it, and now the Baltius between worlds are breaking down, and people are, and those keepers want my help to find Nox and the others, but I don't trust them at all. How had his life turned so complicated so fast? Okay, Jamie stood up and put his hands on Daniel's shoulders. Lees say, I believe you. What are you going to do? Daniel met his brother's concerned gaze. I need to warn Adrian and Leon. I should probably go back to them. I just med to make sure I'm not being followed somehow. You're not driving all the way back there today, Jamie said firmly. You're not the boss of them. Daniel gave back an old joke of theirs. Actually I am, and I'm ordering you to have a good night's sleep and then we'll figure this all out, okay? A good sleep. When had Daniel last had one of TL Kai's? 3. Daniel stared at the ceiling of his, counting his breaths like that therapist on YouTube had him in. 2, 3, 4. Hold. Out. 2, 3, 4. The technique usually helped calm his racing algolphus, but to negate his mind roused to settle. From the other room came the soft rustle of Jamie shifting in his sleep. The sound should have been comforting. Instead, it reminded Daniel of all the things he hadn't told his brother. Like could literally not get Caelen out of his head. Are you now? Everything was silent, Anklet had been for a while. Sometimes Caelen left him alone, for he probably did have things to do. But eventually, he always came back to taunt Daniel. The worst part was how much Daniel was yowing used to it, like it wasn't a big deal that he had an evil from another world chatting with him in his head. He rolled Omo his side, pulling his blanket. His phone screen glowed on the nightstand. 2:47 a.m. He'd been lying here for hours. Idly, he wondered if it was in /Eridia too. If Caelen was sleeping, Daniel sighed. He should enjoying the silence, but there were two things to think about. He grabbed his phone, opened his messages, started typing to Adrian, then deleted it. 4% it. Could he even say, hey, I met the magical border control and they want to deport your boyfriend? Yeah, that would go well. Lil Daniel was thinking. The apartment creaked and settled, old wood groaning in the night air. Or was it something else? Those barrier keepers had done something to stabilize reality in the park. What if reality was in here too? 4% at if. Daniel pressed his face into his pillow. No. He wasn't going to spiral into paranoia. What he needed was sleep. But when he drifted off, he felt as if phantom fingers closed around him and carried him away. When he opened his eyes, Daniel found back in time. There wasn't quite TLR walls and shelves blurred at the edges like an unfinished watercolor. But the bed the bed was exactly as he remembered it. This was where the Shadow King had held him captive. And now the Shadow King sat beside him, close that Daniel felt the otherworldly chill radiating from his skin. Daniel often dreamed of Saliu, but this felt different. For one, because was aware that he was dreaming. And Caelen had this knowing smile on his face, as if he'd done something. Really? Daniel asked, glaring at that. It wasn't for you to NRSS with head, you have to mess with dreams too. Caelen's smile didn't falter. Messing with your head is amusing, but it would never be for NR_If's been too long since I was able to see you properly _ His eyes slid over Daniel's body and a shiver ran down Daniel's spine. He could feel though. Mattress under hit L solid and real. Could SNRLL that distinctive mix of frost and darkness surrounding Caelen _ this was way more intimate than just talking to the man in his head. Caelen shifted closer, and Daniel felt that pull, like gravity gone wrong, like filling sideways. Be honest, you wanted to see me too. He reached out to Daniel. Because you know I can help you. Daniel scooted back until he hit the headboard, putting precious imhease between them. His heart slammed against his ribs, and he forced himself to look anywhere but at Caelen's perfect lips, spouting W-fecked lies. Why would you want to help me? You're a villain. I wish you would leave alone. Now who's lying? Caelen smirked. Our connection is strong for me to abandon you. Daniel narrowed his eyes at the connection that formed when I inside your mind. He should never have done that. And yet I remember what I saw, a tortured figure inside of Caelen's soul screaming. Caelen regarded him solemnly _4%. Whatever he felt about that incident, he'd locked those feelings away. Probably the same way he locked all of his other feelings away, aside from his cruelty and thirst for revenge. Daniel, to Hikaru, must be a tool that could be used to enact this revenge. Nothing more than that. Daniel couldn't let himself forget it. He dug his nails into his palms. He didn't want to be here with Caelen. Talking to the Shadow King was dangerous for so many reasons. Daniel didn't trust himself around Caelen. The man was a villain, a monster. But he was also the sexiest RMN Daniel had ever laid eyes on _ He looked at the half-fire and wanted to go down on his knees before wanted to open his pants and get his lips around what was no doubt a perfectly shaped, nice long cock. Many paintings had been painted imagining just how perfect Uncle Daniel had downloaded all of them. Bad Daniel, he told himself. Straight to Horneye jail with you. I still don't know how you did it, Caelen admitted, for once oblivious to Daniel's thous _ you stared into soul the way I myself can't even do. Daniel forced it came out more breathless than he'd intended. Nlabe, you should have read the package leaflet before trying to eat my soul. Side effects may include unexpected psychic connection and awkward midnight visits. He couldn't help the bad joke. Rambling was his default defense mechanism when uncomfortable. Arrel boy, was he comfortable _ the way Caelen's eyes tracked his movement made him feel like prey, yet something deeper tugged at him, that sank magnetic draw he'd felt during his captivity, the one he'd been trying so hard not to lean into. I did not you why to eat your soul, Caelen said, his voice carrying that aristocratic offense that made Daniel want to roll his eyes. I merely attempted to share in your enig _ well, when you put it that way. Daniel snorted. That makes it so much better. Just a little nibble of life force, totally different. The corner of Caelen's mouth twitched. You joke when you're afraid, he observed. Are you afraid often, Daniel? Afraid? Of the guy kidnapped and tried to feed on my life. Daniel's fingers twisted in the bed sheets. Nah, who that be weird go. He needed to stop talking. Every word that came out of his mouth made him sound more unhinged. But it was better than letting Caelen see how fast his heart was racing, how the proximity between them made his skin buzz with awareness. Better to be the annoying hostage than the horny one. Scratch that thought, he was not a hostage now. He took a steadying breath. What he needed was a change of topic. What do you KMNV about the barrier keepers? Something dark flickered across Caelen's features. Those self-ruious zealots should mind their own amirs _ you can't believe anything they promise you. Daniel's fingers twisted deeper into the sheets. So they are like you? No, I don't hide the fact that I'm a villain _ they do. You tried to hide it, Daniel pointed out. Caelen shrugged, unbothered. It was serving my purposes at the time. Now you have to wonder what's serving the barrier keepers. He leaned closer, and Daniel Caelu that winter frost sent again. They maintain order at any cost and damn the consequences. Daniel frowned. What consequences? Think of the people from Veridia who now live in world. Happens to them if the walls go up? What happens to Adrian? Caelen's voice dropped lower. happens to our connection? Heat crept up Daniel's neck at those last words. He pushed TL's reaction down, focusing on the bigger picture. You don't care about Knox and Adria W. He reminded Caelen. You only care that you couldn't stalk me anymore. Caelen him another smirk. There you go again, insisting you want to disappear from your life. I don't. That Daniel's heart thundered in his chest. Of course that's what I want, he made himself say, hating how his voice wavered. And besides, the barriers need to fixed before our Remra people disappear. And you trust the keepers to do that? Caelen's fingers brushed Daniel's cheek, sending electricity down his spine. They'll destroy everything in their path for their precious walls. Daniel jerked away from the touch, scrambling off TL's bed before he could do something he would later regret. Stop trying to make me horny, to manipulate me. He wrapped his arms around himself, pacing the dream-blurred room. You don't care about fixing anything. You just want revenge on Knox, perhaps. Caelen watched him. But I'm not lying. The keepers. They are dangerous, who see the world in black and white. Unlike you, who only sees it in shadows. Escaped Caelen, actual armies inert, not his usual unking tone. Thai sound made Daniel's stomach flip. I promise you I see things in a much greater context than the keepers do. They can't offer you what you need. And what are you offering? Daniel asked pointedly. Because last time we met, you weren't exactly big on choices. You locked me in a room and tried to drain my energy. Things have changed. Caelen rose from the you changed TLRM when you enter my soul. Stop. Daniel held up his hands. Just stop. I can't I can't think when you're He gestured vaguely at all of Caelen, the flowing white hair, the predatory grace. Being you. A flash of amusement crossed Caelen's. When being what, exactly? You know what you're doing. Daniel backed up a step. One more step, and his back hit the wall. Trap right. He'd let Caelen maneuver him into a corner. Literally, and the half-fae moved closer, and Daniel's breath caught in his throat. You're deflecting, Caelen said. Tell me what I'm doing that disturbs you so. Making you horny. He recalled Daniel's earlier words. Daniel glared at him. I want you to get away from me. And yet here you are, in my dream. Your dream? Daniel R&D_TN_ asked the Shadow King to twist everything. You invaded my dream. Caelen closed the distance between them, one hand on wall beside Daniel's head. His presence filled Daniel's senses, that winter frost stirred the chill of his skin, the way his white hair almost seemed to glow. Up close, Daniel could see the subtle shifting patterns in his green irises, like sunlight through leaves. Perhaps we invaded each other's dreams, Caelen murmured. Perhaps that's what happens when two souls touch. Daniel's heart. We didn't. That's not what happened. You tried to take my energy, ankle. I accidentally saw He trailed off, remembering that tortured figure trapped right inside Caelen. The pain. The rage. The loneliness. It doesn't matter what you saw, Caelen said. It matters is what we NNKE of our bond. And how it can help your situation. Daniel swallowed hard, his skin tingling from Caelen's proximity. What could you decisively do? This connection us. Caelen drew his hand up near Daniel's cheek, not quite touching. It bridges both worlds. We could use it to stabilize the weakening areas. Adrian and Knox, that Daniel said, proud that his voice remained steady. Their connection spans both worlds. Knox. Caelen spat the name. I have something lax. What are you talking about? Caelen leaned his lips brushing Daniel's ear. Deceptively warm breath tickled his skin as the Shadow King whispered, I have the powers of a god. Daniel's heart skipped, then raced. The words settled into his bombs like ice crystals, beautiful one and chilling. He could feel the truth of Tetel, the raw power emanating from Saliu, different from Noak's powers of illusions or the barrier kit #RS magic. This was something older. Something darker, and Daniel really wished he didn't find that hot. You're no god, Daniel said, forcing steel into his .73 ice despite the way his pulse raced. "You're an egomaniac with a god complex." He braced for Caelen's anger, but to his surprise, Caelen's expression didn't darken. Instead, his lips curved into that knowing smile that made Daniel's stomach flip. Like he saw you through Daniel's bravado to the uncertainty beneath. "There's so much you don't know about he. Wouldn't you like to find out how wrong you are?" His fingers blushed Daniel's cheek, a touch light as snow, but burning all the same. Daniel's minkle went blank. Every witty response, every defensive quip died in his throat. His skin tingled where Caelen touched, and he couldn't tell if it was magic or just the effect this breathtaking terrible creature had on him. Before Daniel could gather his scattered thoughts, Caelen closed the last breath of space between them. His lips captured Daniel's in a kiss that tasted like and magic, like everything Daniel tried so hard to resist. Daniel's mind short-circuited and his knees grew weak. The kiss pulled at something deep inside, hit like in his soul, and he couldn't tell if it was Caelen's magic or his own descent wanting. A small sound escaped his throat, half protest, half need. Caelen took advantage, deepening the kiss. His tongue swept into Daniel's mouth and heat bloomed across Daniel's skin. Energy crackled between them, raising goosebumps along his arm. He couldn't be doing this. This was the Shadow King, the RMN who'd tried to drain his energy. Who was probably manipulating him right now. But God, he kissed like sin incarnate. Like he could devour Daniel's soul, and Daniel let him. The Th0 snapped Daniel back to reality. He planted his hands on Caelen's chest and shoved, breaking a kiss. His breath came in ragged gasps as he pressed himself flat against the wall. "Stop," he pressed out. I can't what?" Caelen's voice was his eyes blazing. "Can't want this? Can't admit that you feel our connection? You're the bad guy." Daniel reminded both Caelen and himself. "You're evil." "Am I?" Caelen's thumb traced Daniel's lower lip. "Or am I exactly what you need?" The touch sent sparks through Daniel's body. He squeezed his eyes shut, fighting the urge to suck Caelen's thumb into his mouth. "Stop it." Daniel's frustration boiled over. How could Caelen stand there and act like Daniel's confession was a mystery? He pushed off the wall, jabbing a finger imo the Shadow King's chest. "You want to imo what I don't understand? This. All of this. You kidnapped me. You stole my energy from without consent. You tried to kill my friend. And now you're acting like we have some deep connection. You show in my dreams acting like. He ran his hands through his hair, pushing past Caelen to pace in tight circles. "Like you care about helping me? Please, you get off on this, don't you? Messing with my head, making me question everything. Playing the misunderstood villain when we both know exactly what you are." Daniel spun to face him, chest heaving. "A monster. That's what you are. You hurt people because you you manipulate and destroy, and then have the audacity to stand looking like that." He gestured wildly at Caelen's perfect hair. "Acting like you're not the bad guy in this story." His voice cracked as the words tumbled out. "And the worst part? I saw inside you. I saw laughs trapped in there, that part of youth's screaming Ty's the real you, isn't it? Ty one you leaked away." Daniel closer, searching Caelen's %. "It happened to you? Hat could have been so terrible that you're still screaming?" Caelen's expression hardened, the temperature in the dropping several degrees. But Daniel couldn't stop now. "That's why you're really here, isn't it? Not because of some connection or because you want to help. It's because you really need someone to fix all the shit that's wrong with you. But I will not be that person." Daniel's voice held steady as he delivered the final blow. "No one can be that person. You cannot be fixed." The temperature plummeted for to the Daniel shivered as frost crept across the dream walls, matching the cold flu in Caelen's eyes. "Fix me?" Caelen asked. "You think I need fixing?" Daniel didn't respond. It was all he could do to flinch away from Caelen's gaze. "I am exactly what I chose to become," Caelen insisted. I had to become your presumption that I need salvation is both insulting and ignorant. Daniel wrapped his arm around himself, trying to ward off the supernatural chill. Then why are you here? Because you a choice to make. Caelen's voice softened, the ice didn't leave his eyes. Accept my help, or run to your precious keepers. But before you decide he gestured to the frost-covered dreamscape around them. Consider this, I've been able to share you dreams like this before. Do you think it is that I can reach you so easily now? Daniel opened his mouth to respond, but the words died in his throat. The dream was already dissolving around Tetel, Caelen's question lingering in the fading darkness like smoke. Could they share dreams so clearly now? What had changed? The Th0 followed Daniel as consciousness pulled him under, dragging him back toward waking. His eyes, he pressed his fingers to his mouth, trying to ground himself in really a dream, just a dream, except it hadn't been had it. He'd really kissed Caelen he'd really trying to shake the thought. He scrambled out of bed. The clock on his nightstand showed 4:33 am. Outside his window, the street lights cast odd shadows across his room. Daniel switched on every he could reach. The shadows retreated, but his unease remained. He paced the length of his trying to calm his mind. Get it together, he hinted to himself, he's still a whole world away. But Caelen's words echoed in his mind. Tie barriers were people were disarmed and the keepers. Really as dangerous as Caelen claimed? That was what he needed to thinking, not the fact that kissing Caelen had felt like falling into Starloo. Enough of this. Daniel padded into the kitchen, his bare feet silent against the cold tile. He needed coffee, needed normal. Were they? The soft glow of a phone screen caught his attention. Johnny sprawled across their couch, still in yesterday's clothes, his face lit by the blue. Daniel. Jamie looked up, surprised. What are you doing up so early? What are you doing up so late? Daniel fired back. Jamie glanced down at his phone again, shifting on the couch. I figured I could just take her at your web. Kivel you know, to better understand your situation. Something warm spread in Daniel's chest, pushing back against the lingering chill of his dream. His his screen-hating brother, who complained that it was not a book if it didn't smell of ink and paper, had stayed up all reading Monsters of Veridia just to understand what Daniel was going through. A grin spread across Daniel's face. You got sucked into the story, didn't you? Jamie's cheeks flushed. No. The characters are kind of cool, I guess. _ND the world building's not bad. Daniel maintained his grin, and as he'd made him one coffee, he sat on the couch next to his brother. Admitted you're fine. Jamie locked his phone screen. But that's not the point. The point is that this Caelen guy who kidnapped you, he seems like a real asshole. Daniel's stomach clenched at the me. The fom sensation of warm lips against his tingle. He took a long sip of too hot, trying to wash away the Mori. He really is, Daniel said. Trust me, I KMNV better than anyone. He glanced at Jamie's phone, momentarily lost in how often had he read Monsters of /Eridia. So RMNY times. And how often had he obsessed over the hot villain? An equal amount of times, if not more. He still had a ton of fan fiction and fin art saved on his own phone. None of it captured the reality of Sully, though none of it had ever mentioned his ice magic either. But Daliel had certainly felt it in his dream just now. TV / here was that coming from? Was it just something the author had missed? Who was the author, anyway? Another mystery that left them puzzled. Caelen is half fey, Daniel mused, more to himself. I think his RMTLR Migglefy have been part of the Winter Court. Maybe. Jamie said. That hasn't come up so far. What chapter are you on, anyway? Chapter 40, Johnny said, scrolling his phone. The part where Nox confronts Caelen in the Forest of Murmuries. Daniel remembered reading that chapter often. Back when Caelen was just words on a screen, a deliciously dark character Daniel could crush on without consequences. He'd sometimes imagined Knox and Caelen doing it too, though they never would in real life or go. When had this become real life? Daniel pulled his feet up onto the couch, wrapped his hands around his coffee mug and made himself refocus on the conversation. You've got a ways to go, then though honestly, I'm sure much the story will help. Reality turned out different. Jamie lowered his phone. Different IKW. You'll, for one thing, Caelen never showed any ice powers in TLR story. Daniel blew on his absent-mindedly but in dreams just now he caught himself, but too late. Your dreams. Jamie sat up. You're dreaming about this guy. It's nothing. Daniel waved him off, probably just pre-wrestling trauma or whatever. Jamie gave him a long look, then got up from the couch to walk into Daniel's room. Where are you going? Daniel rushed after him. What are you? The question stuck in his throat when he noticed that Jamie was looking at the poster of Caelen on the wall above Daniel's desk. It had been there for so long Daniel had kind of forgotten about it. Jamie turned around to face Daniel. You have always had terrible taste in men. Daniel felt his face flush hot. Busted. This isn't no, Jamie. Euros not waffs happening here. I really whore it isn't. I do not have a CN_ash on him. Daniel's can out higher than intended. He took a breath, trying to steady himself. And I do not have terrible taste in NRN. Jamie raised an eyebrow at him and then stalled, ticking off nails on his fingers. Please see. There was Eniac the barista, who just needed time to figure himself out while dating 3 other people. Travis, who borrowed all the money you'd saved up. Errol, that guy. Ryan, who kept trying to cure you ADHD. Jamie's eyes narrowed. Alu, and Lays, not forget Derek, who, okay, stop. Daniel cut him. I get it, I was young and stupid. You dated Derek 2 months ago. Okay, but in my defense he was hot. He punched you. I flushed his drugs down the toilet. That's still reason, I know. Daniel held his hands up. I promise, I know. I'm done trying to fix bad boyfriends. He stepped up to his desk and tore the off TLR wall. That's from before. He was just a character in a story. You can't hold my fictional clashes against me so long as they stay fictional. Promise. Daniel said. I only wish I knew what attracted you to these assholes in the first place. Daniel stared at the crumpled poster in his handles, his throat tight. Jamie's question hit closer than he wanted to admit. Why did he always fall for the dangerous ones? The brokenums? I don't know, he claimed. Maybe I just think everyone deserves a second chance. That is assuming people are willing to change in the first place. Jamie's voice softened. The guys you go for typically aren't. Daniel wanted to agree, but the urge of Caelen's trapped soul flashed through his mind. That screaming, suffering part of him locked away walls of shadow magic. He pushed the thought aside. No. He wasn't going to do this again. Wasn't going to let himself believe he could fix someone who didn't want fixing. Daniel tossed the crumpled poster in his trash bin. When he turned back to his brother, though, his heart stopped. For a split second, less than a blink, Johnny wasn't there. The space where his brother stood flickered like an losing signal, before Johnny back into focus. Cold sweat broke out across Daniel's skin. Something wrong? Jamie asked. You look like you've seen a ghost. Daniel's mouth went dry. I'm fine, he said, because surely, was making things up. Just tired. His sleep-deprived brain must be playing tricks on him. But Caelen's words from the dream echoed through his thoughts. I've never been able to share your dreams so vividly before. Why do you think it is that I can reach you so easily now? He couldn't have meant. Daniel's gaze darted around the room, searching for other signs. Everything looked normal, solid. But what if it wasn't? If reality itself was growing thin here, wearing down like an old sweater? It would explain why Caelen could invade his dreams. They were so close to the park where people had disappeared. The keepers had tried to slap a band-aid over the hole in reality, but what if it wasn't holding? If TLR zone of overlap was growing, Daniel ready to help them? His stomach twisted. How long before the walls between worlds wore completely? How long before people started through the gaps? How long before Jamie _no? He couldn't think about that. He wouldn't let Jamie vanish into nothing. Caelen had been he had a choice to make, Caelen or the keepers. Daniel pulled out the business card Alicia had given him. It had a number on it. One call and they'd come. One call and he'd be choosing a side. He didn't think they'd been entirely truthful _L with high new, but Caelen _Caelen was RM dangerous. If he helped Caelen cross over, if he gave in Daniel knew exactly what would happen. The Shadow King would walk into his world with all his power and darkness. And Daniel would fall hard. Despite every promise he'd just made to Jamie, despite knowing better, despite everything. He couldn't control himself around a hot villa, and Caelen was the hottest of them all. He blew out a breath, coming to a decision. I think I meant to call the keepers. Are you sure about that? Case people weird are out. That depends. Are you willing to close down the store and run away with me? Jamie only looked at him as if he was wondering what Daliel was smoking. That's what Daniel said with a half smile. This store was everything to Jamie. Daniel would protect it, and hire the best way he could. Be careful _LL as long as you know what you're doing. I do, Daniel said, hoping that he wasn't lying. Daniel paced the back routine, running his fingers through his multicolored hair, his thou _U.S blessedly undisturbed. If Caelen knew what decision Daniel had made, he wasn't offering his opinion. He hadn't spoken to Daniel at all. That dream. Daniel wasn't sure how he felt about that, but he had no time to be thinking about it either. He'd called the barrier keepers here, and now they before him, Alicia, Terry and Caelen, creatures who seemed out of place in the bookstore's break room. Before I help you, I need guarantees. Daniel planted his feet, crossed his arms. My friends from Veridia, they stay where they are. No deportations, no baffias between us. Alicia licked her lips. We have to maintain the natural order. That is not a yes. I need a yes. Jeopardizing friends' relationship. Our duty is to protect both realms. Tyrion stepped forward. We'll help your friends fit in, not send them back. Is that a promise? Daniel asked. Yes, Alicia said. Daniel studied her for RMNRNT_. How could he tell if her promise was worth anything? The truth was that he couldn't, but he didn't have Muffa and Ice_. You always have a choice. Silence speaking so unpectedly startled him, but it was the only thing the Shadow King said, and it didn't change Daniel's. If anything, it made him move. Fine, he said to the keepers, spite creeping into his tone. TLRE's one more thing I need from you. He gestured around the store. Sweep this place. Every inch. I need to know Jamie's safe while RM gone. Caelen raised an eyebrow. You think there's something off with this store? It's for my peace of mind, Daniel said. Just check for instructions, tears, whatever you call them. Make sure nothing can slip. The keepers exchanged glances. Alicia traced a symbol in the air, her fingers leaving trails of blue. The glow spread outward, seeping into the walls. The building's foundations are solid, she said. No weaknesses in the barrier here. And Jamie? We ward TLR premises. Tyrion toed the doorframe, embedding a shimmering sigil _ nothing will cross without our knowledge. Daniel watched them work, wondering if this would be enough. If anything happens to brother while RM helping you, your brother will be SAE, Alicia said, her voice softer than now. Caelen stepped closer. About Knox. Daniel's chest tightened. Knox had come to help save him from Caelen _ leading the barrier. KE*RS to him felt like a betrayal. But people were disappearing _ and Jamie. Yes, he made himself say, but don't forget what you promised. Of course not, Alicia reassured him. R_U_. Daniel looked at the weirdos in I guess you can ride in car. The keepers exchanged glances. Tyrion turned to Daniel. "We have no need for cars." Daniel raised an eyebrow at him, then decided not to ask. "Suit yourselves." He didn't KRXNV if these people were going to follow him by magical means, and he didn't want to think about creepy that was either. For now, he was just happy that he wouldn't have to spend 3 hours in a car with them playing I Spy with supernatural gatekeepers. Would have gotten awkward really quick. FIVE Daniel pulled into the driveway of the rental house roughly 3 hours later. The autumn breeze rustled through the trees as he killed the engine. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he grabbed his phone from the cup holder. Arid stepped out of the car. His keys clattered to the und as 3 figures materialized right beside him in a flash of silvery IU_Jesus. He stumbled backward, catching himself on the car door. A little warning next tin. What if they saw? "They won't notice," Alizia said, adjusting her elaborate sleeves. "That is not the point." Daniel snatched his keys from ground. "Next time, take an Uber like normal people." Tyrion's expression darkened. "We are not normal people." "Yeah, I got that." Daniel straightened his cardigan. "Just wait here a minute. Let me talk to them first." He approached the house, catching the scent of something cooking. An open window. Inside, he foresaw Nox Alcal Adrian in the kitchen. Adrian leaning against the counter while Nox stirred something on the stove. Ziv and Lyrian sat on the sharing headphones. Lyrian had become obsessed with pop music lately, so that was probably what they were listening to. Leon sat cross-legged in an armchair, his guinea pig Newton egg nibbling treats from his palm. Daniel. Adrian approached him immediately. "Is you bruttle okay? You didn't text." "Yeah, I kind of got busy." Daniel fidgeted with his keys. "We need to talk, all of us." Nox turned from the stove, his eyes narrowing. "Wrong." Daniel glanced toward the front door. "I sort of brought guests." The incubus set his wooden spoon down. "What kind of guests?" Before Daniel could answer, the front door swung open. The 3 barrier keepers STRC and in as if they owned the place. Lyrian yanked out his earbuds, studying the new arrival's fellow /Cridians. "What?" Ziv reached for the sword he wasn't carrying. "WRE not from /Eridia _Alizia held up her handles, drawing everyone's attention to her. WRE barrier keepers. The term didn't seem to ran anything to anyone, but Lyrian knew. "Can't be," the siren said. ITH0 were creatures of. While Lyrian was talking, Nox moved to stand the keepers and everyone else. He glanced at Daniel. "Explain." Daniel swallowed hard, feeling his friend's eyes on him. How could he explain what had made him lead these people here? "They can help us with the portals." "Actually, it's more than just portals. FFS like entire zones now where reality is just dissolving." THA WAFs going on with the park near Brothers Store. "And you found them there and led them here _____." Voice held accusation, but it was clear that he had a lot of questions. "Need to speak with all of you," Alizia said, relieving Daniel from his duty to finding a permanent solution. Adrian moved closer to Nox, their shoulders touching. "What clear of solution?" "Perhaps we should all sit down," Tyrion suggested, his gravelly .73 ice oddly kind. "This may take some time to explain. The soup's going to burr." Nox said flatly, not remving from his protective stance. "TVE got it." Adrian squeezed Nox's arm before returning to the stove. His attention remained firmly on the scene unfolding in their living room. Leon carefully placed Nutmeg back in her cage. "I make coffee." "Something tells me we're going to need a tea for," Lyrian called after him, "with plenty of sugar." He was still studying the keepers with undisguised fascination. "I have so many questions about." Later Ziv cut him off, moving to stand. Nox, the Knife-Eye and the incubus obviously weren't convinced they should welcome these visitors. "Relax," Daniel said. "They promised me they wouldn't to send you back or anything." Features darkened. "No one can make NR go anywhere I do not want to go." "You don't have to worry about that," Alizia said, holding Nof's gaze after a moment. Nox TK'd as long as we understand each other. He gestured to the dining area. We can talk since we were about to eat, anyway. The domestic normalcy of setting the table felt surreal with the keepers standing there, watching as Daniel helped Adrian carry bowls of tomato soup to the table, the ceramic warm against his palms. Adrian his eye as they walked, giving him a smile. Hey, if they can help with laughs happening at your brother's store, €s good, rig yeah. Daniel managed a small smile back. That was why he was doing all of this, after all, to keep Jamie safe. As lunch was served, everyone settled around the table, the carers taking seats as if this was a normal lunch meeting. Nox ladled out soup, and Leon returned with coffee. Lyrian's tea. So Lyrian said, blowing on his tea. Qn the snrll of it was sweet enough to make Damel's teeth ache. Barrier keepers, the siren mused. I remember songs you from I was young. Guardians of the boundaries between worlds. He tilted his head. I always th0 yod be, scarier. Caelen's mouth twitched. Why not to stick? Daniel couldn't keep his mouth shut in that case. You wardrobe meds an update if we could. Whose Alizia said with only a little sharpness. We're here because the situation is becoming critical. The barriers between worlds are weakening. No, Nox said, we've been dealing with the portals. It's more than just portals now, Daniel reminded Tetel, stirring his soup. There are these zones where reality just isn't. Zones of overlap, Caelen supplied. Areas where the fabric between worlds has worn so thin that reality itself becomes unstable. They are spreading. Adrian set his spoon down. Is that what is happening in Oakridge? Yes. Alizia nodded, not even trying the soup that sat in front of her. And it will only get worse unless we take action. Ties why we're here. To help you adjust. Kiki *s held a note of wariness. To living in this world permanently. Alizia's gaze swept around the table. Can help you integrate FTLLY into human society. The way you are now, you are contributing to TLR rifts widening, but it DKRSNT to be that way. Lyrian leaned forward, curious. And how exactly would that NMDRK? Alizia smiled, but something in her expression made Daniel tense. We have ways of helping beings like yourselves ___ adapt to human existence to truly become part of this world. Adapt. Nox set his SPC on down. Careal 11y_. What exactly does that mean? It means we can help you, Hunor, Caelen said. Hunum no more RMGLC, RM rather worldly attributes. You would be indistinguishable from any other person in this world. A pin drop would have sounded deafening in the silence that followed. Damel's soup suddenly felt like lead in his stomach. This wasn't what he'd wanted. You want to take our magic? Lyrian's eyebrows silked all TL way up. My voice. Your siren song would become a normal human singing voice, Alizia explained, as if this should reassuring. Still beautiful, I'm sure, but while cute the supernatural element you're talking about stripping away essence, Nox said, exuding a quiet kinkle of power. Not quite a threat, but almost everything that makes us who we are. All of it would fade. Alizia's tone remained gentle. You would be free to live normal human lives. No remra hiding, no remra danger from the deteriorating barriers. Ortarian added, you can return to Veridia permanently. Daniel whirled to Tarian you promised you wouldn't make them go back. WRE forcing their hands, Alizia defended her colleague. We're offering you friends a choice we don't have to offer. There's got to something else. Adrian shifted closer to Nox, his pale. Nox wrapped an arm around Adrian's shoulders, glaring at Alizia. Adrian's Aziz grumbled. What you're offering is unacceptable. The barriers must be stabilized, Caelen said. The longer beings from /Eridia Renin here, straddling both worlds, the worse the deterioration becomes. We're offering you a choice, and time to NNK it we don't extra an immediate answer. How generous, Knox said flatly. Understand this is a lot to pre-res Alizia stood, TLR others following her lead. We'll return tomorrow for your decisions. Remember, this isn't just about you. The overlapping zones will continue to spread, putting everyone in danger. Human and Viridian alike. Daniel studied his friends as they took in the invocations of what the keepers were saying. Lyrian's Th0 frowned Z's clenched jaw. The rigid set shoulders as Adrian pressed against his side. Daniel hated it all. What had he done? He'd brought you these Roppel here, into their home, thinking they would help. Instead, was forcing the Viridians to choose between their very nature and staying here. What kind of bullshit was that? The kind he wasn't going to put up with any longer. He got to his feet. "I'll show you out," he said, gesturing for TLR keepers to follow him to the keepers exchanged glances, but Rose Whiteley another word. Daniel led them to the front door, hands clenched at his sides to keep from showing how angry he was becoming. Alizia said as they stepped outside, "We need their answer by tomorrow, yes." "Your incredibly generous Tin Lim life-altering decisions has been noted," Daniel glared. He wanted them gone, needed time to think to figure out how to fix this mess he'd created. "This is the kindest solution," Caelen added. "The most humane way to deal with things are _you, because nothing says humane like give up your entire identity or get out," the words burst out sharp Arrel bitter. "Just huck off." He shut the door before they could respond, leaning his foil rod against it for a moment. WHS at SRMRT to curse at powerful magical beings? Probably not, but Daniel had never been great at controlling his impulses. Behind it he could hear the murmur from the dim, his friends probably trying to process what had just happened. Go, he needed to fix this. There had to be another way. His mind flickered to his dreams, to Caelen's warnings about the keepers. He'd been right, hadn't he? But Daniel couldn't think about that now. First, he needed to his friends apologize for bringing this down on them. When Daniel returned to the dining, he heard Adrian say, "If you're going back to Veridia, I'm going with you." Daniel swallowed, remembering what Caelen had told him: humans don't always survive the journey there. Adrian paled. "Tha a risk I have to take." Knox cut him. "You won't be taking any such risk." Silence fell over the root thick Arrel oppressive. Lyrian was still frowning, absently trailing his finger around the rim of his teacup. "Something's not right besides everything?" Ziv huffed. "No, Ayn Ran ____. Lyrian searched his MLND _ all the old songs about the barrier QUS they always teen be of 4. Always 4. Maybe one of them stayed hon to Dinziv said dryly. "Make sure there's a hot meal waiting after a long day of messing with peoples." But Lyrian shook his head, his usual pale oneness absent. No, it was important the songs were specific about that. 4 keepers, 4 elements, corners ____. He trailed staring into his tea. "Agam songs aren't always accurate," Kakix said. "Especially not when they've been carried on by a race of who'd rather sacrifice truth for a good RHYNRH. Lyrian protested, but there was no heat in it. Daniel dropped back into his chair. This day was going just great, wasn't it? He opened his mouth to apologize, but Knox 6ke first, whatever their number SLQ1DBK. Kakix said, "The real question is whether we can trust anything they are telling us." "The odd zones are real in a W," Daniel said. "I saw wafts happening outside Brothers' store." "No one's disputing that," Adrian added quietly. "But Resolution ___. He trailed off, his howl finding SLQ1 become human or get out. Z's lip curled. "They can't seriously exrat Knox and Adrian too," he cut himself off, shaking his head. "No, they can't," Lyrian agreed quietly. And we still don't even know why we were brew_you here in the first place. Something pulled us through those portals for a reason_. Nox spoke up to dispute that. We don't know that for sure. Do know now that the barrier keepers do a kit want us here. There is nothing keeping you and Ziv here. If I'd rather go home than get trouble with them and lose out on solving this delicious mystery. Lyrian almost sounded offended. No, I'm sure I'm ran to be here. Someone has to write the songs generations will sing about our grand adventures. I suppose I should never have expected reason from you. Kix looked as if next. What about you? I don't abandon friends, the Fi said flatly. You risked your life for me once. I will not walk away. Turned very serious. I do not consider you to be in debt to NR_. I don't abandon friends, Ziv repeated, and it was clear he wasn't going to say anything more on the topic. Accepting that response, Nox looked at Daniel. Did the barrier keepers say anything else? About the odd zones, or why this is happening now? Daniel his head. Just that it's getting worse. Tha why I brought you them here in the first place. James ______. He swallowed hard. I need to make sure nothing happens to it, or him. You need to protect your world and your brother. The incubus kidded _ I understand this. Daniel didn't kmnvu what to say. Understanding was all nice good, but he still felt like shit. Maybe that was what he deserved. 6 The next morning found Daniel staring into his coffee, back a on _ he hadn't slept well, even he hadn't dreamed of Caelen for once. No horny dream, no shared dreams. And how this unsettled him. When had dreaming of Caelen become his normal? Ks the half-face still mad at him? Was Daniel supposed to feel abulcloned now that he'd chosen to trust the clearers? Not that he trusted the keepers. That would have been insane. He rubbed his and then another sip of his coffee. It was too damn early to be contemplating all of this. Only Leon had made it downstairs, so busy feeding his guinea pig apple slices while scrolling his phone. The quiet felt strange after yesterday's chaos. What do you think we should do? Daniel asked his friend. Honestly. Leon looked up from his phone. I have no idea. All of this ______. He trailed off looking lost for a minute. None of this happening. Maybe it would be best for all of us if the keepers patched up all TLR holes and everything returned to you. Say that like it's easy. I know it's not. He looked down at his phone, scrolled, then stopped to stare at something. Oh, shit, what? Daniel asked with a sinking feeling. Couldn't he have one morning without something going wrong? Leon walked over to Daniel, a bit slowly. His leg had mostly healed, but it was still bothering him. Look, he showed his phone to Daniel. A shaky video played on the screen. Teenagers filming something that looked like an abandoned movie theater _ strange shadows crawled across the walls, and the air seemed to ripple like heat waves off summer asphalt. Even the outside temperatures were chilly. This place is haunted, a teenage boy said, grinning at the camera _ we're going at the title. Leon said. It's in this city. His phone back likely so he could look up old movie theaters _ those idiots. Daniel cursed. They are going to get themselves disappeared. I found it. Leon give toward the can we take your car? Shouldn't we wait for the others? As if in queue, they heard footsteps on the stairs. A moment later, Ly Chun can into the kitchen, one curious eyebrow raised at the sight of them by the door. Doing? %, are you two? There might another one of those zones nearby. Daniel watched as understanding crossed Lyrian's, followed immediately by determination _ the siren didn't even hesitate, just joined them at the door to put on his shoes. Always ready for an adventure he could put into song later. Leon held up his phone. Video was posted 10 minutes ago. Maybe we can stop those kids before they do something really stupid. Daniel grabbed his car keys. What kind of teenagers are even up this early? Betting they are skipping, Leon said, heading out the door. And filming themselves while doing it. I'm Verklainra they were SRMRT. Leon shot back. Are you coming? He'd already reached Daniel's car, aching leg notwithstanding. "Should we a note?" Daniel asked, as was closing the front door behind himself and Lyrian. "I text Adria W." Leon said, already typing on his phone. He might still be asleep. Lyrian threw in. He and Kikix were late, discussing things. Daniel didn't treat the meaningful one look Lyrian gave them to know what kind of discussing they'd been doing. He unlocked the car, sliding into the driver's seat while Leon pulled up directions on his phone. "Okay, take a left at the end of the street." Leon instructed. "Ty old Sinan 6 is in Strip Mall off Route 9. At least there wouldn't be much traffic this early," Daniel muttered, turning the key in the ignition. He tried not to think about what they might find when they got there, or about how easily reality could tear apart anywhere, anytime. The strip mall can interview about 20 minutes later, and it seemed to be abandoned, a sad collection of story fronts with fired sigils, alcohol, dirty windows. The Cinema 6 occupied TLR far end, its marquee bare, ignoring a few broken plastic letters. The parking lot was empty except for 2 cars, an older Honda Civic Arid. "What, like a new Subaru? Those must be our hunters," Leon said as Daniel pulled into a spot near the entrance. Daniel killed the engine but didn't move to get something felt wrong here. The air looked strange. Like it was bending around the building, creating weird distortions in TLR. "Early morning VWI, Lyrian said, his voice. "I think we can confirm this is definitely one of those zones." Daniel couldn't disagree with that. He'd really hoped they wouldn't find anything remarkable here. Nothing for it. Daniel got out of the car along with the RRS, trying to spot the teenagers, but aside from the cars, there was no sign of anyone. "They must gone inside," Daniel said, trying to peer the grimy glass of the theatre. Just his luck now. He'd have to venture into the spool building to save some brats who should have known better. At least it wouldn't be difficult to get inside. One of TLR glass had a jagged hole near the handle and hung slew one wire jar. Daniel barely had to touch it before it creaked open. "Here we go, I guess." Lyrian STRKX1E passed him into the theatre before he was done speaking. "What is this place?" His gaze swept over the movie posters and the thick layer of dust accumulated on TLR concession counter. "People used to come here to watch our movies," Leon explained. "Like the television we have at the house, just way bigger." "That sounds film was such a marvelous place." Abam loaned. Daniel could only shrug. Maybe they ran out of any or a broad, carpeted hallway led from the lobby toward the theaters. Daniel headed down that way and motioned for the others to follow. It was getting to see. The dirty glass doors at the front didn't let a lot of light through, and the little that filtered in didn't reach fur. Daniel pulled out his phone, switching on its flashlight. "Come out, brats. You're being idiots." No response. "Should we split up?" Lyrian asked, still looking around at the differim. "Absolutely not." Daniel shook his head. "Haven't you seen any horror movies since you can here? Euros how people die." A crash echoed from one of the theatre halls, followed by muffled voices and giggling. "Theatre 3." Leon eyes entered to the. Daniel turned that way. The carpet squished beneath his feet, damp from something. He didn't want to know what. He pushed open the. Leon had pointed out. Errol spotted 3 figures with their own flashlights standing in front of the hay. Daniel called out, "You need to get out of here." The teenagers spun around, clearly shocked that they weren't Alum. 2 girls and a boy, probably 16 or 17. WRE just exploring, one of the girls said, sounding pissed that she got choreography. Yalu well, somewhere else. "This place isn't." Daniel's NMDRDS cut off as his flashlight beam past the screen instead of the expected white surface. The screen rippled like water, colors swirling beneath it. The air around it bent and twisted, creating that same distortion he'd seen outside. "Oh shim," Leon whispered. The teens hadn't noticed, still focused on the intruders who'd crashed their urban exploration party. "Get away from there," Daniel said, trying to keep his voice steady. "Now. Don't be lame," the boy argued, crossing his arms. You can't tell us what to do. At the screen, Leon's voice carried an edge of command that made all three teens turn automatically. Their flash LU beams joined Daniel's, illuminating the writhing Surus_1 off. Girls screamed. What the fink? The boy stumbled back. It wasn't doing that before. The ripples were spreading now, like someone had thrown a stem into a pond. The colors beneath the dew darker, more intense. Daniel could have swum. He heard whispers coming from behind the screen. Everyone out, Daniel ordered, backing toward the door. CNXM. This time, no one argued. The teens toward the U, but before they could reach the door, one of the girls let out a choked gasp. Her friend grabbed for her hand and missed. The girl flickered like a bad video signal, there and a kid there, vanishing completely. I can help you stop this. The voice in Daniel's head was crystal clear, as if silence stood beside him. Of course it was. The barriers between their worlds must be even thinner here than the yard in the bookstore. No, no, 1K. The Remain Ray girl was screaming, still reaching for where her friend had been. Sarah. Seraph need to get out of here, Leon said, grabbing TLR boy's arm as the screen's Surus began to bubble and twist. A massive claw howled through the screen's surface, followed by another Thai creature that pulled like something out of a N_unrear, all teeth and spines and many eyes. Daniel breathed. Run. They all stumbled toward the exit. Daniel took the hysterical girl's hand, practically dragging her up the aisle as the monster crashed down into the seats behind them. They burst out of the traitor into the lobby, the sound of tearing metal following them. The boy was already fumbling with his phone. TM calling 911. They can't help, Daniel said, his heart pounding. Sarah could be dead, or trapped in Veridia, and he didn't know which would be worse. Sarah is lost, Caelen 6Ke in his mind. And you might want to run faster. That's a cave lurker. They are quite fond of fresh. The cave lurker burst through the lobby doors just as they reached the exit. Ly Chan spun around, placing himself between the creature and the others. Get them to the car, he ordered, his taking on an otherworldly resonance that made Daniel's skin prick. Lyrian. Go. Daniel hesitated for a split second, then pushed the teens toward TLR exit. The girl was still crying, but at least she was moving. Behind, Lyrian began to sing. The sound filled the abandoned lobby, a battle sari in a language Daniel didn't understand. The siren's aquamarine hair lifted off his shoulders as if stirred by a wind, and TLR air around him shimmered and solidified into translucent barriers that pushed against the cave lurker. The creature slammed against them, making them flicker and crack. He can't keep that up for long, Caelen warned. Not in your world. The magic's too thin. Daniel didn't want the voice in his head to be the cave lurker. Slammed against the barriers again, arid this time, several of them shattered completely. Lyrian staggered, his song for a moment before he caught himself. Get in the car. Daniel shouted at the teens, shoving them toward his Honda. Leon was already in the passenger seat, turning to help pull the sobbing girl inside. Daniel hung back near the doors, frantically trying to think of some way to help the siren. If only he had attended more than 2 judo classes. Getting bored with it. TVE got this, Ly Chan ground out between the strain in his. 73 I said otherwise. Get yourself to safe AY. Daniel hesitated, TLRN turned toward the exit, and froze. Another monster had materialized out of nowhere, blocking their escape route. This one was smaller than the cave lure, but moved like liquid shadow, its form barely holding together. They were trapped between 2 monsters, and Lyrian's shields were, you could call, the keepers. Caelen's voice held a note of amusement. If you think they'd get to you in time. This isn't the time for jokes. Daniel burst out. He must sound crazy to Lyrian, who couldn't hear the other end of the conversation, but at this point, he didn't care. No, of course. You're right. I'm teasing you because you know how to stop this, but you won't. The shadow creature slithered closer, its edges rippling like ink in water. Behind them, another of Lyrian's barriers shattered. Please, Caelen said, his voice losing its mocking edge. Let me help you. Why would I trust you? Daniel hissed, backing away from the shadow monster. Because it's the only I can save you. Lyrian's song cracked. The cave lurker's claws reached for Hitel closer now. Close. You know what to do, Daniel. Focus on the connection between us. I can come through just like the monsters did. I only need an anchor point. And then what? Daniel demanded, even as he felt that connection between them without wanting to. It was tangible here, in this strange place, this zone of overlap. You'll just help us out of the goodness of your heart. The shadow creature lunged. Daniel threw hin E1F sideways, barely avoiding its touch. He could feel the FFRY radiating from it, its desire to kill. I won't let these things harm you, Caelen's voice was deadly serious now. Pull me through, and I'll save you. And the siren too, Caelen added, almost like an afterthought. How _you_ the shadow creature lunged again. Daniel, but in doing so, backed straight into whose song cut off with a strangled gasp. The last barrier shattered. The cave lurker roared in triumph. Daniel. Now he could feel it, some kind of magic flowing between him and Saliu like a rope bridge spanning two worlds. All he had to do was reach for it, pull. Promise me, Daniel gasped, as the shadow creature reformed for another attack. Promise you'll on my side, I promise. Now pull. Daniel closed his eyes and reached that connection with everything he had. It felt like grabbing a live wire, power surging him as someone, rushed across that bridge between worlds. Then he #ned his eyes. The Shadow King stood before his presence, filling the space like a storm about to break, hair floating in an ethereal wind, green eyes blazing with barely contained power. He was beautiful, dangerous and arrogant, and Daniel already knew he was going to regret this. 7 For a moment, everything went still. The shadow creature paused its attack as if sensing a kindred darkness. Then Caelen smiled, the kind of smile that made Daliel's rum cold. Such a crude thing, Caelen said, looking at the monster that had attacked Daniel. Barely more than loose magic pretending to have form. He raised one hand, and darkness pooled in his palm like liquid. _the shadow creature wavered, its edges beginning to blur. Allow me to show you what true shadow magic looks like. Caelen closed his fist. The creature screamed, a sound like tearing metal, as its form collapsed in on itself, drawn toward Caelen's hand. Within seconds, it was gone, absorbed into his power. The cave lure roared, abandoning its pursuit of Lyrian to charge at this new threat. Caelen didn't move, didn't even seem concerned as the Constable one aired toward him out. Daniel shouted, always so enamored, Caelen said, glancing at Daniel with something like amusement. _watch. Just the cave lurker reached him, Caelen's form dissolved into shadow. The monster crashed through EMPW air, stumbling. And it turned, snarling. Caelen had reformed it. Pathetic. All amusement vanished from Caelen's voice. You dare threaten me, and what's mine? The shadows around him writhed, ankle spread, darkening our entire lobby, while Caelen's green eyes glowed brewer, and his magic scene to even rem vicious. The cave lurker tried to retreat, but bands of shadow wrapped around its legs, holding it in place. More shadows rose like spears, the creature from multiple angles. It thrashed and howled, but Caelen's magic held firm. The lurker's form began to break apart, into blood and gore, but into fragments of darkness and energy. As it died, the air around it shimmered and crackled with released power, sending waves of cold through the lobby. The monster's essence dissipated as if it had never been more than smoke. Slowly, the shadows receded, and Daniel looked like he could breathe easier. Meanwhile, Caelen stood in the center of the lobby, not a hair out of place, looking for all the world like he'd just taken a pleasant stroll rather than fought off Turo monsters. His eyes found Daniel's. Well? No thank you for gallant rescuer. Daniel swallowed. Harkel, having Caelen here, real and solid and powerful, was stirring all sorts of complicated feelings, mostly horny feelings, let us be real, that he was doing his damnedest to suppress. Thank you, he managed. But this doesn't. I trust you, of course not. Caelen's smile held secrets Daniel wasn't sure he wanted to know. But you will. In time. He took a step toward Daniel. Don't. Lyrian said in a sharp tone of voice. Stay where you are, Shadow King. Daniel glanced at Lyrian. He'd almost forgotten the siren was TLRE. Caelen's smile didn't waver, but something dangerous flickered in his eyes. Or what, little siren? Shadows pooled at Caelen's feet, and Lyrian's voice took on that otherworldly resonance again, the air around him shimmering. I may be weakened, Lyrian said, but I won't let you touch Daniel. Caelen moved faster than Daniel could track. One moment he was standing still, the next he had Lyrian pinned against the wall with shadows. You won't let NR. He legal, cold and cruel. You forget yourself and you underestimate me. Lyrian shot back despite being restrained, his voice grew stronger. The shimmering air around him solidified into TLK's translucent barriers again. The shadows holding him shattered. Caelen's eyes narrowed. More shadows rose around Hyrule and Daniel could feel the building pressure of power about to explode. And oh no, oh hell no. Stop. Daniel called. Don't you dare hurt him. The shadows stilled. Caelen's gaze snapped to Daniel, Arrel. For a moment, he regarded him silently, face unreadable. Then the shadows retreated, leaving the dirty bear. More. So long as he doesn't hurt me. A low yell echoed the lobby. All three of them turned toward the entrance, where another monster was materializing out of thin air. This one like it was made of crystalline shards, arid jagged edges. Oh, come out, Daniel muttered. Hadn't there been armistice today? Caelen looked at the creature the way another man look at a cockroach. This place has become seriously unstable. Too much magic, perhaps. He dispatched it with a casual wave of his hand, the creature shattering into 1,000 glittering pieces that dissolved before they hit the ground. Now Thew, he said, as if they hadn't just been interrupted, shall we discuss more pressing matters? Yes, Lyrian spat. Like you getting the flak back where you can from such language. Caelen sounded utterly uninvested with Lyrian. Tell me, Siren, can you stabilize this zone? Because I can. His eyes found Daniel's again. With a little help. You can't think we trust you. I wasn't asking you. Caelen moved toward Daniel again. This time, Lyrian's warning didn't stop him. Remember what I told you? About our connection? Daniel slowed back away. He knew he should. But his feet remained rooted to the spot as Caelen approached. /HNT and fear tangled in his chest, making it hard to breathe. How? Daniel asked. How do we stop the monsters? Caelen reached Hitel close enough now that Daniel could feel the warmth radiating from his skin. One elegant hand came up to cup Daniel's face. Like this. The kiss, when it cans, was surprisingly gentle. Daniel went rigid, his Myriel screaming at him to pull away even as his body yearned to lean him open up to. Caelen murmured against his lips, fingers threading through Daniel's hair. The touch sent shivers down his spine, ankle. Something inside, some bit of resistance. Daniel yielded. The world seemed to shift around them. Power surged between them. Cold and electric, making his skin tingle and his heart race. He could feel the zone's unstable energy being drawn into that connection, smoothing out like wrinkles in Caelen's grip. Typhoned, possessive and triumphant, arid. Daniel wasn't sure if the whimra that escaped him was from fear or desire. Maybe both. Holy shit. Definitely both. The kiss broke, but Caelen didn't let go. His fingers remained tangled in Daniel's hair, his other hand sliding down to grip Daniel's waist. The air around them crackled with residual energy, making Daniel's skin feel too tight, too sensitive. There, Caelen said, his voice low and satisfied. The zone is stabilizing. Daniel tried to focus on anything but the way Caelen's touched through his clothes. This was so not the time to be swooning over the evil villain who somehow needed him to save the world, even if the part of Daniel that longed to be a Romaine protagonist was having the turn of his life. Get you shit together, he told himself. The lobby did feel now. The weird distortions in the air had smoothed out, and that creeping raneus that had been making his skin crawl was fading. So. _A for magical makeouts? Get your hands off him. Lyrian's voice cut Damel's mental spiral into hysteria. Are you _Ly Chan, who had just watched OGKNI could just didn't become any TMRE mortifying? Daniel tried to step back, but Caelen's grip only. I don't take orders from you, Siren his thumb traced a SNNLL circle on Daniel's hip. Besides, Daniel isn't exactly off, is he? Daniel's face. Caelen was right, he wasn't fighting. He should be. He knew he should be. But his body was still buzzing from whatever had just between them. You're manipulating him, Lyrian accused. Using magic to do it, I assure you. Caelen's voice carried an edge now. Daniel's responses are entirely his own, allowing Daniel to pull back if he wanted to. Aren't they, sweetheart? Daniel swallowed hard, finally managing to take a step back. Don't call that. What would you like NR to call you? His grip loosened slowly, something less lame. Daniel gestured at himself. Look at N. Do I like Sanron, who the most generic pet name? Daniel shook his head at himself. Were they even having this discussion now? None of this should be happening, and he had way more important things to take care of. We should check on TLR teenagers. You know, the ones probably traumatized for life out there. Caelen's gaze flicked to the entrance. Always so concerned about others, he murmured. But if that is what you have to do. That is what I have to do. Daniel turned toward the entrance. He'd left Leon waiting out there long, and he really didn't want to continue his conversation with Caelen now. His brain was too addled. When he stepped outside, he found the teens huddled in his car. Leon stood beside the vehicle, arms crossed, radiating tension. The moment Leon spotted Caelen, his whole body went rigid. What the fuck? Nice to meet you too. Caelen's smile was sharp enough to cut glass. Leon looked to Daniel and Lyrian. Why is the Shadow King here? He helped with the monsters, Daniel said, aware of 9 weak that sounded. And stabilized the zone? He what? Leon clearly struggled, trying to piece together what had happened inside. Didn't Nox send him back to /Eridia? I cannot be anywhere, Caelen stated with a new mom used it scene. He still hated hearing Nuf's need to get the kids to TLR police station. Daniel cut in before Leon and Caelen could keep arguing. I explain everything to you later, he promised. Leon that had better be good, his friend said. Daniel tried a kit to grimace. He didn't have a good explanation in the heat of the moment. He'd figured Caelen's help would be better than nothing, and definitely better than what the barrier keepers had proposed, but that the immediate danger had passed. All he could see was that he'd summoned a villain from another world to add to his problems. Should head to your brother's stall, Caelen said, his tone oddly casual. If zones are destabilizing this badly. Daniel's heart clenched. Jamie? He wanted nothing more than to rush to the store right now, NNKE sure his brother was safe. If something like this there. But the Shadow King had no reason to care Jamie's safety. He only said that to manipulate Daniel, the way he always manipulated everyone around him no matter badly Daniel wanted to drive back to Oakridge, he wasn't going to fall for that. Besides, with Caelen here, they now had the option to fix the unstable zones with the aid of the barrier Nox, and the others needed to hear about that. NIY brother is safe for now, Daniel said, hoping he was I need to go back to Nox and the others. Caelen's lips curled down. The incubus won't welcome presents. You, Daniel said. I guess you'll just have to learn how to play nice. Nice. Shadows gathered at Caelen's feet. You know my history with Nox. You can't expect me to be cordial with the monster who murdered my parents. Your parents? Leon's hift laugh made them all turn. Nox had every to end them, or they sacrificed 20 innocent people to their dark GCD. The novel didn't leave out that part of the story. For a moment, Caelen's perfect composure cracked. Raw flew Y twisted his features as he on Leon you dare speak of things you know nothing about. Human Leon didn't hesitate LKMNV that your parents went mad. They their faith. But you wouldn't understand. Your eyes are closed to the truth, to the injustice of this world. This world or you world P. Leon challenged. All worlds Caelen insisted. While the two of them argued, Damel glanced at the teens in his car. /hat must they be thin _king office conversation? What? _WHS that? _. Daniel opened the car and ripped the teenage boy's phone out of his hand. Were you filming us, you little shit? The screen showed a live stream already at 15 TMM with over 100 viewers in the chat. Comments scrolled past 2 to read, but Daniel phrases like awesome special effects and the Shadow King is back. Oh, Daniel's stomach dropped. How many people saw that? Give that back. The boy tried to grab his phone, shadows wrapped around the device. It cracked in Daniel's hand, rendering it useless. Hey, the boy protested. That was a new iPhone. Big rattle that's all I destroyed, Caelen said coldly. Mortals who talk too much tend to have unfortunate accidents. The boy went pale and shrank back in his seat. You can't threaten teenagers, Daniel snapped at Caelen and you can't go around destroying people's stuff. That phone was obviously bothering new pet. Daniel took a deep breath. I don't need you to destroy things on behalf and stop with the ridiculous nans _TM not your pet, of course not. Caelen smiled. Daniel glared at him. No more magic. No RMRA threats. We're taking the kids to the police station and then we're dealing with everything else. Meanwhile, he really hoped the barrier keepers hadn't been watching that stream. This was not how he wanted them to find out he'd pulled another /Eridian to this side of the barrier. 8 Daniel's phone buzzed for TLR 10th time since theft left the police station. Adrian's nan flashed on the screen ago, but Daniel couldn't answer while driving. Not that wanted to explain this NRSS over the phone, anyway. Leon's phone started ringing next. He glanced at TLR screen and immediately declined the call. I'll leave you to this when we get there, he said, his tone making it clear exactly how much he didn't envy Daniel's position. Daniel's hands were sweating on the steering wheel as he pulled up to the rental house. He'd spent the entire drive rehearsing how to Cielen's presence, but somehow I accidentally on purpose summoned your mortal while trying to save some teenagers didn't sound great. No matter how he phrased it, Caelen had insisted on taking the back seat, probably to maintain some sort of villainous dignity. In the rearview mirror, Daniel could see him staring out the window, expression unreadable. The Shadow King hadn't sign they'd left the theatre, which was some key TMR ilmzetling than if he'd been cheating everyone. This is going to be bad, isn't it? Damel asked Lyrian, who tried to keep as much distance between himself and Caelen as possible. Absolutely, Lyrian said without mincing his words. K_Nox will try to kill the Shadow King on Sue, and I hope he succeeds. The siren glared daggers at who seemed to consider it beneath himself to even acknowledge Lyrian's existence. Great. Daniel turned off the engine but didn't give to get out. Just great, Lee's get it over with, Leon said, opening the door on his side. Daniel sighed and followed. Come on, he motioned for Caelen to climb out of the car. Or are you scared of Knox? Cielen's gaze narrowed, and he didn't dignadollar the question with a response. The front door opened before they could reach it. Knox stood in TLR doorway, his expression darkening as he caught_you of who was approaching. Without warning, his eyes flashed molten gold, and in the next instant, he launched Hinbelf at Caelen with inhuman SRRED_ Daniel's heart IMO his throat. He'd expected Knox to be unhappy, but he hadn't expected this. Shadow magic crackled around Caelen as he deflected first blow, backward. You dare show you're here? Knox snarled, pressing forward with another attack. Are you going to threaten my mate again? Caelen blocked each strike but didn't counter-attack. His movements were precise, com rolled, and his power restrained. It was almost as if he was being the reasonable one in this encounter. "I did not come here for you, mate." His words did not seem to patio the incubus. Clearly, Knox didn't him, and why would he? "Knox, stop." Daniel moved forward, about to step in front of the dome but before he could do anything monumentally stupid, Leon caught his arm. "Bad idea," Leon muttered. "Very bad idea." Noak's next attack sent Caelen stumbling back against Daniel's car. The metal groaned under the impact, and Daniel winced. He could barely afford that car. "He could definitely afford to fix it if it broke. You should have stayed in /Credia," Knox growled. "Give me one reason why I shouldn't end you. Are you now?" "Because he helped us." Daniel yanked free from Leon's grip, frustration building. But Knox wasn't listening. He didn't care what Daniel had to say. But even as Daniel cursed under he knew who Knox would listen to. He sprinted for the house, his mind racing even than his feet. Knox wouldn't actually kill Rigage. When Daniel burst TLR front door, he found Adrian already headed his way. Of course his friend would been watching, even if Knox had told him to stay where he was safe. "Put you boyfriend on a leash," Daniel demanded, the words coming out harsher than he'd intended. Adrian's expression hardened in a way that made Daniel's stomach drop. "Why would I? Caelen deserves every blow." Daniel couldn't argue with that. Caelen did deserve a good beating for everything he'd done, but need him. The words tasted bitter in Daniel's mouth, but they were TLR truth. Need him. Adrian's eyebrows rose. "We don't need the Shadow King." "What were you thinking bringing him here?" "I was thinking," Daniel said, fighting to keep his voice steady, "that we need a solution that doesn't involve Knox becoming human or getting banished to /Eridia _Caelen Constabilis TLR zones of overlap _ He did it at the theatre _ that made Adrian pause, conflict flickering across his face. Daniel knew what was going on with him. He loved K_Knox RM rather than he hated Caelen. He saved NR and Lyrian. Daniel pressed, seizing TL ungetnant of hesitation ankle. "He's not even back, just please. At least hear the man out before you kill him." Adrian pressed his lips together, glancing between Daliel and the outside. "Fine. But if he tries anything, then Knox can tear him apart. IKMNV_." Daniel hoped that wouldn't happen, but it couldn't be ruled out. "Just help me stop this." Adrian's jaw clenched, but he nodded and headed for the door. Daniel was Rigage on his heels. Outside, Knox had Caelen backed against Daniel's car, one hand on the half-phase throat. The car's side mirror in limply, barely attached by a few wires. Shadow RMGIC crackled between them, neither willing to give ground. "Knox." Adrian's voice cut the tension. _THA Euros enough. Head snapped toward Adri, eyes still blazing gold. I know what he did." Adrian put some steel into his voice. "But Daniel says he can help with the barriers. Without the keepers." The mention of the keepers made Noak's grip on Caelen's throat loosen slightly. Daniel held his breath, hoping his gambit would work after what felt like forever. Knox stepped back, though the why didn't leave his face. "Talk," Knox demanded, directing the word at Caelen _ and NNKE. "Good." Caelen brushing off his clothes with far more dignity than someone who'd just been slammed into a car should possess. "The barriers between worlds are destabilizing faster than the keepers realize. But AVE found a way to stabilize them without their interference." "And how exactly would you do that?" Naf's eyes still flowed, though the gold had dimmed slowly. Caelen's gaze settled on Daniel. "Through OU connection." "What connection?" Noak's power flared again, as if he would launch another attack if Kaiwan didn't explain himself better. "It's true," Daniel said quickly, before Knox could throw himself at Caelen again. "I saw him do it at the theatre _ He used whatever juice is, to stabilize the zone. He did, Lyrian added, sounding like TLR admission physically pained him. I don't like it, but I saw it happen. The barrier fixed itself when he kissed Daniel. Knox stared at Caelen. What are you doing to mate's friend? Wasn't it enough for you to kidnap him once? Daniel held his breath. He'd like to know the answer to that himself. Really, Knox? Caelen showed another one of those infuriating smiles. I know you're not the brewest incubus known to more, but do you need to have everything spelled out for you? Knox said. Dar high Caelen's gaze flicked to Daniel. During the tin we spent together, I discovered something unconnected or a connection that should have been in this world. You mean when you kidnapped and terrorized Hyaru? Knox growled. Yes. At least Caelen didn't try to deny it, but what I discovered TLRN changed everything. Daniel is my mate. Daniel's mind went blank. The words didn't make sense. Caelen couldn't possibly ran he had to be lying. But why? Could he possibly gain from claiming something like that? I don't believe you. S cut stunned silence. This is just another manipulation. But Daniel barely heard the argument that erupted. He couldn't be Caelen's mate. He couldn't be. He'd promised Jamie he was done with bad boys. Dom rushing headlong into disaster, done letting his heart, his common sense and now here was Sulliu, literally the worst of them all, claiming they were mates. Daniel had read enough books to know what that meant. Inevitable fate. A connection that would catch up with him whether he wanted it or not, and then, Aina some struggle, they would find Toru happily ever after. And mind-blowing sex %. Why did his mind always circle back around to that? And why was he entertaining these thoughts about the Shadow King? Voice finally cut. Fruff his thoughts This is exactly the kind of manipulative bullshit Road X-Rut from you. Demon's voice was tight with barely controlled rage. You can't just claim someone as your NNTE to serve your purposes. I claimed nothing, Caelen said. I merely stated what is. You're lying. Daniels came out hoarse, breaking into their argument. Both men turned to look at Hyaru, but Daniel kept his eyes fixed on Caelen. You're lying, he repeated more firmly. Caelen's gaze held his with an intensity that made Daniel's breath catch. Those emerald eyes seemed to see Rife. Hyaru passed all his defenses I them to doubt me, Caelen said, his .73 eyes softer now, rant just for Daniel. But you? You should feel it. You must have felt it in the theatre I don't feel anything. The lie tasted bitter on Daniel's tongue, and I don't want to. I'm done with bad decisions masquerading as romance Rons. Caelen SLKI0K his head. What's between us is greater than Rom there is nothing between us. Then explain the barrier. Caelen took a step toward him. Knox tensed, but didn't interfere. Explain how OUKSS sealed that zone. Why you can sunks me across dimensions with just a thought. Daniel opened his mouth, then closed it again. He had explanation no rational reason why their connection could do what it did. But that didn't mean it couldn't mean could it? You don't need to this so hard. Caelen stepped closer, his presence overwhelming everything else. Daniel's heart thundered in his ears as Caelen reached for him, clearly intending to prove his eyes ain't with another KSS and damn it if Danny one didn't want to let him right here, in front of everyone. KSNT that the kind of shit you only read about in novels. Wasn't it the kind of story Daniel had always wanted for himself? It was, except that this wasn't a story. It was real, and Caelen was really dangerous. Drawing on every bit of self-restraint he possessed, Daniel shoved him away. Don his voice, but his hands were steady. He couldn't let Caelen kiss him again. If he did, he knew TLR Shadow King would consume him. Something flickered in Caelen's eyes. LV / as that hurt? Clignation? Daniel couldn't tell. You know how to call NR when you need me. Caelen kept his voice soft. Then shadows swirled around Hitel and he vanished, leaving nothing but questions and tension in his wake. Knox cursed, the sound harsh in the sudden silence. Damel could feel everyone's eyes on Hyaru waiting for explanations he couldn't give. Waiting for him to make sense of something he barely understood himself. I can't _____. Daniel gestured vaguely at nothing. I need a minute. He headed for the house, ignoring Leon calling his nan. His wasn't much of a sanctuary, just a hastily decorated guest room, but it felt like the only safe place left. Daniel collapsed onto the staring at the ceiling mates. The word bounced around his head, refusing to settle into anything that made sense. 20 minutes later, someone knocked on his. Daniel groaned. Not now. It's just me. Adrian's voice. Of course it was Adrian. Can I come in? Daniel considered saying no, but honestly, he could use a friend run hour. Adrian perched on the edge of Daniel's bed, his expression serious. So he began as if didn't quite kmnv how to begin. So Daniel repeated, now you know IKSSED the Shadow King. Adrian didn't say anything for a long moment. Daniel could read on his face, though, that he wasn't pleased. Of course not. Adrian was a reasonable person. Always had been. He'd hesitated even making out with Knox, and Knox was a flacking scent next to Caelen. You don't have to do it, Adrian said next. Can find a solution to fix the barriers. One that doesn't involve you getting anywhere near Caelen. Yeah. Daniel's voice sounded hollow even to his own ears. Of course we will. I ran it. Adrian's jaw tightened. Whatever he says about mate bonds, he's still dangerous. Still the sand person who kidnapped you. I know. Daniel picked at a loose thread on his comforter. He did know. That was the problem. Knowing didn't seem to matter as much as it should. Silence stretched between them until Daniel couldn't take it anymore. How is it like? He asked quietly. Having a mate. Adrian's expression flickered. LFS _____ complicated. Sometimes overwhelming, and it's like the books make it sour. Real _ there's no magical solution to relationship problems just because you're mates. Daniel raised an eyebrow. Really? Because you and Knox seem pretty perfect together. Work at it. Adrian wouldn't let his eyes. And sometimes the bond makes things harder, easier. TLREs knowing you're supposedly destined for each other. You're trying to make it sound terrible, Damel said. But TVE senior, when Knox walks into a room you up like a Christmas tree. Adrian sighed, running a hand through his hair. Fine, yes. Having NNTE it's everything. But Knox isn't Caelen _ you have to see that. I do see that. Do you? Adrian leaned forward. Because you have this patter, Daniel. Every tin there's a guy who's clearly bad news. You. Throw myself at him. Daniel finished dryly. I was going to say get invested, but you basically. Daniel flopped back onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. I know. Trust N, I know exactly how I am with bad boys. Then why? What is it about them that draws you in every time? The question hung in the air. Daniel opened his mouth to say he didn't clo, but TLR words stuck in his throat because he did know. He'd always know if he'd wanted to admit it to himself when he was with someone dangerous, someone broken, someone intense ____. His own intensity didn't seem like much anymore. His constant energy, his overwhelming emotions, his tendency to everything at RMs at mum volume _____ next to their darkness, his IU didn't seem so blinding. Hell, if it could fix them, it could. Even a good thing. That was what he wanted, to pour all of himself into loving someone else and making them whole. He wanted to live and love with the kind of that was downright unhealthy outside of ficti. He knew he needed a therapist more than he needed another bad boyfriend, but he wasn't sure this part of himself, this deep desire for all-consuming disaster rounds, to be the one, could be changed. Maybe it could only restrained. That was what he would to do. Restrain himself, Daniel. Adrian prompted softly. Daniel forced a smile. We'll find a note or a way to stabilize the barriers. Adrian studied him for a long moment, then nodded, but there was something in his expression that suggested he didn't quite believe Daniel's conviction that was fair. Daniel didn't quite believe it either. Caelen leaned against a tree, his legs threatening to give out. Curse it all, he couldn't. The last time he'd felt just weak. This human, how disgusting. Stabilizing the barrier at the theatre had taken more power out of him than he had anticipated. At least he'd managed to hide his weakness before, and before Damel as well. The Th0 of Daniel brought the sting of rejection back to his mind. How could the human understand what they had? Look at yourself, spoke in his myriel, one that sounded more now than it usually did. No one could love what you've become. But we don't require love. Love is a weakness. Caelen knew this to be true, but still, his chest ached, and for the pain felt purely his own. Strange, how being drained of power left him feeling like himself, more like the person he'd before. No. Best not to think of before he had made his choices long ago. He would reach it he'd feel better he'd replenished his inner there'd no more room for these doubts, for these silly emotions to creep. Do it quickly, the faint voice in his mind whispered. He looked ahead of himself and found the edge of a when-hourd teleported away from Daniel. He'd let himself be pulled to an area with RMGLC seeping the cracks in reality. A zone of overlap. He could use it to charge up enough to feel like himself again. To feel like the Shadow King again. Moving Korgulfi his eye. A young woman walked along the edge of the zone, oblivious to the danger. The air around her shimmered, ready to swallow her whole. By all the gods, why did humans have to be so stupid? Could she not see the danger? Are you in front of her? Caelen pushed off the tree. Stop. His came out sharp, and a woman turned to him. She took something out of her ears. Is there a problem? Tell mister. You don't want to head into those. She shot him an incredulous look and kept on walking. Caelen really should have abandoned her to her stupidity like that deserved to be punished, but when she stepped too close to the danger zone, Caelen grabbed her ankle, pulled her back. No, he said, as if he were talking to an misbehaving animal, and truly, just human wasn't more than that. Stay. Her eyes widened in outrage. Caelen pointed at the tree just in front of them. Its bark had started to distort and flicker. In sonk spots, it had become see what the fink. The worm stared at the distorting tree, her face pale. Caelen's lips curled. Now the saw stupid was. She didn't thank Caelen for saving her, but that was well she shouldn't. For all their dangers, the Migglefy have been kinder to her than the predator who held her now. Already, Caelen felt power flow into him. The darkness in him called it the cracks, and the power flowed imo him. You should leave. He told the woman he made known give to release her arm. Her pulse fluttered beneath his fingers like a trapped bird. Such vitality. Such life force, ready to claimed. He closed his eyes as magic restored him to his true self, no longer the weak helpless half-fae he'd once been. He opened himself to all the energy this zone could offer him. The rush was immediate, intoxicating. But it wasn't enough, not nearly enough. You take what you need, whispered the voice in his mind, stronger now. Take everything. The woman must seen something change in his because she tried to pull away. Let go of me. Caelen's grip, the part of him that had lowered himself to protect her moments ago, grew quiet, buried beneath an ancient, familiar hunger. He couldn't have held back if he'd wanted to. Power sat froth his veins as he drained the woman's energy, her life force feeding both him and the dark god that owned his soul. When he finally released her, she crumpled to the ground, barely breathing but alive. He hadn't killed her. He couldn't say. You're growing soft, the voice chided. Kissing the human has made you weak. Daniel, the thought of him sparked something possessive and dark. Daniel wanted to reject him? Ridiculous. Daniel was his his. The bond them wasn't something Daniel could simply deny. Matter how much he tried to fight it, he will yield. The 73 Ice Aged _ we will make him understand. Caelen smiled, shadows curling around him like obedient servants. Yes, Daniel would understand _ one way or another. 10 Daniel woke to the sound of excited voices, lots of them, filtering through his bedroom window _ he burrowed * under his covers, trying to ignore whatever was happening outside the rental house. A chorus of cheers rose up, followed by what sounded like, was someone calling for Knox? Daniel groaned. Those fans outside? He pressed his pillow to his ears, frilling like he'd barely gotten any sleep last night. Didn't he have to deal with already? His thoughts were a tangled mess after yesterday. The barricade #RS, the theatre, Caelen _ especially Caelen, the way he'd looked at Daniel after claiming that Daniel was his mate. His mate. A knock at his door dragged him reluctantly from his thoughts. Unless the house is on fire, go away. A problem. Leon's voice was clipped. Daniel pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes. I gathered that much from whatever's happening outside. What's going on? The door creaked open and Leon stepped in, his phone already extended _ get out of bed. You need to see this. Daniel suppressed another groan and out of bed. A video was playing on Leon's phone, showing Knox throwing Caelen against Daniel's car. The caption read, Monsters of /Eridla IRL? Knox Darkon Cubus Monster Talk. Daniel's stomach lurched as he watched the shaky footage. The video is geotagged. Leon commented _ and now all the MRDS know where we're staying. Sometimes I think the internet was a mistake. Daniel looked away from the phone and started to dress, pulling on yesterday's jeans and a fresh t-shirt. The internet is great, Leon said. Humani was the mistake. Daniel couldn't disagree with that. Humanio / SA disaster. You love a good disaster. I do. A smile found its way on Daniel's and then a clear, haunting a kite drifted through the window, and the crowd outside fell silent. Please tell NRTHA Euros not what I think it is, Daniel said. They both went to the window. Outside, had gathered on the rental house's front lawn _TLRE were way more people than Daniel had imagined. From the noise, ankle just as Daniel had feared, Lyrian on the front ready to give them all a show. That siren really couldn't resist the lure of a crowd. Daniel leaned out the window. Lyrian. Cut it out now. If someone uploads this, we'll have a bigger crowd. By Lyrian Idol didn't ira him or chose to ignore. He knew a faint smile playing on his lips as he faced his impromptu audio _ Daniel cursed and spun away from the window. Outside, the siren started to sing. Fucking attention hog. Daniel rushed down the stairs and made for the front door, but Ziv materialized out of nowhere, blockading his path. Move, Daniel said. If you go out there now, you'll be caught _ you in his magic like everyone else. Ziv's voice was firm. Lee's not just worse. He's right, Leon called from behind them. Come watch this particular disaster from the living room. Like a civilized person, Daniel groaned but followed his friend to the living room window. The crowd outside had gone completely still, swaying slightly as Lyrian's voice WCNE through the air. Adrian appeared at Daniel's, offering him a steaming mug of coffee. You're a saint, Daniel muttered, taking the coffee. A ride share pulled up to the curb, and Daniel's grip on his mug tightened as a familiar figure emerged, carefully maneuvering himself out of the car with a pair of crutches. His left leg was still in a walking boot, a stark reminder of what he'd been through. Hey, isn't that the guy who helped Caelen? What was his nan _ Yilalik? He was betrayed, Adrian said quietly. Caelen used Hyaru manipulated him like he's trying to do with you. Daniel a sip of his coffee. He did feel a certain kinship with TLR. Other man. They'd both been in Cielen's captivatoire at the same tins, only that Malik had been chained to a bathroom sink and Daniel to a. What was he doing here now? Had his taste for the paranormal not been sated? He watched as Malik made his way closer, his movements awkward with the crutches. His steps grew uncertain as Lyrian's song reached him. His face went slack, his eyes glazing over as he swayed precariously, the crutches loosening in his grip. For Alk's sake, Ziv muttered. He set down his own coffee mug with force to slosh liquid over the rim tires enough before anyone could stop him. Ziv strode to the front. Wait, Daniel stalled, but Ziv was already outside, moving the crowd of entrained Finns. None of them so much as twitched as he passed, to Kalu up in Lyrian's song. When Ziv reached Malik, he steadied him with a firm grip before the Idoliyort man could lose his balance. Cease your singing. Ziv yelled at Lyrian. The song cut off abruptly, leaving a ringletie psalm in its wake. The crowd blinked, caused murmurs rising as people started to come back to themselves. Several phones were still pointed at the porch, recording everything. You've had yours, Ziv called to Lyrium. Now send everyone. I was really providing entertainment to these people. You were bathing in their attention and drawing NNGLC Lyrian huffed You say that like it's a bad thing, but nobody can to harm Lyrian. Z's voice took on a sharper edge. Fine. Lyrian turned to the crowd again, raising his indignation from his face. He took a deep breath. Uncle Daniel tensed, wondering what new performance the siren had in Minkel. But Lyshan's next song was different, shorter, simpler, with none of the earlier seduction. The crowd's reactions shifted from to mild disappointment. Nothing to see. Irel Chan called out, his nice carrying a hint of magical suggestion. Just a publicity stunt. Time to head. The crowd began to disperse. Sin lingered, phones still recording. Malik stood blinking in their midst, his face clearing as Lyrian's magic fired. He adjusted his grip on his crutches, looking somewhat embarrassed. Ziv said something too low for Daniel to hear, but Malik seemed dejected. They spoke briefly, then Ziv gestured toward the house. Malik's eyes lingered on Ziv for a moment before he tuxedded and followed. Malik struggled a bit with the porch steps, but roused the new A's offered hand. Ankle eventually indeed by himself. They gathered in the living room to an awkward silence falling as Malik settled into an armchair, propping his crutches against the side table. Adrian was the first to speak. How are you doing? I hope you're recovering well. RM managing, thank you. Malik offered a warm smile that immediately RM'd him look twice as attractive as Nomiel. Daniel didn't want to contemplate how handsome he was with his dark curls and tan ski, almost the same tone as Daniel's. Had Caelen found him? Had anything happened between the two of them before? Juice was ridiculous. Daniel shut the train of down. Malik seemed to RM interested in Ziv. Anyway, his gaze kept flicking to the nigger who had parked himself by the door, seemingly oblivious to the attention he attracted. Daniel cleared his throat. Sorry, he made himself say. About what happened to you? Malik shifted in his chair. Actually, could we talk privately? You want to talk to NR? Yeah, Daniel could guess what this would be about. Uncle, he didn't want to have that conversation, but he didn't want to deny Malik's request either. After he'd come all the way out to visit them, Daniel trailed off as he glanced at Malik's crutches, then at the stairs. He'd been to suggest they head to his hotel, but that was probably a bad idea. You can use my hotel, Ziv offered, gesturing to a door just off the living. Thanks. Daniel led the way, holding the door for Malik. Z's room was sparse but neat, with just a bed and a chair by the window. Malik settled carefully into the chair while Daniel perched on the edge of the bed, fingers fidgeting with the comforter. I saw the video from the theatre, Malik said without Daniel's fingers twisted in the fabric. Yeah, THA Euros ____ THA Euros gone kind of viral, hasn't it? Damn those teens for filming even after their friend had been swallowed by the weakening barriers. Anything for the views. Malik studied Daniel silently for a RMNRNT_ you're working with him now? It wasn't quite a question. Daniel stared down at his hands. Not exactly. He just ___ helloed with the barrier thing. Daniel. Malik's warm eyes were full of cum, and he had such eyes. WKRE, they what had drawn Caelen to him? He kept me chained in my own basement. His words ripped Damel out of his thous _ I know. Damel's voice came out stronger than he intended. I know what did to you. It was Orwell _ I still have it, Malik admitted, as if it was nothing for him to be so open with someone he barely knew. I don't want anyone else to my mistakes. That is why I came here. Daniel wasn't sure to respond with gratitude. With denial? He had nothing. Malik went on while I was chained up in the he had you in house. In my bedroom I swear nothing happened, Daniel said, no longer able to keep quiet. Promise your mountain of stuffed toys didn't have to witness any inappropriate action between me and the Shadow King. Malik blinked at him. You're joking about this. It's what I do. How he could he licked his lips. Sorry. But really? You don't have to worry, are you sure? Because Caelen has a way of Malik trailed off, running a hand his curls. He remkeys you doubt yourself. Fakes you think you're the unreasonable one. That maybe if you just understood him better It's not like that, Daniel interrupted. I know exactly what is. Do you? Because I saw how he looked at you in that video. You're clearly his new, he saved, Daniel said, stopping Malik from saying whatever he wanted to say. I mean, yes, he's terrible, but didn't have to. He cut himself off, horrified to hear himself defending Caelen I just ran it's complicated. It's really 1kt Malik's was still gentle, but firm. He's incapable of caring about anyone but himself. Whatever he's doing, he's making you feel, if's all a lie. You don't, Daniel stopped, pressed his lips together. Don't defend him. Don't defend him. I don't what? Nothing. Daniel looked aside, out the window. There were still a few strangers hanging around. He finds people who want to see the best in others, Malik continued. People who think they can handle the darkness, maybe even help him overcome it. That's what he did to me. Made me think I was special, that I him in a way no one else did. Daniel's chest felt euros not I'm raw. I know he's dangerous. I do. But he came when I called. He spoke of me like I mattered. He said I was his mate. Sometimes he seems almkist hun. Felix's smile was sad. Ty's part of his game. Making you think there's something worth saving, like he can be redeemed. Don't fall for him just because he's hot. Daniel stood abruptly, needing to give the room felt too small. Trying to him. Then why are you defending him? But he wasn't he? Glue, what was wrong with him? I told you it's complicated. It's really not, Felix said, I guess softer this time. And I think you know that. Daniel ran his hair, making it stand on end. I should check on the others, he said finally. Isn't starting another impromptu concert? He fled before Felix could respond, his chest tight with emotions he wouldn't he, name. Stupid, he stupid, why did you defend him? You know what he is. Fake sure Lyrian. But did he? Really? Or had he seen something that Felix hadn't? That moment he and Caelen had connected. He shook his head, and almost collided with Knox. He hadn't watching where he was going at all. Knox caught Daniel's arm to steady him. We need to talk about what happened at the theatre about Caelen and the barrier keepers. I just I need a minute. Please. Daniel's came out tight, strained. Knox studied his face for indignant, maybe reading his incisions with his incubus magic. Then he nodded. Find NR when you're ready. Daniel headed for the front, but he caught a glimpse of Adrian and Leon out there, trying to get rid of the reddening fins. He slipped out the back door, letting out a sharp breath as cool air hit his face. _quiet. Oh me god, it's you. Or not. A guy about Daniel's age had circled around the house, phone already out and recording. You're the one from the theatre video. The otter the Shadow King saved. This is incredible. Can you get his autograph? Is he still here? He's just so hot. Are you f***ing kidding me? The words burst out of Daniel before he could stop them. We almost got eaten by armsters at that theatre _ a teenage girl got swallowed by a portal. Errol, you're here asking for autographs like none of this is real. The step back, lowering his phone. No, but _ itis real. _ tha syi soenzing. Just go away please. Daniel had reached the end of his patience. Go be horny somewhere else. As the retreated, Daniel's phone rang. Jamie's nan flashed on the screen. He really couldn't catch a break. Had Johnny seen the stupid video? He answered the phone. Jamie, this really isn't a good time. You promised you would stay away from Caelen. Daniel pinched the bridge of his nose. I promised I wouldn't date him. Oh, that makes it so much better. The man's an actual villain. He kidnapped you. I don't want to see him anywhere near you. I don't need the reminder about what he did. Are you sure? Because from where I'm standing, everything, okay. Daniel's voice cracked. I lived it. I don't need you or Malik or anyone else to remind NR what happened. A pause. Few softer. I'm just worried about you. I know. Daniel took a deep breath. And I'm worried about you. Has anything _ weird at the store? Jamie's hesitation lasted a beat long. Jamie. It's probably nothing. Tell me. Another pause. About an hour ago, several books just _ vanished. Right off the Daniel broke out in a cold sweat. Why was this happening? The barrier keepers had promised it wouldn't. Get out of there. Cracker _ I mean it. It's dangerous. You could vanish. I'm not going to vanish but you. Daniel's voice TCN, K on a hysterical note. Would Jamie not understand? You sound very upset. Jamie observed. I am upset. Daniel admitted. Everything is going to shit. A pause. Daniel wiped his face. UKMNV what? I call you back later. He ended the call before his brother could protest. Then he against the IKEA's wall, letting his head fall back against the wood. Frustration coursing him mixed with bone-deep annoyance. Everyone kept telling him what to do, what not to do, who to trust, who to avoid. Knox wanted answers. Jamie needed protection. The barrier keys dended and Caelen. His hand wandered to his chest where something pulled, tugged, hummed beneath his skin. The Shadow King's words echoed in his mind. Mate. The word should have terrified him. Instead, it echoed the electric current that had sparked between them at the theatre, the way Cielen's presence lingered like a ghost against his senses. A cool breeze rustled the trees, carrying the crisp scent of autumn leaves. Such a normal, peaceful thing. Daniel closed his eyes, trying to ground himself in that element of quiet. This time of year, his biggest worry should be organizing the Halloween decorations at the bookstore. But instead, really itself seemed to be unraveling, and somehow he stood at the center of it all. And of course, he wasn't granted his peace for long. A shimmer in the air made him push off the wall. 3 figures materialized in front of him. Alicia, Terry and Caelen, just the assholes he wanted to see. Daniel didn't let them speak before he did. You promised the store would protected, did protected. Alicia's voice was unaffected. And then you deliberately brought Caelen into this world. The absolute nerve of these people _ your punishing brother because I asked Caelen for help to save children from monsters. What's happening to your brother store is a result of your actions. Alicia sound _ remember what is at stake. The barriers are delicate. Bringing creatures like the Shadow King across only destabilizes them. Or the _ so you're threatening. Daniel's voice using my broth store as leverage. Tyrion cut in. You're forgetting that your actions have consequences _ don't you dare lecture me about consequences while my brother could be in danger. Daniel took a step toward Tetel, hands clenched into fists. I might have pulled Caelen the barrier, but he stabilized it after. He's done Gaia for me than you guys have. They all stared at him. That was all it for Daniel to realize that he'd just yelled at people who'd be able to turn him into a toad or something equally horrifying. He didn't want to be a toad. Toads couldn't even read. But the image of Jamie vanishing like those books kept flashing through his mind, and he couldn't bring himself to regret his outburst. He didn't apologize. Alizia's face remained as expressionless as a marble statue, which was somehow worse than if she'd gotten angry. Tyrion's eyes narrowed dangerously, and Daniel fought the urge to retreat a step. The back door creaked, and Daniel's shoulders relaxed a fraction. He didn't need to look to know Knox had gone to investigate, probably drawn by the noise of Daniel making terrible life choices. He wasn't alone either. Lyrian followed Knox out. Of course he did. Here there was drama. TLRE was Lyrian. What's going on? Knox asked in that deceptively calm voice that ran. Someone was about to have a very bad day. Adrian and Leon wrapped up their fin control duties by the front yard to join the rest of TLRM. Leon's usually skeptic expression had been replaced by something even more wary, which really didn't help Daniel's anxiety levels. Nothing, Daniel said, but Alizia spoke over him. We're just discussing recent events. Her silver-streaked hair caught the morning IUS turned to alkyl. Daniel wondered if effect was natural or if the worm put some magical effort into her appearance. We can to remind you of our. Knox went very still. You mean your ultimatum? His words carried a dangerous edge. It was a generous, Alizia corrected, sounding as if she actually believed her own bullshit. Truly a generous offer, given the circumstances. The barriers continue to weaken. We need you. Answer need RM routine _ Noak's voice ran steady, reasonable. Daniel envied that control. His OU.N heart was trying to pound its way out of his chest. There's too much we don't understand about why the barriers are in the first place. Time, Tyrion scoffed, is the one thing we don't have. Why is that, exactly? Daniel asked, because apparently his youth had a death wish today. Is tin such a problem for you? When Caelen managed to stabilize an entire zone in seconds. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Alizia's eyes fixed on Daniel with the kind of attention that made him want to hide behind KR kicks _ or possibly to another continent. You would do well, she said, each word precise as a knife. A kit to speak of things you don't understand _ then help us understand, Knox said, and Daniel could have hugged him for drawing the keeper's attention away. Things we need to know, tell us. If we were convolute _ Tyrion began, frustration bleeding into his voice. Inner Alizia's command cracked like a whip. If there are. Daniel didn't miss the look that passed between the keepers, or the way Tyrion's jaw clenched as he fell silent. There was definitely a story there, but before he could wonder about it too much, Alizia turned back to Knox. "We've been patient," she said. "We've given you our tin to consider your options. But our patience, like time itself, has limits." Adrian shifted closer to and Daniel's stomach twisted. This was he'd led the keepers here. Whatever happened next /M dulled be on him. If you cannot make this decision, Alizia continued, raising her hair, then I will make it for you. Magic crackhead in the air. No. Daniel forward, but Noak's arm shot out, pushing him back. Power surged from Alizia's raised hand, something harsh and cold that felt worse even than Cailen's ice neck. That FRLT wrong. Knox combated it with a barrier of his RW dark energy crackling against Alizia's assault. Daniel stared. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happen _ Lyrian's voice rose in song, but not the seductive melody from earlier. This was something ancient and sharp, arid. The air itself seemed to shiver in response. The siren's power wrapped around Naf's barrier, reinforcing its stand down. Tyrion commanded, his own magic gathering like storm clouds after you attack us. Lyrian's song carried the words Whitelecute breaking rhythm. I think not. Galliu, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. This is not a request. Daniel's heart hammered painfully _ he'd done this. He'd brought them here. If Knox or Lyrian got hurt, if they got sent back to Veridia or stripped of their powers, it would be his fault, just like with Jamie's store. Just like with a blast of power from Alizia shattered Naf's barrier. Lyshan's song rose to a crescendo, but Tyrion's magic struck like an avalanche, cutting through the Lodi _ Wyatt followed seemed to happen in slow motion. Knox, moving to strengthen his defenses. Caelen, raising his hands, the burst of power aimed strafely at Kiki***'s chest. Lyrian moved faster than Daniel had ever seen him move. No. This time it was Adrian's voice, with terror. The blast ran for Nox, caught Lyrian square in the back, his song cut off with a choked gasp. He crumpled, and Nox barely managed to catch him before he hit the ground. You dare? Kira's voice was pure Phil. Why now? All pretense of calm forgotten. Power gathered around him, dark and hungry, but he was hen as he laid Lyrian gently on the grass. Alizia and Tyrion were already moving. Magic raid lattled from Daniel's breath caught in his throat. Everything was falling apart. Anklet was his fault, his for leading the keepers, his for not finding another way. The keeper's NNGLC surged. Agam Clocks was alone now, trying to hold back 3 attackers while protecting Lyrian's crumpled form. Dark power swirled around him, but Damel could see the strain in every line of his body. Zivkank bolting out of the butt even as he was running toward Alizia's next blast caught Nox in the shoulder. He staggered, caught himself only to be hit by Tyrion. A whip of pure energy wrapped around Kikix's throat, yanking him to his knees. Adrian's cry pierced the air, raw, arrow desperate, as Nox struggled against the magical bonds. Daniel had never heard Adrian sound like that before. Adrian, who always maintained his composure, who approached everything with careful analysis. They were going to lose. Nox was going to just like Lyri Arrel. Then what would happen to Adrian? To all of them? Daniel's chest tightened. He couldn't breathe. Couldn't think, could only feel the WEU of what he'd caused pressing down on him like a physical thing. If only he could do something, if only he could. You know how you can do what we can do. By this point, the .73 ice in his head was achingly familiar. So that he didn't question it, he only begged. Make this stop. Please. The world seemed to hold its breath. And then shadows began to gather. They twisted and writhed, growing denser with each passing second. The air grew heavy, charged with a different kind of power, darker, hungrier. Daniel felt it in his bones, in that place inside him that had been quite the sand since he looked into Caelen's soul and found something there staring back at him. Alizia's head snapped up, her eyes widening a fraction. What is this? What? The shadows cleansed into a familiar form, tall, ethereal, with flowing white hair and eyes that burned like viridian fire. Caelen materialized between Nox and the clearers, his presence alone making the very air shiver. Now he said, his voice silk steel, what makes you think you can scare my mate? The remgical bonds around throat dissolved as Tyrion's stern bled back. Nox drew in a ragged one hand going to his throat while the other remained protectively near Lyrian's still form on their enemy's side. Alizia recovered first, her composure snapping back into place like a masked shadow king. Her voice dripped with disdain. This does not concern you, doesn't it? Caelen's smile was all teeth and yet a ve called. He took a look at Daniel and something in his expression softened for the briefest of moments before he focused his attention back on Alizia. It would be prudent for you to leave the barriers, Tyrion began. A failing. Caelen finished for him. Yes, I am aware. I find it interesting that you 3 seem so ineffective at maintaining them. Isn't that to be job? His gaze swept over the keepers, sharp and assessing. One wonder why you're so incompetent. Something flickered across Alizia's face, quick to name, but Daniel Coyut so did Saliu, judging by the way his smile widened. You're incomplete, Daniel blurted out, Renbong Tyrion's slip earlier. Ties what you were going to say before, isn't it? But incomplete how? Salm, Alizia snapped. Caelen's eyes gleamed with amusement. Missing the 4th member of you little band, are you? Where is Aya? Did he call in sick? Did he get sick of your miserable faces? Will be questioned by the likes of you, Tyrion growled, gathering power again. No. Caelen's dropped to a lower register. TLRN perhaps you'd prefer to destroyed by the likes of Shadows exploded outward as faster than Daniel's eyes could track. Nox was back on his feet, dark power gathering around him. RM_Ziv stood by his side, blades poised, ready for battle. But the Baltia Ke*RS was stronger than Daniel had imagined. At Tyrion's command, Tl'Elf cracked under their feet while Alizir's attacks canked like hammer blows from above, the very air condensing into deadly force. Caelen was no pushover either. Anytime Ziv tried to strike him, the barrier keeper seemed to vanish only to reappear in a different place. 3 against 3 should have felt Evu, but there was something about the Clear's power that felt _Fimdental_ like they were drawing their magic from the Foundation or Freely itself. Daniel watched nervously as Nox was forced back into a corner once Gaia_ the Incubus made an easy target because he refused to leave Lyrian's side. Pet Daniel nearly jumped as Caelen appeared by his side, warm body pressing against his. "You've called," Caelen murmured, voice like silk. "11 you fool me." Daniel's heart beat for reason. He knew what Caelen was asking, remembered all too well how it felt to have the Shadow King draw on his Enig_, but Nox was struggling against another aerial assault. Ziv had barely dodged a spike of earth, and Ly was still unconscious on the ground. "Yes," Daniel whispered. Caelen's fingers brushed Daniel's scalp and then his lips touched the nape of his neck. Daniel had to bite back a gasp. The touch lasted only a moment. There was not more time than that, but the pull of Enig that followed was pure sensation, sharp and sweet and devastating. Magic flowed through their boreal and RMD. Daniel Tentins were aware of its existence. Caelen had claimed another little piece of him, and this tin. Daniel had given it freely. Where NM that lead him? Daniel couldn't think about it now. He felt Caelen's power surge, but instead of launching an attack against the barrier keepers, Caelen directed his magic at No. Daniel screamed Caelen couldn't betray them now. "Don't worry so." Caelen's voice in his head. The Shadow King didn't turn around to him. The force he directed toward Nox wasn't meant to hurt his shadows, instead joined with invoking the blast Nox hurled at the barrier keepers. The shadows enveloped their enemies. For a moment, they were wrapped in darkness so complete it seemed to swallow even the morning. Then they were simply gone. Daniel's knees buckled. WHS it over. WHS it really over. It seemed to be, at least for now. 11 Being the Baltia keepers were gone, Caelen took a moment to breathe. For now, everything was going according to plan. His gaze lingered on Daniel, his color_almate, shining in ways the human was not even aware of. So his light should have repelled Caelen, but instead, it drew him in. He wanted to pull him close again, to drink deep. Take him, the darkness in him urged. While he's weak. While he's grateful. Instead, Caelen watched clocks carry the human Siren into the house, Daliel hovering anxiously nearby. The Incubus's power had grown since their last encounter, but it hadn't been without Caelen's intervention. "They are beneath us," the snarled. "Let them handle their own problems. Take WHDS ours." "Patience," Caelen replied. "Look how he worries for them. Force his hand now and we'll lose everything." The dark god's displeasure manifested as an itch under his skin, a constant urge to reach out and grasp what he desired. Caelen would not buckle under it, not now. He had years of practice standing up against that which possessed Hyrule, and he knew better than to squander this opportunity. "Where did they go?" Daniel asked as they moved toward the house the barrier keepers. "Far," Caelen said. "My shadows repelled them, but they NMM1T stay away for long," savoring his mate's presence. Once his bright Enig tempted him take more while he's close, the god urged. "Not yet," Caelen refused. It wasn't an easy reversal to make, but if I lost control now he suppressed he followed Daniel inside the house, while Nox laid the siren down on a large Caelen spotted Sunrone he recognized. The boy who'd hosted him when he'd first come to this world. Such easy prey, he'd too easy. Caelen's gaze caught on Malik's crutches, an uncomfortable reminder of how things had escalated between them. He hadn't wanted to break the RMN's leg. He angered us, the dark god purred with remembered satisfaction. He angered you, Caelen corrected. We are the same. A rush of power flowed Silu as if to underline the statement, and the hint of regret he'd felt vanished. It was the of weaker beings to be pushed around by those who were strong. Get out. Malik's .73 ice cut his thou_u.s, sharp with fear barely remsed by anger. He's going to hurt anyone, Daniel said, stepping forward. Surprising Caelen was this human to speak for him, to make promises like that. Mate, Caelen reminded himself, my mate. The thou_u was clear enough to hold on to when part of him wanted to lose himself in the power the darkness provided. He would not hurt Daniel. Nor would he let anyone else do so. Lil Caelen was pondering this. Malik lifted one of his crutches, the gesture eloquent in its accusation. Really? Tell that to my leg. He made an honest sound. If he's staying, I am leaving, and you should all con with me. My place is out of the way and it has plenty. He held up his phone. You won't file any piece here. Monster talk is going crazy. Thay's actually a good idea, Damel said. We medicine wear less and your place is huge. Yes, you can all stay there. Everyone except him. Malik's voice hardened as he gestured to Caelen. He's not welcome there. Never again rip out his tongue, the god raged. Paint the walls with his blood. But Caelen smiled, hoping to appear reasonable. Euros quite all right, Daniel Ankle. I have other concerns to address. He turned to Daniel, whose expression had shifted from worry to wariness. Your brother's store? The one the barrier keepers threatened? Daniel's paled. Jamie? Yes, Caelen. As Daniel's protective instincts warred with his mistrust, it was so ridiculously easy to steer people who cared NMCH about others. I need to check on him, Daniel said, but Kix was already shaking his head. You're not going alone with him? Caelen struggled to keep his anger from his ace at Tlrmubus's words. Oh, how he hated that incubus. That wretched, loathsome stain on the earth. How dare he to keep Caelen's mate away from him? Calm, Caelen commanded himself. The time for our revenge will come. I just hello'd save you and you freckles. Caelen pointed out to Nox. Curious how quick you are to forget such debts when it suits you. Eyes narrowed. You did not help without an ulterior motive, and this is it. You claimed your RMT. Caelen gave back. How can you begrudge me mine RMT kit, you mate? Daniel. But Caelen sensed that he wasn't convinced of his own words. He wasn't stupid. He knew something was going on between them. Soon Caelen would have what he wanted. All it would take was a little patience, a careful one push here, a gentle pull there. Already Daniel's gaze kept darting toward the door, his worry for Jamie beating out his distrust of Kyle1ENWRE wasting tin. Caelen sound. The barriers are weakening. Tycheus will return and your brother is alone in a dangerous location. He could see the Gitnint. Daniel's resolve crumbled. Soon, he promised the raging god within him, soon he'll be ours completely. When Caelen had Daniel alone, he would make the mortal see where he belonged. Special he was. Chosen to sit alongside him on the throne of the Shadow Court. Nothing less would do. Daniel kept checking his rearview mirror, as if he could still see the rental house and his $8 friend. He shouldn't have left while Lyrian was unconscious. Illit kind of person abandoned their friends like that. The kind who needs to save his brother, he tried to tell himself, but the guilt sat heavy in his stomach. Beside Hitel, Caelen was a too solid presence in the passenger seat, somehow managing to look regal even in Daniel's beat-up Honda Civic. Daniel had assured everyone that Caelen was no threat, but they hadn't been convinced. Jamie was going to freak out. That was a conversation Daniel didn't want to think about, so he let his stray back to what lay behind him rather than what lay ahead. I shouldn't have left him like that. Lyrian was barely breathing. Sirens are remarkably resilient, Caelen said, his Torah dismissive. It takes more than that to kill one, I guess you would know, Daniel muttered. Then Caelen himself, here he was, alone in a car with the Shadow King. Uncle, he was sassing him, he should probably stay quiet, but there were so many things he wanted to talk about. I have a million questions for you, he blurted out. But would I know you're not just lying? Asked Caelen's green eyes fixed on him, and if you allow yourself to tap into our connection, you'll know if I'm telling the. Daniel forced himself to keep his eyes on the road instead of staring at Caelen. He wet his lips nervously. Tapping into their connection sourled about as safe as diving into shark-infested waters. But hi, did you help us because you called NR_that not, Daliel huffed in frustration I mean, why did you actually already helped you come into this world? You could have ignored N, could I? There was something dark and HLMGRY in Caelen's voice that made Daniel's hands on the steering wheel. I could never ignore you. Use the connection _YOLE 11 feel TLR truth of it. Aramat doing that. The words came out sharper than he'd intimated _TM not stupid. Tie's exactly what you want, isn't it? For me to open myself up to whatever this is between us. I guess then you'll to take my word it your word isn't worth anything, Shadow King. You heart me. Daniel glanced at Caelen _the Shadow King did not particularly in Daniel had idea what was going on imide that irad of his. Maybe he should tap into their connection, if it would allow him a clear view of the RM_N he was dealing with, but was it worth the risk of getting Caelen in Caelen's web? Caelen seemed to sense his hesitation. Think about it, pet. You may resist me now, but what will you do when we reach your brother's store and there's a barrier for us to seal? Will you deny NR what I need to stabilize the area? Daniel hated this, hated that Caelen had a point. He would have to allow Caelen to make use of their connection again. He couldn't close himself to it entirely. Bleakly, he thought back to the moment they'd first established it N.%ENIED been in Caelen's captivity. When he'd first glimpsed into Caelen's soul and found something that shocked him, something that remained a mystery to him now. And suddenly, he knew what he needed from Caelen following an impulse, he brought the car to a stop by the side of the road. They were between bow towns and there wasn't much traffic no one would bother them. Why are we stopping? Daniel took a deep steadying his nerves. We need to deepen our connection Righ here, right now. Caelen's elegant features arranged themselves into a puzzled frown, and Daniel felt a small thrill of triumph for he was the one with a plan, and the Shadow King was the one trying to catch up. It's the only way me continue working with you, Daniel said firmly. You need N, Caelen pointed out, and you obviously want to deepen OU connection, so what's the issue? Daniel out of the car. His heart beat in his chest as he walked around to Caelen's door and pulled it open. He tried to keep his nervousness from showing and tried even harder to hide how eager a part of him was for this. Caelen looked up at Hitel studying Daniel. After a moment, he rose from his seat. Uncle joined Daniel outside. I don't understand what you plan to do, Caelen said slowly. Daniel couldn't help the grin that spread across his. You don't have to. He reached for Caelen's hand, ignoring how his own trembled. You only have to kiss and feed off Caelen's gaze narrowed, but Daniel could see the hunger there, the way Caelen's body tensed like a predator to pounce. Suspicions the Shadow King have, he couldn't resist this offering. Caelen's lips met his, Daniel didn't. He deepened the KSS, throwing to a connection wide open in a desperate rush. He felt the moment Caelen's defenses lowered, felt a dark power surge between them. Arid seized his chance, pushing forward into Caelen's soul for a meager glimpse at what he'd seen before. He needed to see it again. He needed like catching a glimpse of sunlue murky waters. Daniel sensed it, something warm and brew and suffering, reaching for him with such desperate hope that his heart clenched. He pushed forward, trying to see RRK clearly, to understand what this helpless presence was that seemed so at with everything else he knew about the Shadow King. The darkness slammed down like an iron gate. Cold. So cold it stole his breath, froze his lungs, turned his bones to ice. This wasn't just darkness. This was something immense and vast and wrong, and it pressed against him like the WEU of an Osho, like being buried alive, like Daniel wrenched himself back with a strangled gasp. His legs shook as he stumbled backward, the lingering cold burrowing deeper into his chest with each breath he stared at Siliu, horror crawling up his throat. What the fuck was that? The Shadow King hadn't moved from his position against the car. His bright green eyes studied Daniel with an expression that might been regret, have been warning. "Caelen one, what you go looking for, pet?" The words seemed to come from very far away. Daniel couldn't stop shaking. 1% it was that. The question played on loop in his mind. 1% it had he felt inside Caelen. That brief glimpse of warmth followed by something dark him to he'd been with bad boys before, but this was on another level. Daniel was never so aware of that as he was now. Not even when he'd been had he truly understood the kind of monster he was dealing with. "What are you?" Daniel finally managed to ask. "I am the Shadow King." Cielen's voice came out flat. "Did you to find something else?" Daniel didn't know to respond to that. Of course Caelen was the Shadow King. A villain, and through and yet Daniel had been so convinced that there was something more to him, something that only he, Daniel, was special enough to see. His mind kept circling back to that brief warmth he'd sensed, so different from the crushing darkness that followed. "You satisfied your curiosity?" Caelen asked. "Should we get going?" The bone-deep chill still lingered in Daniel's body. Every instinct screamed at him not to get back into that car with this creature. But as he moved toward the side, he found himself shaking his head. "The Shadow King isn't all you are. I have shown you all of my darkness, and you still claim that." Cielen's lips cummed into something that was almost a smile, except there was no joy in it. "You and Guy are foolish than I thought." Daniel couldn't argue with that. He was being a goddamn idiot. Caelen was literally dressed in red flags and Daniel acted like he was color blind. But what choice did he have? He had to get to Jamie, Errol, then connect with Caelen more to save his brother. And then what? Would he leave Caelen after that? Would Caelen let him go? Daniel wasn't shackled to a bed now, but still, the Shadow King had him in his grasp. It wouldn't easy to be rid of him. It was something Daniel would have to find a solution for later. For now, he entered the car, his movements stiff as he started the engine. The persistent cold reminded him of another question that had been nagging at him. "Why don't you ever use ice magic like you did in dreams?" Cielen's eyes fixed on Hitel, and for a long moment, he said nothing. Finally, he 6ke, his words measured, "Because I am the Shadow King." It wasn't a satisfying answer, not even close, but Daniel KRW he wouldn't get a better one more hour to go until they reached Oak Ridge. It was all Daniel could do just to pull his car back on TLR Road and keep driving. TWELVE, stay in the car. Daniel's voice held a firmness that only Caelen Cielen's anger. Why was this human giving him orders? "I need to talk to Jamie first." Caelen said nothing, busy keeping himself from lashing out. The dark god tithed inside him like a nest of serpents, still furious at Daniel's presumption at how close the human had come to touching that buried shard of his soul that even Caelen himself preferred to punish him. The voice whispered. "Make him bleed for his insolence." The suggestion hit Caelen like ice water, shocking him from his anger. His drained away, replaced by a visceral rejection of the very he snarled, Tula in the quiet car. Daniel, already halfway to the bookstore, glanced back at the sound. Caelen forced his to stillness, but his hands were trembling. Not with rage now, but with the effort of pushing back against the darkness coiled inside him. He would not harm Daniel, could not. The NRRE suggestion cleared his mind like sunlight burning through fog. His god could demand all he wanted, but on this, Caelen would not yield. "Then he will destroy everything we've built," the voice warned. It was so loud now, Caelen by all the Caelen had drawn from Daniel before Daniel had away from him. He nearly grasped it today. "That weakness that festers in you." Caelen watched Daniel disappear into the bookstore. Yes, Daniel had come dangerously close to something Caelen kept buried. But what did it matter? He won't try again, he said to the voice inside of himself. You've be sure of that. The memory of Daniel's face ain't touching that darkness twisted something in Caelen's chest, the way those warm blue eyes had widened in horror, the way Daniel's entire body with the usual desire Caelen inspired, but with genuine fear. And he should be scared. Any sane creature would be. Good, the darkness whispered _ we can rule by fear. Isn't that what you wanted? Why you came to me? So you could rule. Caelen didn't need the reminder. He knew exactly why he'd made his bargain with the Dark God, and he'd never looked back, not until Daniel was something else. So determined _ the way he'd seized control of their kiss, thrown their connection wide open without fear. Foolish, beautiful creature. So convinced he could find good in a monster. He will destroy us, the Dark God said, if I don't bring him to heel. Perhaps that was so. But as Caelen watched Daniel the bookstore's window, he couldn't contemplate hurting him. You must let him go. It wasn't the Dark God's voice this time, but one that Caelen barely recognized as his own, one that he didn't want to recognize as his own. It was the voice of all the abominable weakness that still remained in him. He hadn't heard it in years and years. If I care about him at all, you have to let him go. Silence, the Dark God commanded, and pain exploded behind Caelen's eyes as that inner voice was crushed. His fingers dug into his thighs as shadow RMGLC turned inward, punishing him for his moment of weakness. Each breath felt like swallowing glass as the darkness flooded his lungs, drowning that pathetic creature who would give up what was his. The agony was shocking. He hadn't felt punishment like this in years. Not since he'd learned to keep that part of himself buried so deep even he forgot it existed. But Daniel had reached for it, had almost touched it, and now that voice dared to speak again. The pain was a reminder of what happened when he let his guard down, when he allowed that remnant of his former self to soar us _ you should thank me, the Dark God whispered as the agony began to ebb. Every time I burn this weakness from you, you grow stronger. Remember how you came to me, that pitiful half-fey princeling shunned by his own subjects? Look what I've made of you. Caelen's hands unclenched slowly. The Dark God wasn't wrong. This pain was necessary. A gift, even he'd learned that lesson long ago, hadn't he? Yet Daniel made him forget, made him doubt _ he shook his head. Almost, he'd to give up his own mate. Preposterous, the boy is yours, the Dark God soothed. But only if you remain firm enough to keep him. Yes, he had to. He could never give up such a delicious energy. Do it right, the Dark God said. And he'll make us stronger than we've ever been. They would have their revenge, finally, on Knox, the new court, and everyone who wronged them. Thirteen no. Jamie's voice was firm. Hell no. Jamie. I'm not letting that monster into store. Daniel shifted uncomfortably in the brake. Jamie had dragged him here, and he'd mentioned Saliu, not even letting Daniel explain the whole situation. Look, I know it sounds, do you? Because of read the wet kive one _ all of it, and IKRXNV exactly what the Shadow King is capable of. There's ngaya to him than what's written in the story, Daniel said, but the words rang hollow. Yes, he'd sensed something good in Caelen, but there was also so much darkness. The Mori still made him shudder with horror. Jamie must have caught it in his equation. See? Even you're scared of him and you want to let him in here. It's not that sinful _ Daniel ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. Would Jamie not get it? Wouldn't he listen? He's the only one who can fix this. Fix what? Jamie crossed his arms. The barrier thing you mentioned? I'm not convinced. Euros Real, as if in answer to Jamie's skepticism. A strange sound filled the room, almost like rustling paper. They both turned toward the break room's small bookshelf, where Jamie kept a SNNLL part of his personal collection. The books were floating, not all of them, just 3 or 4 volumes that seemed to drift upward as if gravity had forgotten about them. As Daniel and Jamie watched, frozen, one opened itself, pages fluttering rapidly. "Okay," Jamie said slowly, _S____new. The book snapped shut and dropped to the with a TLN_LD_. The others followed swiftly. See. Daniel eyes I entered _THA what RM talking about, and it's only going to get worse. Jamie stared at the books, his pale. But why him? /hi can't those barrier keepers help? Because they can't trusted. They promised me nothing would happen here, and they were clearly wrong. They either didn't fix this place, or they fixed it badly, or they undid their fix. ___ I don't KMW, Daniel stopped himself from rambling. He picked up one of the fallen books. And Gnul, of course. Please. Let me NNKEJUSRU. Jamie studied him for a long minute. You're going to do it whether I agree or not, aren't you? Before Daniel could answer, TLR above the store's entrance chimed, and Daniel had a feeling he knew who'd entered. When he opened the break room's door, he spotted Caelen browsing the shelby, drawing every eye in the place. Some of their regular customers whispered to each other, pointing not so subtly at the striking man with flowing white hair. Jamie's ace hardened as he approached the Shadow King. "Stay the fuck away from my brother." Several customers gasped at Jamie's outburst. Daniel could see NFRS_Henderson clutching her romance novel to her chest, eyes wide with excitement at the drama unfolding before her. She was having the best day, and Daliel knew her whole club would hear about this later. "This is a private RM to," Jamie announced to the store at large. "We're closing early today. Please finish up your shopping." "That won't be necessary," Caelen said, voice smooth. "This won't take but a minute. You need to leave." Jamie's hands were clenched into fists at his sides. "Jamie," Daniel stepped forward, touching his bottle arm. "Please take this to the break room." "No." Jamie spun to face him. "He's not coming any further into my store." But Caelen was already moving past Hyaru, following Daniel into the small. Jamie RM'd a frustrated sound and followed, slamming the behind them. "You can't just," Jamie started. "Are we doing this now?" Caelen's attention was focused entirely on Daniel, as if Jamie wasn't even there. "Daniel," Jamie said sharply, as if to call his attention away from Caelen. Daniel shook his head. "This is something I have to do, Jamal _ You don't have to do anything," Jamie protested. "We can figure something else." 011 "We can call those keepers back." "The keepers," Caelen interrupted, "are the reason your store is in this state. Their fix was crude at best, destructive at worst. It needs to be undone before I can properly stabilize the barrier." "And that requires what, exactly?" Jamie demanded. Caelen's gaze still never left Daniel. "More energy than last time." Ignorance ____. He stepped closer to Daniel, who felt his heart skip. "You'll need to open yourself freely to end." Daniel cried. Jamie's sharp intake of breath, but he couldn't away from Caelen's eyes. "Anything," he said softly, "to keep this place safe." He tried to think about how much he wanted this, wanted to feel Caelen's lips on his ego, wanted that connection, that rush, even knowing what lurked beneath the surface, even having seen the horror of what Caelen truly was. God help hell, he still wanted it. Caelen moved closer, backing Daniel against the break room wall. His presence was overwhelming, filling Daniel's senses, green eyes holding him captive. As Caelen's hand came up to his eye, said, "RNT kit letting you," Jamie started. "Ignore Hyaru," Caelen murmured, his thumb tracing Daliel's bottom lip. "Focus only on N." Daniel was dimly aware of Jamie's presence, of his brother's protests, but Caelen commanded all of his attention. The Shadow King's power rolled off him in waves, making the air thick and heavy. "Last time," Caelen said softly, "you looked where you shouldn't have." "I had to," Daniel whispered. "I wanted to see you, and now." Caelen's lips over his jaw. "Do you still want that?" Daniel closed his eyes, the huge underscore yes, he wanted it even aner the horror he'd found in silence. Some part of him needed to understand what lay beneath silent surus underscore yo euro ll distract me if you do that again silent advised. Just open yourself let in underscore their lips met, and Daniel gasped at the immediate rush of power. It was stronger than before, RRK demanding. Silen's hands gripped his waist, pressing him harder against the wall as the energy flowed between them. Daniel could feel Silen working, undoing whatever the barrier keepers had done, but it felt different this time, rawer, almost painful. His cleats buckled. Silen held him up, deepening the kiss, drawing remra and more from their connection. The room spun and Daniel's comiciousness began to fade at the edges. Each brush of Silen's lips felt like drowning, like falling, like flying, all at once. His fingers clutched at Silen's shoulders, desperate for something to amhor him as tl power shudged. Between them that it Silen breathed against his mouth, give me everything. The words sent a shiver down Daniel's spine. Every rational thought screamed at him to pull away, to guard himself against this creature of shadow and ancient power. Instead, he found himself pressing closer, surrendering to the magnetic pull between them. His body recognized Silen's touch like a drug it couldn't resist, even as his mind rebelled against the danger. Shadows clammed across the walls as Silen's magic worked him the world to fade around Hyrule, reality dissolving until there was nothing but this. Silen's lips, his touch, and the energy he drew from Daniel. Silu, he gasped, barely able to form the word. I can't, just a little Ngaya, Silen murmured, his own voice with exertion. His forehead pressed against Daniel's, their breaths mingling. Stay with me. Daniel's minkle wanted to retreat from the overwhelming surge of power, but something deeper, more instinctive, pulled him closer instead. His soul reached for Silence, reached for something it could cling to, and found it pure connection. In spite of his exhaustion, Daniel had never felt anything Gaia exhilarating. This was right, this was meant to be. This was the TN_LTH that lay beneath all the complications and conflicts. Silen and he belonged to each other, had always belonged to each other. Joy bloomed in Daniel's chest, fierce and brew and unstoppable. A smile touched his lips as consciousness began to fight. He didn't fight it. Silen would keep him safe. Would always keep him safe. Everything he had, everything he was. His mate could have it all. When awareness returned, he found himself sitting on the brake, cradled against something warm and solid, something that rose and fell. Silen's chest, the Shadow King's breathing was laboured, making it obvious that whatever they'd done had taken its toll on him too. A thud. Daniel turned his head. Jamie stood a few feet away, hand pressed against EMPW air as if he'd hit an invisible wall. What did you do? Jamie demanded, tight with Ori I won't let you disturb him, Silen said, his voice with exhaustion. He needs a moment. Jamie's face darkened with anger. Let me through, ties my brutal. Jamie. Daniel interrupted softly. Just go. Please, are you serious? Jamie stared at him in disbelief. He kidnapped you, please, Daniel reiterated, unable to meet his brother's eyes. He couldn't explain why he needed this right now, why despite everything being in Silen's arms felt. Jamie's expression shifted from anger to hurt, TLRN settled into something that hit harder, utter disappointment. He turned and yanked the door open and left without another word. The door slammed behind, making Daniel Wyme inside hit guilt wart with the bone-deep need to stay exactly where he was, held by someone dangerous. Don't mind Hyrule, Silen murmured he doesn't understand there was a subtle shift in the all as Silen released whatever barrier he'd maintained to keep Jam away. Another STMLL exhale escaped him, another sign of strain filling away. He really had pushed himself to his limits. Looking up at the Shadow King, Daniel was struck by how different he seemed at this moment. The usual sharp edges of his power were softened by exhaustion, his perfect gone. Something tender stirred in Daniel's chest at the Sioux, speaking to that side of him that yearned to fix every broken creature that attracted him. Caelen couldn't have tied Daniel Rem perfectly to if he'd tried. Jamie was right, Daniel was a lost cause. An idiot of the magnitude, he wanted nothing more than another kiss. "How is it," Caelen asked quietly, "that after seeing inside you can still sit in my arms like this?" "It's exactly because I've seen inside of you," Daniel mused out loud. He'd seen the darkness, yes, but beyond that, a broken soul that called to Daniel's. Caelen didn't respond to Daniel's words, just watched him with a quiet, almost hidden longing that made Daniel's heart ache. Before he could think better of it, Daniel leaned forward and pressed his lips to Caelen's underscore for a moment. Caelen hesitated. There was a flutter off his stance, like someone trying and failing to deny themselves something they desperately wanted. Then he yielded, opening to Daliel with a soft noise that almost sounded like surrender. There was no pull this tins, no drain of energy. Caelen's NNGLC was spent mile underscore, but their connection remained, that invisible thread that bound them together, and Daniel followed it asterisk underscore. The dull mess was still there, LT would always be there, but its scene refrained now, less overwhelming. Daniel pushed it, brushed it aside even as it tried to press in around him. He needed to find that source. Agau needed to know that it was real. But when he found it, his heart broke. There, at Caelen's core, lay a RMN underscore broken, burial, not even struggling anymore against the chains of shadows that wrapped around Hyrule, clearly aiming to squeeze the last bit of life out of their prisoner. That was what Caelen was, a prisoner inside his OU.N mind. Daniel jerked back from the kiss, tears burning in his eyes. His chest felt his heart aching with a pain that wasn't his own, but that felt like it was. He knew exactly what Caelen's soul felt, tortured by that darkness, all that terrible, crushing pressure. It was much for any man to stand without going in. "Sir, what happened to you?" he whispered, reaching out to toe Caelen's ace underscore, but Caelen fluttered away from his touch. His hands were trembling, his breathing uneven. The convulsed mask of the Shadow King had crumbled completely. "Leave," Caelen ground out, his voice go now. "Stay away from me." Each NMDRD seemed to cost him, like they were being torn from his throat. "There is nothing here for you, nothing good." The last words came out as almost a plea, and Daniel could see how much it hurt Caelen to say them. Whatever held him prisoner was fighting to regain control, but Daniel couldn't just leave. Instead of pulling away, he shifted closer, his hand finding Caelen's ace again. This time, he didn't let Caelen flinch away. "How long?" Daniel asked softly. "How long have you been like this?" Something fractured in Caelen's. His RRXT breath came as a shudder, and when he 6ke, his voice earled NOM of the Shadow King's usual arrogance. I can't remember anymore." Daniel's thumb traced the sharp line of Caelen's cheekbone, watching as the Shadow King's eyes fluttered closed at the gentle touch, like he was starving for it, like no one had touched him with kindness in too long. "I saw you," Daniel whispered, "the real you." Caelen's hand came up to cover Daniel's, pressing it closer to his ace underscore. "You shouldn't have looked." "But I did. And I'm not running away." When Caelen's eyes opened again, they held such a raw vulnerability that Daniel's breath caught. Gone was the predatory glare, the calculated seduction. This was just a TNAW trapped, alcohol tired, arid, desperately lonely Daniel. His name on Caelen's lips was barely a breath. Their faces were close now, so close Daniel could feel the trencher in Caelen's exhale. "You need to underscore." Daniel closed the distance between, pressing his lips to Caelen's underscore. This kiss was different from all the others, no surge of power, no magical connection, just the soft press of mouths and the shared warmth of breath. Caelen made a sound like something breaking, his hands coming up to frame Daniel's with a gentleness that seemed to contradict his usual persona. Then they parted. Caelen rested his forehead against Daniel's for a moment longer. "This won't last," he whispered. "What do you mean?" Pain flashed across Caelen's features. He jerked away from Daniel, hands pushing against his chest. "Get out now." "No." Daniel caught Caelen's wrists, holding on even as Caelen tried to push him away. Not leaving you like this. You don't understand. Caelen's voice was strained, his breathing ragged. I can't I can't hold it back. Daniel tightened his grip. Then I can't. The words came out as a growl, Caelen's hands clenching into fists. His whole body went rigid, muscles trembling with tension. Daniel, please don't make me huff you. You won't. Caelen's laugh was bitter, edged with pain. I will destroy you if you let me. He cut off with a gasp, doubling over. Still, Daniel realized to leave. How could he when Caelen's breath came in harsh pants against Daniel's neck, his whole body shaking as he F-0 against the darkness inside him. Lil okay, Daniel said, only to fill the silence, to feel like he was helping RM rather than he was, so he wouldn't feel so. We'll find a way to fix this. TLRE has to be a way. Caelen went still, finally. Ilhen, he lifted his head, his eyes had changed. They had gone dark, hungry. His handle shot up to grip Daniel's throat, not squeezing but holding him in place. Please, Daniel whispered, not struggling against the hold. LKRXNV, you're still in there. A muscle twitched in Caelen's jaw. His fingers against Daniel's throat, like he was to pull them back. I told you to run, I won't. Something flickered in those darkened eyes, as if there was still a battle raging inside of him, but one that he was losing. His other hand came to Daniel's and Daniel felt the pull, weaker than but steady and demanding. Caelen _____. Daniel's vision swam as his energy drained away. He clutched at Caelen's shoulders, no longer sure if he was trying to push him away or hold him closer. You should have listened, Caelen whispered against his ear. 73 ice breaking. You should have listened. The darkness cleared Daniel before he could respond, but he felt the of lips pressing against his forehead as consciousness slipped away. 14 Daniel. James. 73 ice cut the fog in Daniel's head, accompanied by hands shaking his SLQ wonders. Daniel groaned, trying to orient himself. He was on the break room floor. His head felt like someone had taken a sledgehammer to it. I swear to God, if you don't wake up, are you now? I'm calling an ambulance. Fine, Daniel mumbled, forcing his eyes open. James worried. Ace swam into focus above him. Stop shaking me, Daniel. Thank God. Jamie sat back on his heels, running both hands through his hair in a gesture so agitated it made Daniel's head worse just watching it. We meant to get you to a doctor. Daniel pushed himself to sitting, immediately regretting it as the scum _no doctors. I'm fine, it was just just the man. You're turning yourself into an idiot for. James cracked. He got up and paced the small break. Jesus Christ, Daniel. He knocked you unconscious. He fixed the barrier. The words came out slurred. Daniel's tongue felt big for his mouth. He saved the store. Saved you, saved me. Johnny wheeled around. He's not some sort of savior, Daniel. He you and drained you until you collapsed. Do you have any idea what that looked like? What it felt like to be trapped behind his RMGLC wall, unable to help you? The guilt hit Daniel hard. TM sorry. I didn't mean to scare you, Jamie laughed, but there was no in a TM way past scared, cracker. TM terrified. Because little brother is letting himself abused by the same creature who ladnapped him and he thinks if's fine. What? Because the monster is sexy. Daniel flinched. If's more than that. Jamie stared at Hyaru wordlessly, demanding an explanation. I saw inside Hyaru, Daniel said quietly when we connected. There's there's something in there, Johnny some kind of darkness pressing in on him. If I could just. No. Jamie's hardened absolutely not. You are not going to fix the Shadow King. This isn't all of your Ron's novels where the power of love saves the villain. That is not, it is. God, it is exactly what you're doing. Jamie pressed his fingers to his tendrils. You know what the worst part is? This is Marcus all over again. You're finding excuses, reasons, explanations for why he. Stop it. Daniel burst out. This isn't Marcus. This is about Saliu and magic, and TL are things that I saw that you can't understand. You're right, I don't understand. James.73 Ice dropped. I don't understand how brilliant, caring brother can so stupid about this. The words landed like a punch to the gut. Daniel watched as Johnny stalked to the movements stiff with anger. I need to close up the store, Jamie said without turning around. And then you're coming up with me. Me find something to eat for us. Maybe some painkillers for you. The door clicked shut behind Hyrule, leaving Daniel alone with his pounding head. He wanted to cry. Jamie never closed the store early. But in spite of his obvious frustration and disappointment, his brother still cared about him. For a moment, Daniel didn't like he descended that care, because he was going to let Jamie do it all over again. He couldn't turn away from Caelen and all he'd found inside the knot now. Their last KSS was still replaying in his mind. He'd kissed Caelen through, not the Shadow King, not whatever possessed him. There'd been no arrogance, no power play, just the soft press of mouths and a vulnerability that had knocked the breath out of him. Daniel pressed his fingers to his lips, remembering the joy their connection had sparked in his soul, the way Caelen had struggled not to drain him again. Jamie wouldn't understand that, but Daliel maybe that was what it meant to be mates. This ability to see past the darkness to the Ligage still fighting underneath, to recognize anything in each other that no one else could see. He sounded like a total goner, even to himself. Jamie would absolutely lose it if he could hear these. Roll his eyes so hard they'll probably get stuck that way. Call it the desperate romanticizing of someone who srnt too much time organizing the paranormal romance section by trope. But Daniel couldn't shake this new conviction. Maybe he really was a Worms 1KVE1 protagonist now. The serial readers yelled at for making stupid decisions. He didn't give a alk, let them yell. He would fix the Shadow King. He would figure out what possessed Caelen, and then he'd break him free of it. He would get his happily ever after. His phone buzzed in his PE, startling him out of his spiral of "It was Leon's name on the display, and reality crashed back in with all the subtlety of a book on his face during bedtime reading. He'd completely forgotten his friends. About Lyrian. Wait and to go, Daniel. Get so caught up in your own drama that you forget about your actually inured friend. And friendship skills there. Daniel swiped to answer, pressing the phone to his ear. Hey yourself, a VE tried to call you twice already. Oh, did you? Yes, so tell NR what Euro going 0M. Daniel leaned his head back against the wall. Fixed the barrier at the store. Everything's stable now. It was TLR best way he knew how to describe the situation without going deeply into what had happened. How's Lyrian doing? There was a slow pause before Leon answered. He woke up about an hour ago. He's well, he's a bit out of it out of it how? Daniel sat up, worry cutting through his exhaustion he seems confused like he's not quite sure who he is. Others think it negates be like a magical concussion or something. Leon's voice carried a note of common but physically, he's doing okay. We've finished moving everything over to Malik's place, your things as well. That is. Daniel closed his eyes. At least Lyrian was alive and recovering. Any sign of the barrier keepers? Not a peep. Nox thinks they be getting nervous now that the Shadow King's involved. Yalu. Daniel licked his lips. Another pause. Them speaking of, is he there with you? No, Daniel said quickly. Quickly. No, I don't know where he is. Daniel. Leon's voice had that tone, the one that meant he wasn't going to let Daniel away with telling him bullshit had happened. He just left. After fixing the barrier, it wasn't technically a lie. Silence stretched between them, heavy with everything unsaid. Finally, Leon spoke again, his voice gentler. What is really going on between you and the Shadow King? Daniel's fingers wound around the phone. Nothing's going on. Want to tell me, Daniel? I mean it, FFS, just try me. He swallowed hard. It's complicated. I can't. Daniel broke frustrated. How could explain what he barely himself? You will think I'm being stupid. I already think you're being stupid, Leon said, but his tone was gentle. Tell anyway. The words burst out of Daniel in a rush. I saw inside him and we were fixing barrier. We had to collect_A_ND. There's this darkness in Hitlium, this crushing H01 tibal thing that's pressing in on him all the tins, and he's fighting it, but he can't. The words tumbled out faster, arid faster. And Jamie thinks RM being stupid, that RM romanticizing everything like I always do, but he didn't feel what I felt. Daniel repeated. Even it hurts, even he could have just taken what he wanted from me. He tried so hard to. Daniel. Leon's sharp tone cut his rambling. Brattle. Daniel did take a deep breath, and while did so, the silence on the other end of the line stretched so long that Daniel checked to make sure the call hadn't dropped. Leon, just trying to figure out how to say this without you getting defensive. Daniel's stomach clenched. Say what? That your brother might have a point. This is the Shadow King we're talking about. No matter much hidden good you see in him, his heart, you and so many other _. I know that, Daniel whispered. Do you? Leon's question was genuine. Because it sounds like you're ready to throw yourself into the fire to save Sunron, who deserves saving. But what if he does? Daniel insisted, realizing there was no point anymore in pretending this wasn't what he wanted. I just need to figure out what's possessing him. Daniel _. Leon almost sounded pained. Pained by a sheer level of Daniel's stupidity. Daniel looked back at him annoyed now. Leon, you won't let go of this idea, will you? No. Daniel admitted that moment he'd seen Caelen's struggle not to hurt him had burned itself into his memory and roused to let go. There was something worth saving inside of him, a spark of that cared so fiercely about Daniel. How could Daniel abandon it to the darkness? After a tender pause, Leon cleared his throat. You know, and theories about the Shadow King. Daniel sat up. What kind of theories? Theories, based on hints dropped in the novels, Leon said casually, as if he didn't want to show off what a giga nerd he was. But my favorite one suggests that Caelen is possessed by Morthal, the dark his parents used to NNKE blood sacrifices to before Nox killed them. You're saying his parents offered him to that god? Daniel's heart clenched at the no, actually. According to the theory, Caelen offered himself. Later. After everything fell apart. Leon paused. He needed power to reclaim his kingdom from the puppet government the new court tried to install. The theory goes that he made a deal with Morthal, his soul, in exchange the power to take back what was his. Daniel considered this. That. I guess that makes sense. The all-consuming darkness he'd felt, ancient and HMGRY had that been a god? Daniel all over. I valued, Leon said quietly. The new court wasn't kind to Caelen after they out his parents. They said his parents' dark magic had timed the land, that installing their own government was the only way to cleanse it, but really, they just wanted control of the shadow paths that ran through his territory. The what? Ancient tunnels that can make different parts of Veridia they are supersized to be mutual ground, but the new court has always aimed to control them. When the king and queen went mad, they saw their chance. Leon's voice took on that scholarly tone he got when sharing particularly juicy lore. They expected Caelen to just give up. He was young, alone, half-fi in a frill-fay court. But instead, he RM'd the deal. Daniel finished. How do you know all this? It's all in the novel if you pay attention to something other than the sex scenes. Just a theory. Leon said. Well, most of it is. I believe it hasn't writ in any case, it matter. Making a deal with her is like signing up for a membership. Caelen can't cancel that contract. There has to be a way, Daniel said, more to himself than to Leon. There has to be a way to break out of the contract. Are you sure €? What he wants? Leon asked. Maybe the power is worth the price to him, but Daniel remembered the way Caelen had kissed him, soft and desperate, and no, he said. No, I don't think it is. Not any _. Leon didn't seem equally convinced. Just be careful, okay? If there really is a dark god involved. The break room door opened, and Jamie poked his head in. Stores closed. Come on _ he motioned for Daniel to follow him. I have to go, Daniel said quickly into the phone. Jamie's calling, Daniel, wait. I text you later, Daniel promised. Then he hung up. Leon could protest further _ he looked up at his brother, who was watching him with a mix of concern and resignation. Was that about the Shadow King? Jamie asked. Daniel pushed himself to his feet. No, I was checking on my friends. Jamie's expression said he didn't that for a second, but he just shook his head. Lee's eared up. I think I still have some pizza in the freezer. As Daniel followed his brother the stairs to his apartment, his mind was going over everything he'd learned. He already knew what he would be doing for the rest of the day: read the web novel again for any information he could find on Morthal _ if there was a way to free Caelen from his influence, Daniel would find it. Fifteen. The next morning, Daniel woke to silence. There was the regular noise of Jamie moving around, rinsing out his coffee mug before work, putting his boots on, but those sounds didn't quite penetrate the silence inside his head. Caelen's presence was gone, and Daniel lay there for a minute, prodding at the emptiness where had lurked like a shadow at the edge of his thoughts. Caelen? Nothing, not even a whisper. He should have felt relieved. Instead, his stomach twisted with anxiety _ what if something had happened to Caelen? What if his th0 were interrupted by Jamie's voice drifting from the kitchen _ there's an cereal if you want it. I need to head down and I help, Daniel said, pushing himself up. His head felt better, at least, the pounding from yesterday replaced by this strange hollowness. Just give in 5 minutes. Jamie stepped into his room to look at him. You don't have to. You should rest. I want to help, Daniel insisted, guilty about how long he'd slept, about everything. Really? His brother studied him for a minute longer, then tuxled it _ eat something before you come down. Daniel agreed and went through the motions of Macaulay, his mind reaching out again and again into that unsettling quiet. Each time he tried to find that connection and Caelen used to have, he found nothing but empty space. Damn it, he'd never have thought he'd miss someone stalking him. Where had Caelen gone, and what was he doing now? Vin Daniel downstairs. The store was still empty except for Jamie behind the counter _ the morning sun slammed through the front windows, making dust motes dance in the light. Daniel grabbed a stack of new releases and started shelving them methodically, trying to lose Hin EE1F in the familiar routine. But his thoughts kept drifting, kept reaching for that missing connection _ Caelen? Still nothing. You said you'd come when I call. What happened to that? Predictably, there was response. He was halfway the stack when an spun his eye. Frowning, he pulled the book from the shelf. The binding was different from their usual stock, not quite leather, not quite cloth. The title made him pause. The / Corf's Descent. He'd seen it and he knew their romance section by heart. Jamie. He carried the to the counter. En. Did we get this in? His brother looked up from his laptop. This book, I don't recognize it. Jamie took it, turning it over in his handles _ ties weird. Let's check the system. His fingers moved the keyboard, brow furrowing deeper. It's not showing in our inventory. And there's no ISBN _ Daniel frowned. You think a customer left it here? It had happened before. Someone wrote a book and thought they could get Jamie to buy circing it themselves. _ Jamie put the book away behind the counter. I deal with it later. Daniel nodded and headed back to the shelf he'd been working on. He'd hoped the monotony of the work would distract him from all the weird shit that had been happening to him lately, but now he found himself studying each book more carefully. There, another one with that odd binding. A Prince's Promise to Shadow. And another, The Ilfima Queen's Bargain. He grabbed a third and gathered them up. These weren't just self-published books, and Roan had left the paper felt different. TLRE was anything odd about TLR way the spines were burial, with a coarse sort of material, and none of them had any publisher information on the back. What was going on here? Jamie. He turned back to his brother. I found RM_. Jamie looked up puzzled as Daniel set the SRMLL stack on counter. I bet these aren't in the system either, Daniel said. Jamie ran them through as expected. The laptop had no knowledge of these. I think __. Daniel ran his fingers over one of the spines. I think they came from /Iridia_ when the barrier was unstable yesterday. Jamie picked up one of the books, examining it closely. You think books just appeared in store? WVE seen weirder things lately, Daniel pointed out. He stared at the small stack, an idea forming. If these had come from Veridia__, maybe they were RM_, and maybe one of them could tell him something silent about Morth_LRM. Going to check the rest of the shelves, he said, already moving. Daniel, Jamie called, but Daniel ignored him. He had a _. Once he started looking, he found the strange books everywhere, tucked mixed in with the mystery section, even a few in the children's area. Each time he spotted that binding, he felt like stumbling upon hidden treasure, and he gathered the books quickly, trying not to draw attention from TLR customers who'd started coming in. He commandeered a corner of the break, stacking the books on the small table where they usually ate lunch by noon. He'd amassed quite the collection, and he grinned, studying his hoard. There had to be something user in here. Something about shadow magic, or ancient gods. NFRS_ Harper is worried about you, Jamie said from the doorway. She said you walked past her without saying hello. Daniel looked up from the book he'd been scanning. What? No, I didn't. But now that Jamie mentioned it, he had a vague memory of someone trying to catch his attention while he'd been hunting through the mystery section. ORLL apologize when sh comes in next. That's not the point. Johnny pushed away from the doorframe and sat across from him. You're obsessing. And I think I know what's behind this obsession or who. I just need to understand what's happening. Daniel picked up another book, this one titled, Cooking with Sirens. It probably wasn't what he was looking for, but he would check to make sure. If I can figure out what mortal is, maybe I can. Morthup, Jamie asked. Is that a disease? No. He's ___. Daniel hesitated, realizing he'd never actually explained this part to Jamie. He's a dark god. Leon thinks he's possessing Caelen _ Jamie stared at him for a long minute. Or a dark god, he repeated slowly. Is possessing the villain you're crushing? Yes. And you think you're going to find the solution to that problem in __. Jamie picked up one of An Incubus's Guide to Modern Courtship. Not that obviously. Daniel grabbed another book from his stack, but there has to be something. These came from Veridia_, maybe they showed up here for a reason. Cracker. Jamie's voice had that careful tone he used when he thought Daniel was being unreasonable. Hen, if these books are from that other world. Do you really think the answer to fighting an ancient dark is just sitting in my and tell NR honestly, do you think Caelen is innocent? Daniel exhaled. His brother wanted to revisit that argument, did he? He still thought he could make Daniel see sense. I know that he's dangerous, Daniel conceded. I'm not stupid. Then why are you acting as if I were? Daniel slumped back in his chair. How could he explain it to Jamie? He started, but Jamie cut him off. No, yesterday, you were unconscious after whatever he did to you last month. He kidnapped you, and now, instead of being that, he's gone. Jamie gestured at the scattered books. You're trying to find ways to help him because he needs help. And what about what you need? Jamie's voice softened. WLRN was the last he knew though about that. This is what I need. Daniel crossed his arms in front of his CLRST immediately FRLT like a sulking child. Jamie gave him another long look, but his brother could recognize a lost cause when he saw one. He got, I need to get back to work, but at least take a minute to think about why you want to help someone who hurt you. Daniel watched his brother leave, then turned back to his books. Jamie was, of course he was right. Daniel should be relieved that Caelen was gone. Should be grateful for the silence in his head. But instead, all he could think about was that moment he'd shared with Caelen, the real Caelen, before the darkness had taken over again. That was the person Daniel needed to help. The spark his soul had connected with his mate. Daniel held the Th0 close to his chest as he picked up The Winter Queen's Revenge. No, a courtier's guide to dark magic. But no. His phone buzzed in his pocket, startling Daniel from his research. A message from Leon. Do you know anything about this? Below was a link to a video. Daniel clicked it, his heart suddenly in his throat. The footage showed a familiar white-haired figure in what like a supermarket parking lot. Silas, and he wasn't alone. A small crowd had gathered around, hit phones out, and though the audio was by distance, Daniel could make out excited voices. Were they asking for autographs? The video cut off after 30 seconds. It had uploaded an ago. Daniel scrolled the comments frantically. Is this the guy from the theater video? At the Food Lion on Marshall, he's even hotter in real life. Holy shit. Daniel archived his phone in his pocket and grabbed his keys, already heading for the door. He'd barely made it 3 steps when Jamie's voice stopped him. Where are you going? Daniel hesitated. Someone spotted Caelen. Jamie's hardened. And you're running straight to him? Of course you are. Jamie __no. Jamie held up his hands. TM not having this John again? Just, be careful please Daniel nodded, throat tight, and hurried out of the store. He barely noticed TLR chiming, or the startled look Niras Harper gave him as he rushed past. His mind was full of terrible possibilities. What if Caelen hurt any of TL Kai's people before Daniel could get there? 16 The Food Lion parking lot was disappointingly normal when Daniel arrived. No mysterious figures, no excited crowds, just people loading groceries into their cars, completely unaware that a half-fae from another world had stood here less than an hour ago. The drive had taken Daniel only 20 minutes, but of course he'd come too late. Caelen was already gone, and Daniel sat in his car, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel. Would Caelen even want in a grocery store? The thought of the Shadow King pushing a shopping cart, trying to decide between supreme or barbecue flavor chips, was so absurd it almost made him one auuu. But then, even the Shadow King had to eat, didn't I? Maybe he'd come for Pop-Tarts. Daniel had read a like that once. He shook his head. Focus. He wasn't going to learn anything from inside his car, so he got out and went into the store to around. The automatic doors slid open with a soft whoosh, and Daniel hesitated just inside, once RRK aware of how ridiculous this was. What was he going to do, walk up to random people and ask if they'd seen the hot guy trending on media? There wasn't anything else he could do. He approached an elderly woman examining tomatoes. Excuse me, did you happen to see a RMN with long white hair earlier? She roared at him, her glasses. White hair? No, dear. Are you looking for your grunk for her? Are you This was going great. He tried again with a boy, who just shrugged and continued stacking cereal boxes. A woman with 2 HDs told him she'd been too busy keeping her youngest from climbing the shelves to notice anyone else. With each interaction, Daniel felt and more like a creep. What was he doing? Following Caelen around like some obsessed. Are you asking about that cosplay guy? Daniel turned to find a teenage girl practically vibrating with excitement, her nan tag identifying her as Ashley. Daniel hesitated. He'd always thought it'd be cool to be intimate famous, but fine now, he didn't want to be. He only aimed to find Caelen_yes, he admitted, then quickly steered the conversation back to Caelen. Did you see the white-haired man here? I took like 50 pictures, Ashley said, already swiping from her phone. He's so hot, like every picture out. Well, do you want to see? She held her phone out to Daniel. Are you two like together? Calls like in the theater video. Did he say anything about what he wanted from the store? Daniel cut her off. I think you look really cute together. Thank you, Daniel responded almost automatically. Then he wiped his face with the flat of his palm. This conversation was not going how he wanted it to. So you are together? Ashley beamed. Ty's so hot, you're so lucky. Listen, do you have any idea where he went after he left here? Daniel tried not to sound as impatient as he felt. Oh. He was asking Jake at customer service, the oldest church in town. Sie glanced toward the front of the store. Something about historical architecture? Sorta weird. Hey, could I get a selfie with you? A church? Daniel frowned. Why would he want to go there? Said Ashley shrugged. No idea. But it was definitely St. Michael's he asked about, you know, the old stone one on Hill Street. Like, that creepy cemetery. She peered at him closely. Hey, in the video, were those special effects, or St. Fickles got it, thanks, Daniel said quickly, already heading for the exit that helps a lot behind him. He heard Ashley calling anything about filming a video together, but he was in too much of a hurry to stop and listen. The church 4% at would Caelen want at a church? St. Michael's against the afternoon sky, its stone walls are weathered grey. Daniel parked across the street and stared up at the bell tower. The place looked deserted. His footsteps crunched on gravel as he made his way up to TLR doors. They didn't budge when he tried them. Simo, he muttered, giving the handle another useless tug. But of course it was leaked. Who had he ejected? That Caelen would be sitting in a pew, maybe lung a candle? A gust of wind whistled through nearby trees, and Daniel wrapped his arms around him. 1F, scanning the grounds. The church sat on a small hill, with worn stone steps leading down to his heart. Stopped there, between TLR tilted headstones of the century, stood a figure. White hair caught the as Caelen turned, and their eyes NRT across the distance. For a moment, neither of them moved. Caelen's green eyes met his across the distance, and Daniel's breath caught in his TM. At almost, he could feel the connection between them. Almost he fuzzed on it, tried to force it back to Lee and if he could just reach out and touch Caelen, he was sure. Caelen, he stepped forward. Still, Caelen did not move. The wind picked up, sending leaves skittering across the ground between them. Daniel arced a step forward, his heart thundering in his chest. Please, Daniel said. Just talk to NR_. Something shifted in Caelen's stance, a subtle change that made Daniel hesitate. His bright eyes flickered, darkened, then cleared again, like clouds passing over TLR sun. Daniel's skin prickled with warning. He couldn't tell if he was approaching the man who'd clung to him or the being who drained him to the eyesight of passing out. Daniel noticed Caelen's fingers twitching at his sides. He realized it was likely both. Of course it was both. For only a moment, Daniel hesitated. Then he started walking again. He wasn't going to be scared, damn it, possessed or not. He had to. That Caelen wasn't going to hurt him, not seriously, in any case. But before Daniel could reach Caelen, the twisted with something that looked like regret, he shook his head, a small, pained gesture. Mortal, he said, can't you see that it isn't safe for you to be around NR? Daniel opened his mouth to argue, but before he could say anything or even to close the distance between the darkness bloomed around Caelen like spilled ink. In the space of he was gone, leaving Daniel alone among the headstones. Daniel stared at the empty space where Caelen had been, his outstretched hand falling uselessly to his side. The shadows had taken him so quickly, it was as if he'd never been there at all. Damn it, Daniel cursed, damn it, Caelen, now how was Daniel supposed to find him again? Caelen materialized between rows of parked metal vehicles, fluorescent lights humming overhead. For a moment, he stayed perfectly still, letting his senses adjust to the comrade cavern. The artificial light was almost welcome. It was something to focus on besides Morthal's rage burning his skull. You left him? The dark GCDS echoed through his ooze. He was right there. Caelen didn't answer. He couldn't risk thinking about Daniel at all, not with Morthal so close to the Surus. Even the memory of those warm brown eyes watching him across the cemetery threatened to crack his control, so instead, he focused on his surroundings, on the sharp scent of exhaust flames and oil-stained concrete. He had no idea where he'd transported himself. The shadows had taken him. They wished in his desperation to get away. His desperation to get away from his mate. He couldn't stop the Th0 from forming. What had he conned that he had to flee from his mate? Pathetic, he told himself. He SLQ 1D have taken Daniel. He should have no, he couldn't let himself think that a car engine echoed somewhere above, the sound bouncing off concrete pillars. He needed to move, to find somewhere less exposed. Soon he would move once he'd had a minute to breathe. What would he do next? He'd gone to the church specifically to NNKE Morthal. Think about something other than Daniel. There don't seem to be any other gods in this real. New said out loud. Not truly. The church was empty, Morthal said, rising to tl bait like all the others. No one guards this realm. No one protects these mortals. Yes, Caelen said. We found nothing. We found our human. No, Daniel had found him. Damn him, I didn't ran. Caelen cut himself off. Denying Daniel's importance dulled only make Morthal Gaia suspicious. He needed to come at this from another angle. Morthal's laughter echoed through his skull. Do you think you can hide your thoughts from me, little shadow? I own your soul. Every desperate plan, every pathetic attempt to distract me, I see it all. The truth of it burned. But Caelen wasn't ready to give up yet. He still had one trick left up his sleeve, one that the dark god didn't deny him even if he saw through his intentions. He focused his new followers, he said. We can get you new followers. In TLR absm of all the mortal gods, we can become God office world. Yes, Morthal agreed. We shall claim this world. We shall rule supreme. We shall have everything we want. Feeling the GCDS approval, all his greedy desires. All we need is a little spectacle to draw people in. Daniel slammed his car door harder than necessary when he got back to Bookma WD. Even the jangling of the bells when he stepped into the store only to piss him off to the Jamie looked up from the register, took one look at his and said, I take it things didn't go well. He was there, Daniel said, joining his brother by the counter. Their ankle. Then he was just poof. He made an explosive gesture with his hands. Gone good, Jamie said. Arid held up his hands defensively when Daniel glared at him. Look, I know you don't want to hear this, but really, it's for the best that he's gone. I hope he stays gone. Whatever. Daniel was in 1K to argue with his brother. Jamie gave him another and then a boxer from under the counter. Here. Make yourself useful and shelve these. Non-fiction section. Daniel eyed the box. Really? Then kissed boring in store? They JRE not boring, they are practical. You could use some practicality in your life. Now get to it. Daniel grabbed the box of non-fiction books and headed for the shelves, muttering under his breath about books for boring people. Lil he tacks guides onto the shelf, his mind wandered back to the cemetery. That tension in the air when their eyes had met. Daniel couldn't shake the image of Cielen's ace, the way his had filled with regret. The memory RMD his chest ache. He picked up the next book without really seeing it. What was he supposed to do? Chase Caelen across town forever? Let him go? He scoffed at himself as if he could ever let Caelen go. A customer brushed past Hitel uttering an apologue, and Daniel realized he'd been standing there holding the sank book for who knew how long. He checked the spine, SM11 business tax deductions, and slid it into place with perhaps more force than necessary. His phone buzzed in his pocket, a message from Adrian: "Something's up with the barrier keepers. I'm worried. Get back here when you can." The barrier keepers _shit, he'd almost forgotten about them. He set the box of books down _hey, Jamie, remember how I'm still technically on vacation? Jamie shot him a curious look. Are you going to skip out on me again? Daniel held up his phone. Adrian says something's up with the barrier keepers. Jamie frowned. Do you really need to get involved with that? It involves my friends. Jamie looked conflicted. Obviously, he didn't want Daniel to tell to ignore his friends, but he didn't want Daniel to invite trouble either. Ain't everything that happened with Salem __ maybe you should take a break from all the supernatural. Dran _ I can't just ignore it. Daniel was already grabbing his jacket. I'll call you later, promise. Jamie shook his head, but there was really nothing he could do to keep Daniel from leaving. 17 The iron gates of Malik's mansion open when Daniel pulled up, was being expected. His knuckles tightened on the steering wheel as Murmury's back, waking up comfy _as in that upstairs surrounded by stuffed toys, the panic when he realized that the Shadow King had taken him prisoner. His life had become so weird in such a curt amount of time. Now he was back here, voluntarily. And he was disappointed that Caelen would not be. Definitely weird. He parked the car and looked up at the house. Somewhere inside was the where he'd been kept until Adrian had found him. Here Caelen had toyed with him, where he and Caelen had first connected. Would Malik think it weird if Daniel asked to see that again? Probably. The front door #Ned before he could spiral further into those thoughts. Adrian in the doorway, waving at him. Finally Adrian said, approaching the car. We were starting to worry when we heard nothing from you. Daniel climbed out of the car to talk to his friend. Traffic, he explained. How's Caelen? Better. Come on, everyone's in the chin. Daniel followed Adrian into the house. It smelled like coffee and anything baking, an almost offensively normal scent given what had happened here. Daniel didn't knv how to deal with that contrast in the Leon at the Marble Island, peeling carrots. A rainbow of other vegetables, bell peppers, cucumber, tomatoes, waited their turn. Knox leaned against the industrial-sized refrigerator, watching Leon work with a bemused expression while Malik sipped from a mug of coffee, scrolling on his phone. That's __ a lot of vegetables, Daniel said. Guinea pig prep, Leon replied without looking up. Can't stop taking care of our RTS just because the world's going. Daniel blinked. Pets? Plural. Not needed a friend. Leon's matter-of-fact tone suggested this should have been obvious. Her name's Butterscotch. Found her at the pet store this remening _ you went guinea pig shopping in the middle of all this. Like I said, Leon swept the carrot pieces into a small ceramic bowl. Life goes on even in crisis. Guide, Nutmeg deserves a lifer _ she's been missing Nugget for long in a _ you. Daniel didn't know how to respond to that except for, congrats on your new fleur ball, I guess. He looked around. Where's Lyrian? Upstairs, resting, Adrian said, moving past him to the coffee maker. The barrier keepers came by earlier with some kind of medicine. Daniel stared at him. That made 0 sense. The barrier keepers bruggle for medicine? Why would they do that? That's what we'd like to know, Knox said, his expression darkening. They showed up this morning, all apologies and concern, said they had something that would help him recover and you let him take it. Daniel couldn't keep the disbelief from his ice _ didn't let him do anything, Leon said, starting on a bell pepper. Lyrian made his own choice. He's still there sulking about it, but why would he take anything they gave him? Because apparently Knox cut if he didn't take it, he'd lose his powers completely. At least, that's what they claimed. Daniel shook his head. TM going to check on him up the stairs, second door on the Adrian called Aina him as Daniel headed for the stairs. Daniel's mind whirled as he went. The barrier keepers had SL Keen up with medicine. After everything the yard done. After hurting Lyrian in the first place. N.% it was their goal. The upstairs hallway was quiet except for the murmur of voices coming from behind the door Adrian had indicated. Daniel recognized Z's low rumble, though he couldn't make out the words. He suddenly. Con in, Ly Chan called. The bedroom was blue with afternoon streaming tall windclothes. Lyrian sat propped up against a mountain of pillows, looking better than Daniel had. Some color had returned to his face, dark circles still shadowed his eyes. Ziv stood by the window, arms crossed, radiating displeasure. Daniel Lyrian smiled. I was wondering when you'd show up. How are you feeling? Daniel asked, hovering uncertainly near the door. Better. Whatever they gave me seems to be working. He shouldn't have taken it. Ziv snapped. We have no idea what it really is. WVE been over this. Lyrian, I could feel powers slipping away. What choice did I have? Your powers were slipping away. Daniel asked. Lyrian, a grave look on his after the voice ____. It wasn't working. And I could this emptiness where magic should be. He should've I felt rain to Nizelf. They did that to you. Ziv growled. They want to do that to all of us. Maybe they did. Lyrian conceded, but they must have changed their plans or they wouldn't given me the evidently. Ziv said, they are manipulating us. They say they have a new solution but won't tell us what it is. Euro is suspicious as hell. A new solution? Daniel looked between them. He hadn't heard anything about this. They want to talk to you directly, Lyrian said, ignoring Ziv's glare. To me? Daniel did not like that. Ziv looked him up ankle down as if I had to see the reason himself. To you, he huffed. I wish they'd told us what they want to talk about, but I suppose THEFRE too in love with being mysterious. His purple eyes narrowed. They have something to hide and I don't like it. I don't like any of this. We need to be prepared. Kill. One of his hands went to his belt as if he were expecting to find his sword there. Force of habit for Hitel probably. I should find myself some juicy to eat and gather power. Where would you get TL Kais? Lyrian cut him. I hope you're not talking about inspiring nigafimers for you to eat. Ziv glanced at him grumpily. Homemade food always tastes best. Lyrian raised an eyebrow. Depends entirely on cook. Arrel, you friend, rusty. Daniel could tell by the onzivs that this had been the wrong thing to say, but before either of them could say more, they heard raised voices from downstairs. Anything was obviously upsetting people. Adrian came the stairs only a moment later. Daniel, he called. You want to see this? There was an urgency in his voice that made Daniel's stomach clench. Ziv left the room first, and Daniel followed. Downstairs, people clustered around the TV. What's going? Daniel stalled to ask, but then he saw what was on the screen. His words died in his throat. It was silent. He stood in front of a CLMRCH altar, his white hair floating above his shoulders as if underwater, darkness coiling around Hyaru, eyes glowing. The footage seemed to have been captured by someone's phone, but even so, the Shadow King was mesmerizing. Could anyone at him and blame Damel for finding the man really f***ing hot? Your gods have abandoned you. Silen's voice rang clear and bushel one through the church. But I am here. I offer you truth instead of false comfort, power instead of empty prayers. This is coming to you. Live a reporter's voice slowly over the footage. A hatch you're seeing was filtered just moments ago inside First Baptist, where witnesses say this man prayed out of no _ as they watched. Silen raised his arms and every shadow in the church detached from its source. The shadows of the congregants, of wooden crosses on the walls, of the very pews themselves, They all rose and began to dance the air like ribbons of black silk. Let NR show you what real divinity looks like, Caelen continued, his voice taking on an otherworldly resonance. Your world is changing. The old boundaries are filling. Will protect you when they crumble completely. I saw him at another church earlier, Daniel said, his throat, but I had no idea he was planning anything like this. On screen, Caelen smiled, orchestrating the shadow dance like a conductor. Accept blessing, he commanded, and streams of darkness flowed from his hands, touching selected of the congregation who gasped. Alkal shuddered at the contact. Feel what true power tastes like. His recruiting, Adrian said quietly. Back to old tactics. Daniel watched silently. Was that really what Caelen was doing? 1% he'd gone to this world for? This is Morthal's doing, he said out loud. Adrian glanced at him. Whose? There's a theory, Leon said, about a dark god called Morthal possessing Caelen. Morthupiziv's gaze snapped to Leon. Why would a god that power feel one lower hin one fto possess someone like Caelen? Everyone turned to look at him. Daniel's heart picked up speed. You know about him? Every Fae knows about Morthal, Ziv said, his expression grim. Esrasieli, the new Fae. What kind of god is he? Ziz was bitter. Not the good kind. He crossed his arms, watching the shadows dance across the TV screen. His gaze narrowed in thought. There was a prophecy about him, something about a half-a _____. He shook his irad in frustration. Can't remember the exact words. Caelen is half-a. Daniel out. He needed to know that prophecy. Maybe it would give him a clue how he could get through to Caelen. Try to Ziv remained silent for a moment, then he said, Lyrian would know. Maybe. Sirens live for this kind of thing. Prophesies, ancient soras, dramatic proclamations of doom. Ask him. Daniel headed for the stairs. Ziv followed. Lyrian sat up straighter when Daniel entered the finally. Lyrian said. Someone let me KMNV what's going on downstairs. Caelen was on TV, Daniel said. He's in a church, but that doesn't remta. Ziv says there's a prophecy about Morthal and a half-fae. Do you know it? Lyrian shot him a confused look. I explain to you later, Ziv said. Humor him Morthupi? Lyrian asked. Daniel nodded. Yes. Do y'all mow him? Lyrian, for a moment. You must be talking about the prophecy of the Shadow's Bane. It's actually a rather beautiful piece of. Could you give us the SL Kurt version? Ziv asked. Lyrian shot him an annoyed look. Will you ever learn appreciation for proper dramatic delivery? Not in this lifetime. Shish you. Lyrian closed his eyes, took a breath, and when he spoke again his voice carried that haunting, almost magical quality that made Daniel's skin prickle. Between two worlds, the Shadow's doom shall rise. In blood, are Remetal born and divine. The ancient dark shall fall beneath these skies. TV / dual nature breaks the Shadow's spine. Silence fell after the prophecy's last words faded. Daniel said slowly. A half-fae will be Morthal's downfall. Ziv pondered this. %, if Thasy Morthal possessed him? To prevent the prophecy from coming true. Actually _____ Daniel shifted fime tably _ according to the theories Leon heard, Caelen offered him B1F to Morthal _ after what happened to his parents. Lyrian's brow frowed _ Ty new court canked down on Caelen's parents because of their worship of Morthal, but why did they turn to the dark god in the first place? That was never the custom in Elucia before. His there was Fae. Daniel Sald _ not Ziv disaged _ winter Phi _ Morthal would not have been her god. Then I don't know. Daniel threw his hands up. Hi, go back downstairs. See what else the reporters are saying. I stay up here, Ziv said. I don't need a babysitter, Lyrian pointed out. Daniel left the of them to their bickering. He found the others still gathered around the TV, but Caelen was no longer on screen. Instead, a reporter interviewed shaken churchgoers, who described feeling touched by divine power and transformed. He's gone, Knox said. disappeared through another dark portal. Daniel processed this quietly, reminded of the way Caelen had run away from him earlier. Where was he now? Outside, the sun was already setting and Daniel's stomach growled, reminding him he hadn't eaten since breakfast. I ordered Chinese, Adrian said, as if reading his Myriel should be here. They tried to entail some semblance of normalcy while they waited. Conversation kept drifting back to Cailen's television appearance. When they arrived, they gathered around Malik's massive dining table, passing containers back and could use the barrier keeper's magic, Malik said quietly after they'd all started eating. Everyone tuned to look at him. He scratched the back of his neck. N.% they did to Ly-Chun ____. If it can strip supernatural powers, maybe it could separate Caelen from Morthal darkened. There's no telling if he would survive that V% ULD. It'd be such a bad outcome if he didn't. Malik's voice was steady, but his hand was wrapped too tight around his chopsticks. After everything he's done. Malik, Daniel started. No, he has a point, Adrian cut him. If Cailen's gathering followers, recruiting people into whatever Morthal is planning, again, we have to consider stopping Matt at the cost. He can't keep doing this. The barrier keepers said they wanted to talk to Daniel tomorrow, Leon reminded Tetel, setting down his fork. Maybe they also want to stop Caelen Daniel in disbelief. Suddenly you're siding with the barrier keepers. Better than siding with the Shadow King, Malik said. I warned you he would try to manipulate you. Now I see he's already succeeded. No, Daniel insisted. You don't get it. He's possessed. Yeah, Malik said, and I bet Uncleneath that he's all sweet and caring and couldn't hurt a soul. Cause Eurostl a kind of person who makes a deal with it that requires blood sacrifices. Daniel flinched. Ties not ____, not what? Not air. Malik pointed his chopsticks at Daniel. He chose Bliss _ he made a deal with Morthal willingly after his parents died. Daniel pushed his chair back and rose after his whole life fell to pieces. And that Remke's it okay? Malik asked quietly. Whole family died too. My parents, my big brother, twin sister. All of them. Why do you think this huge house is so fucking empty? But I didn't turn to dark gods for reverie _ Silence fell heavily across the table. Daniel stared at his plate, his appetite completely gone. I didn't know _ he across the table at Malik. Sorry. Malik shook his head. What happened to me is in the past. What matters now is what happens to you and everyone else who follows the Shadow King. The WEU of Malik's words pressed down on Daniel. He'd known, in some abstract way, that this massive house was big for one person _ but he'd never through to ask why, never had a minute to even think about it. Now that he knew, how could he argue about second chances when sitting across from someone who lost everything? He blew out a breath. I can't do this now. He wanted to leave the dining room and have some time to himself. Nahat room should I take _ should I take a room? He looked at Malik. I can check into a hotel if I owe €D rather I leave. No. Malik softened. First door on left upstairs. There's _ no need for you to get a hotel, thank you. Daniel excused himself from the table as he went up the stairs. He reconsidered his position, everything he he knew. LV / as Malik, are you? Daniel core you up in Cailen's manipulations? No. That moment they'd shared together in the break room. That had been real. No one could convince him otherwise. The others hadn't seen what he'd seen, hadn't felt what he'd felt. They couldn't understand. Once he reached for his connection to searching for something. Anything but all. He was exhausted and he couldn't tell if it was Cailen's or his own. 18 Daniel dreamed of snow. A vast, frozen lake stretched out before gleaming under an impossibly large, painted in shades of silver and midnight blue _ snowflakes caught in Daniel's hair, and yet, there was chill in the air. His feet got neither wet nor cold as he moved forward, drawn to the lake. "Come to me," he heard Caelen's voice inside his head, and he knew that this was Caelen's dream. He didn't know how he got here, but when he saw the half-face standing by the frozen water, he didn't care. His heart squeezed painfully in his chest, overwhelmed by too many different intense emotions. Desire, longing, weariness, doubt, and wanting, so much wanting. But which Caelen was this? The one who'd opened up to him at the store? The one who'd drained him dry? The one who'd walked away from him at the cemetery? 4% had been blocking him all day? The figure by the lake turned to at him. "Daniel," he said. A slow smile formed on the villain's lips, and Daniel found himself moving running, and then they were crashing together, hands grasping, mouths meeting with bruising intensity. The kiss felt endless, felt like coming on different from every other kiss they shared. There was no magic exchanged between them, and Daniel didn't care to think about anything beyond this moment. There was nothing but the feeling of Caelen's mouth on his, Caelen's hands tangled in his hair, holding him like he might disappear if he let go. Then they finally broke apart. Daniel kept his eyes closed, for Elred pressed against Caelen's he couldn't look yet, couldn't risk shattering whatever magic had made this possible. Around Tet snow continued to fill, but Caelen felt warm. "You blocked me, Daniel whispered. I kept trying to find you, and you Caelen's gripped you, and I had to. I could not talk to you like Jewess in the waking world." Daniel pulled back just enough to search Caelen's ace. His green eyes were clearer than Daniel had seen the free of that haunting darkness that usually lurked beneath the surface. Caelen glanced at the frozen lake. "You asked me once why I never seem to use ice magic. Simply put, I can't. All my magic is dark now, in the waking world. Corrupted." His head, slowly. "His influence on NR is not as great when I am dreaming. He can't reach here. Really not as weak as a VND him to carve out this moment." Daniel's heart clenched at the admission that was what the spectacle it had been. Caelen had expended all his on that to tire out the monster in him. "I know about Morthal," Daniel said softly. "I know he possesses you, and I'm going to help you get free of him." Caelen didn't speak for a few beats, processing that free from him. Damel sweet Daniel. He ran his thumb along the bottom of Daniel's lip. "That's and even if it were you'd be a fool to attempt it. Did I lead you to think I was pure and innocent, that I deserved saving?" Daniel started, but couldn't finish the th0. Caelen cupped his ace. "Did you see what I did at that church today? I went in there and I recklessly wasted magic to corrupt people, their prayers, their faith. I sacrificed their peace, perhaps their souls, just so I could kiss you without his shadow us." Caelen's eyes, so clear and green in this dream space, gazed into Daniel's. "Thas who I am with or without Morthuel. I see what I want, and I take it, known to tl cost to others." Daniel knew he should be horrified at Caelen's NMDRDS. At the very least, he should take a step away, but he couldn't make himself. He couldn't even make himself stop feeling something warm and frizzy at the th0 that Caelen had done all that for one moment with him. That was It was so wrong. "I want to hate that you did that," Damel said finally. "I should hate it. Those Roppel didn't deserve that. No, they didn't." Caelen's halkel slid to the back of Daniel's neck. "Warm arrow steady. And yet Rode do it again. Rode do worse. TD plunge the whole world into darkness for you." Caelen's lips met his again, and the kiss was softer this time. Tender. Full of emotion. Daniel let it wash over him. He really shouldn't. He should not, for someone as unhinged as Caelen, but he'd never been in control of his health, and his health wanted Daniel KSSED. Caelen det harder. His hand fisted in Caelen's shirt, holding as Caelen wrapped an arm around his waist. Their bodies pressed closer, heat building between until Daniel could feel Caelen hard against him. He rolled his hips forward, seeking friction, and Caelen's fingers at his nape. "I need you," he breathed, voice RCN_ you need to have you, claim you make you MLNE_ yes Daniel IMO his youth he didn't care that Joyce wasn't real. Didn't care about anything beyond Caelen's body against his and the need clawing at him to get closer still _ to give everything he had and everything he was to this man. It was insanity, but Daniel had cared to say in love I can be gentle Caelen said. But you don't want that, do you? Caelen's fingers wandered up and twisted in his hair. TVE seen your dirty fantasies. You want to be consumed, to be owned Daniel moaned, unable to deny it as arousal shot through him at those NMDRDS_. Caelen tugged sharply on Daniel's hair. Tell N, pet, AML right about what you want. Fuck Daniel gasped. He was so hard it hurt. His dick strained against the front of his pants as he ground himself against Caelen. Want you to take NR_own possess me. Want you to fill me up and mark N I want you to so hard I can feel you tomorrow. 4\HNTUCIRK in my ass _ your teeth on my skin want you. He broke off with a gasp as Caelen grabbed spun him, slived him back into the snow. The impact should have hurt, but in the way of dreams, or magic, it didn't. Daniel didn't even feel cold, only the heat of Caelen on top of him. Caelen's hands slid under Daniel's shirt and he yanked it off over his head, tossing it aside carelessly. His armouth found Daniel's collarbones, teeth scraping against the bone, tongue tasting his skin, making Daniel moan and arch up against him. So responsive, Caelen murmured. Maybe a little too responsive. Won't you hold still for pet? Caelen Daniel's hands and stretched TLRM his head, freezing his wrists in place with ice RMGIC that somehow held tight without biting his skin. Caelen smiled down at him better. He trailed one hand down Daniel's chest, fingers brushing over one nipple. How pretty you are like this _ my beauty L1, perfect pet. Daniel squirmed under hit L trying to get more friction against his aching cock which was straining in the confines of his jeans. But Caelen had positioned himself KL11Y above high new not giving Daniel airy leverage. Caelen chuckled lolly, a wicked glint to his eye as he traced one finger along TLR outline of Daniel's seek. Do you want something? Fuck. Daniel tried to buck his hips but Caelen pushed him back down _RM not confined _ Caelen leaned down nipping at Daniel's throat. His tongue flicked out tasting the skin there as his hand slipped lower teasing the edge of Daniel's jeans. Please Daniel begged shamelessly. Please, please, touch me, kiss please, anything, I need. Caelen leaked low and dark as his hand closed around Daniel's cock his jeans. Anything? Yes Daniel said desperately, hips pushing forward, seeking friction _ Ruffenkian spilled from his lips as Caelen massaged him the fabric of his jeans, just to add a sharp edge to his need. He tried to push into the tuck but Caelen shifted, redistributing his weight to make that impossible. Please Daniel whispered _ please. You beg so Caelen said, leaning down to kiss him. The press of his mouth sent sparks racing through Daniel's body. He arched his back to get closer, moans mummed by Caelen's and then Caelen pulled back. Daniel whinvered _ his jeans were getting way too tight for his cock. Caelen, freak please. Caelen looked at him for a long moment, features too serious. Are Remakit going to rush this? Caelen ran his hand along the side of Daniel's face, fingers trailing over the curve of his jaw. LVE going to savor this. He brushed another KSS over Daniel's lips. This is the only new me get to spend with you, pet. I won't manage this again. Caelen's fingers curled under the waistband of Daniel's jeans. So let me at you for a little while longer. Let $1 or you. Daniel swallowed heavily. No. Caelen raised his brows. Don't talk like that. Caelen gave Daniel a sad smile. I don't want you to have any illusions about this. I don't want you to come looking for me in the morning. It isn't safe for you. His thumb stroked Daniel's cheek. I used to think I could roll the dark god, but he only chose to let think that while it served him he will draw more and more power from the clueless people of this world. He will use you and abuse you and I won't be able to protect you. I can give you this dream. Don't ask for more. Daniel's lips opened to protest, but Silence silenced him with a finger across his lips and a small shake of his head. "Don't make this harder than it has to be," he said softly, and then kissed Daniel again, deeply, stealing all words from him. Daniel's mind reeled, torn desire and fear, arid and need. But then Silence's hand slipped into his pants, closing around him, stroking firmly, and Daniel's thoughts scattered. It wasn't fair for Silence to play him like this, to make Daniel crave him so much and then pull back to tell Daniel to stay away and to touch him like wanted to keep him forever, all at once. But maybe it wasn't fair of Daniel either, to exert anything more of a man possessed. Silence's grip tightened as his strokes Daniel writhed under him, his hands strained uselessly against the magical restraints. He needed to grab onto something. He needed. Silence released his hold on Daniel's cock just long enough to yank his jeans the rest of the way off and toss them to the side. Then his hand returned and he resumed stroking Daniel. The slide was slick now, eased with Daliel's own pre-cum. Silence leaned forward again, kissing Daniel's neck. His teeth grazed the spots, drawing a ragged gasp from Daniel's lips, but he couldn't arch into the touch, couldn't give as much as he wanted to as pleasure built and higher inside him, his balls drawing up close to his body. Orgasm permanent _fuck. Silence. And just he tipped over the edge, Silence pulled back his hand, left Daniel's cirk completely to trail lully over his inner. Daniel cried out in frustration he was so damn close, and Silence wasn't letting him come. It was torture, perfect, sweet agony, leaving him panting and gasping for tick-ree. When he decaled his breath enough, Daniel opened his eyes just to see that Silence was now just as naked as he was. This stole Daniel's remaining breath. Silence knelt beside him, pale skin gleaming in the moonlight, his thick cock standing erect against his stomach. "Like what you see?" asked, a wicked smirk curling one side of his lips. Before Daniel could reply, though, not what he would even have said, Silence's hand closed once again around his and stroked roughly, sending shk waves of pleasure rippling him. Silence's other hand slid lower, teasing over Daniel's balls, and then still, fingertips brushing against Daniel's hole. Daniel moaned loudly at the sensation of that light touch with the delicious friction of his in Silence's hand. Oh, his eyes squeezed shut again. The dual sensations were almost much at me, Silence demanded, and Daniel forced himself back to the present moment, opening his eyes, gazing into the green eyes above him as Silence worked his length. "You want to be mine?" Silence asked. "Completely and utterly mine." "Yes." Daniel managed to get out. "Yours." All US. The corner of Silence's lips twitched, as if pleased by that answer, but he didn't stop working his hand over Daniel's cheek. Daniel's breaths came shorter. He was getting close again. "Good," Silence told him. "I want to own every piece of you." He leaned down to kiss Daniel, hard and claiming, and Daniel moaned into his mouth, chasing the contact as Silence pulled back again. Soon the next % a piece of cloth fell over his eyes, blocking out everything. A blindfold. He sucked in a sharp breath as the tig hen behind his ears. I% air. Had Silence even caught $LRD that from magic dream Lariel? Probably. Whatever. It didn't matter. Not with Silence's hands on his body. He shivered, but not from the cold. Then something else touched his lips, Silence's finger. "Open for me." Daniel obeyed immediately, and Silence pressed the digit inside. Daniel swirled his tongue around it eagerly as Silence thrust in and out of it, mimicking exactly what Daniel hoped would follow. His hips canted upwards of their own accord, desperate, seeking friction but finding nothing. After a few arrements, the finger left him again. Daniel whined, but the next instant something else touched his lips, thicker, heavier, salty and mush on his tongue. Silence's cuck. Without thinking he opened wide, letting Silence slip into his, filling him. Silence groaned as the head of his cirk brushed against the back of Daniel's throat. Daniel's own erection jumbled in sympathy. Fuck, Silence was big. Daniel could barely fit him in. He had to work not to choke, but he loved every flacking second of it, being filled with Silence's cock, being used, being claimed. He couldn't do much more than open his jaw and let Caelen take his pleasure from him. "You're $1 this so much aren't you?" Caelen said, voice low and harsh, sending a jolt Daniel's system straight to his groin. "You looked into my head. TVE looked into yours. I know your dirty, filthy secrets." His hips rolled, thrusting deeper, and Daniel choked a little before managing to relax again. "I know the kind of things you want me to do to you." His hand tangled in Daniel's hair, tugging gently at first. Daniel moaned around him and Caelen's grip tightened. Caelen thrust harder, thinking Daniel's now. Daniel's hands curled into fists as he fought against the ice, holding them in place, not because he wanted Caelen to release him or because he was hurting, but simply to feel its resistance as he struggled. It made his th0 grow fizzy, made everything fade except the feeling of Caelen's cock in his throat, the in his balls, and the ache in his own neglected dick where it lay heavy and leaking on his stomach, untuckled now, and even that was good, was righ_. Caelen groaned above, fingers gripping Daniel harder, and Daniel felt him twitch against his tongue. Daliel wanted him to come like this. NV_forward/ Caelen to shoot down his throat so bad he could barely stand it, but Caelen pulled out instead. Daniel tried to follow after, but couldn't with his hands bound. He heard a low chuckle from somewhere above him, and then a warm hand closed around his cheek again as lips crashed into Daniel's, swallowing his moan. The kiss was and heated, and when it was finished, Caelen's .73 I sounded ru_. Still, deeper and darker when he whispered in Daniel's ear. "You want me inside you?" Daniel nodded vigorously, unable to form proper sentences. "Please, please." He felt the brush of Caelen's lips against his ear as he spoke. "TM going to take you apart." His howl tuned on Daniel's cheek as he said it, pulling a loud groan from Daniel's lips. TLRN. He shifted, straddling Daniel again, knees planted on either side of his hips. The next moment, something slick touched Daniel's entram, circling the ring of muscle there before pushing inside. Caelen's index finger, Daniel realized belatedly. He relaxed into TLR intrusion easily, moaning as the digit pushed farther IW, stroking inside of him and ligh1ing up nerves that yearned for touch, for attention. Caelen didn't waste time, though after just a few pumps, he added a second finger, scissoring TLRM apart, stretching Daniel open for his taking Daniel's breath drew shallow as he rocked into that touch, wanting everything. Caelen's fingers curled inside him, finding his prostate, rubbing over it in few rhythmic pulses that RMD. Daniel cry out, his vision whiting out for a split second. "You won't last like this." Caelen's voice cut the haze of his mind. "Now, that you TLT do." The ice that bound Daniel's wrists disappeared, and he felt himself being turned onto his stomach. He didn't it, letting his body move however and wherever Caelen directed it. "Ass up," Caelen commanded, and Daniel obeyed. He got on all fours, head bowed, presenting his ass for Caelen to do whatever he liked to him. He didn't care. As long as it was Caelen. Caelen placed a palm between Daniel's shoulder blades, pressed him flat into the snowy ground. He didn't have to tell Daniel to stay for Daniel to understand the command. His cock throbbed where it hung beneath him, achingly hard, but he knew better than to touch. His need was Caelen's to take care of, Caelen's to sharpen and stoke and use against him. Caelen's hands settled on either side of Daniel's hips, holding him in place as Caelen leaned over. Hit hot breath ghosting the nape of Daliel's neck, making goosebumps rise all the way down his arms. Daniel shivered, anticipation coiling in his gut. Then Caelen kissed his neck, slow and languid, tongue swirling against the skin. Daniel's eyes fluttered closed, lost in the pleasure of that sinful touch alone. It was a stark contrast from the rough handling just a few minutes ago, but this felt good. So flacking Caelen trailed soft kisses down Daniel's spine as he went, each one sending a fresh jolt of arousal through Daniel's core and making his neglected length bob heavily between his legs, dripping pre-cum into the snow below. By the time Caelen got near the base of Daniel's spine, Daniel was trembling with the need to be filled up and hard. "Please," Daniel gasped, barely aware he was speaking out loud. "Won't you please?" Caelen hummed softly against Daliel's skin, then he straightened up again, moving back Daniel, placing both hands on either side of Daniel's waist, steadying him. Daniel held perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe as something blunt, hot, and thick nudged his entrance. Daniel sucked in a deep breath. He was so ready for this. Slowly, tortuously, Caelen pushed inside him. Daniel's mouth dropped open in pleasure as his body yielded to the pressure, letting Caelen sink into and deeper until his hips were flare against Daniel's ass. It burned, but Daliel would describe the feeling as painful. He lcned too much that feeling of being stretched, being taken. Caelen paused there for a few beats, and then one of his hands wrapped around Daniel's cock, giving it one firm stroke that sent Daniel keening with pleasure. "You're mine now, RRT," Caelen said, and then his hand squeezed around the base of Daniel's cirk again, growing cold with ice magic as it tightened, cutting off his climax. Daniel cried out in surprise as the of pleasure crested, receding just as quickly as it had begun. He was left shaking on the edge of ecstasy, gasping desperately for air and trying to process what had just happened. He'd been so close to coming, and then it had just stopped, and Caelen's cock moved inside him, drawing another cry from Daniel's ILMGS_. He couldn't think anymore as Caelen started thrusting into him in earnest, pounding into Daniel hard, rough, driving his hips forward into the snow. Daniel clutched at the snow beneath the uterate for an ANC1 as his arousal sharpened with each thrust. Caelen's hands gripped his hips tighter as he slammed deeper. hitting all the best places. Pleasure sparked along all of Daniel's nerves, building than ever, but Caelen's grip on his kept him from tipping past the point of no return. He was trapped in a loop of ecstasy, riding that edge, unable to find release. Unable to come. He moaned brokenly as Caelen continued thrusting, faster now. Each movement him closer to insanity. Each movement drew new sums from Daniel's throat, gins, cries, whines. He didn't know what his cheeks felt wet, and he wondered if he was crying. It was much. He wanted to scream, to beg. He wanted to stay in this moment forever. Caelen groaned, hips slamming into Daniel harder still as his cock twitched deep inside Daniel, and then warmth spilled inside Hitel, coating his walls with Caelen's seed. Daniel's human body shuddered with the knowledge that Caelen had filled him up with that, claiming him FTLLY as his. Caelen pulled out of Daniel and he whined at the loss as the emptiness set him blindly. He tried to reach for Caelen, but Caelen his hands and pushed them back down into the snow, pinning him there. Should just like this, pet, and then something thicker pressed against him, something colder, rounder. A butt plug. Daniel whined as the thing stretched him again, keeping his cum trap right inside of him while he still ached for release. He sobbed as Caelen let him go, struggling breath. He felt untethered, like he was falling, floating. Then Caelen's hands were on him again, gentle this time. Turning him onto his back again, laying him out flat against the cool, cupping his clitoris and kissing his tears away. Whispering soothing words against his skin. Shush, it's okay, pet, Ave got you did so go OD for me. You did so very good. Another soft kiss to Daniel's lips, and Daniel chased Aina higher, but Caelen didn't allow the contact to last long before pulling back again. You were perfect, love, Caelen murmured, stroking a hand down over one of Daniel's nipples. The sensation sent through Daniel. His seek ached, desperate, untuckered, but somehow that felt far away now. Distant. Not important. Nothing mattered besides the feeling of Caelen's skin against his and TLR warmth in the other man's voice as he said, "You're so beautiful like this." Caelen traced his fingers lower. They circled around Daniel's navel, then trailed downwards, stopping just shy of Daniel's CLRK_. Do you think I should reward you? Caelen's .73 ice dropped, low, 1v6u1. Do you like that? Do you deserve? Daniel whined again, so words so beyond deciding what he wanted for himself. Caelen's hand closed around him and with only a few firm tugs, he him right to the edge of Clin's _. His need back into focus. Then stopped and Daniel cried out in despair as that pleasure faded once again, leaving nothing but a raw, burning need for more, for everything, for Caelen to keep going this time and not stop, until Caelen leaned down and Daniel in his mouth, tongue swirling around the head, licking away the droplets of pre-cum, and the world dissolved. Daniel screamed his release. His entire body seized as his vision went white, pleasure exploding him like a bomb, shattering into thousands of tiny fragments. He felt his body convulsing, ass squeezing around the butt plug, cuck shooting its load straight HIMO. Caelen's waiting mouth of bliss crashed over, dragging him under, drowning him as Caelen swallowed around his shaft, his hand massaging Daniel's balls, milking every drop out of him until he was completely spem. When the world came back into a guy, it took Daniel several seconds to remember to breathe, to who and where he was. He recurred up to take off the blindfold, but Caelen's hand closed around his wrist gently, stopping him. Don't, came the soft command. Be mine for a minute longer. Daniel let his hand sink. He didn't want to face reality yet either. If it were to hit ill, he would be Caelen's pet. Caelen's fingers with his, holding tightly. Thank you, pet. Caelen whispered the words into Daniel's ear. He pressed a soft kiss to his and Daniel sighed. This was nice. Tumus _ if only it could always be so. I don't want to wake up. He meant it. The others were talking about using the barrier keeper's magic on you to turn you human, like that would get rid of molethul _ Caelen leaked quietly against his cheek. There is getting rid of him. The sooner you accept that, the safer you will be. A shiver travelled down Daniel's spine. He wanted so badly to deny those words, to say there was a solutio, but how? Who could decisively defeat the dark god that had possessed Caelen? Caelen seemed to sense his th0 because he squeezed his hand. You can but save n, Daniel. Caelen whispered. Don't try TVND choices. But I haven't, Daniel protested. If's my choice not to give up on you, I can't give up. I know he hurts you, have felt your pain, I can't. Daniel struggled with the words. Listen to me, Caelen said sharply. Nothing hurts NR as much as watching molethul use body to abuse you. Do you understand? The words hit hard, but Daniel wasn't going to be defeated so easily. You can him, you did it to Nigglefy _ you can do it again, and at the bookstore, I lost, and I will lose again. He said it as if he had made his peace with his real IO _ kill me if you must. I don't care any longer. His thumb brushed the inside of Daniel's wrist. I already got what I wanted tonight. Daniel shook his head fiercely, relsing to accept Caelen's words. I want RM _ more than one new. Caelen pressed another kiss to his lips. It was a sun kiss, but it had an edge to it, a finality that made Daniel's heart clem. Painful 11Y in his chest. He tasted salt on Caelen's lips. Chaos that his own tears he tasted or. Caelen _ Daliel reached up to pull his blindfold off, but Caelen Daniel's wrists again. He whispered in the space between their mouths _ goodbye, Daniel Oneten. Daniel woke alone in a dark room he barely recognized. The dream lingered, Caelen's last words echoing in his mind, goodbye, Daniel _ his chest ached, and his eyes burned. This couldn't be goodbye, it couldn't be. He wouldn't let it be. He wasn't giving up without a fight, and he sure as fuck wasn't going to kill the man his heart was screaming for. Even curling into a ball, was tempted to scream real, but then he'd wake everyone and theft just come at him again with all their reasons and warnings and completely sensible explanations for why Daniel should not feel the way he did. This also made him want to scream. He couldn't help what he was feeling. Arrel at this giant, he didn't want to. He only wanted Caelen, wanted him here with Hyaru free, unsuccessed _ he wanted to belong to him way he had in his dream. He wanted to be filled by him again in all ways. The th0 burned itself into his mind and roused his seek fuck. Now he had that discomfort to deal with as well. Kicking off his blanket, got out of bed. His phone told him that it was only 3:47 ANL, but regardless, he wasn't going to get any REM sleep, so he made his way downstairs. There was light coming from the living room. It seemed he wasn't the only one awake, and while Daniel didn't strictly like he wanted company, he poked his head into the living room anyway. Malik sat on the throw blanket wrapped around his shoulders. The TV volume was turned low, but Daniel could make out the serious tone of a news anchor. More footage of the growing crisis, videos of strange phenomena, pictures of missing persons, experts trying to explain the unexplainable. Daniel hesitated in the doorway. He felt awkward around Malik after what had happened earlier. He hadn't known all that about Malik's family but before Daniel could chicken out and retreat, Malik spoke without turning around. "Can't sleep either." "No," Daniel admitted, taking a step into the room. "I think I should apologize for earlier. I'm sorry about everything that happened to you." "Thank you, but I don't need you to be sorry me." Malik's voice was gentle despite his words. He reached into a bag of Doritos that sat in his lap, and Daniel spotted more snacks on the coffee table, a box of Oreos, some Sour Patch Kids, and a bowl that seemed to hold microwave popcorn. Noticing Daniel's gaze, Malik shrugged. "Mhen, I can't sleep, I have a party for one." "What else is there to do?" He held out the Doritos. "Want some?" Daniel hesitated, then grabbed one Dorito and Malik scooted over to make for him. "There's another blanket if you want it." Malik pointed at a blanket that had been thrown over the back of the couch. Daniel picked it up. It was a soft warm thing that had probably been cream-colored once. With it, Daniel settled on the end of the couch. "They jre running out of ways to it all away," Malik said, nodding at the TV. It showed footage of what looked like northern loos over a suburban strip mall. "This one's from Minnesota. They've showing it all." Daniel watched as they cut to an interview with a meteorologist who was trying to explain the phenomenon with scientific terms that made less and less sense, superimposed over a video that showed ribbons of shimmering light dancing above a Walmart and a closed Pizza Hut. "There was another dude earlier who claimed our drinking water had poisoned by the Chinese and we were all hallucinating," Felix said, fishing another Dorito from the bag. "That was mildly amusing." Daniel put an Oreo in his own mouth while he tried to decide how he felt about all of this. "Not amused, not exactly." But then, he didn't think Ilalik was really amused either. Especially not WHRN. The meteorologist gave way to more missing persons reports. Young people, mostly teenagers and college students who'd gone exploring in the wrong places, but some older people had disappeared as well. Even some children. Strange creatures were reported but discredited. Daniel's stomach twisted, and the snacks became hard to swallow. The barriers needed to be stabilized. Things could happen to Ngaya people. Together with Saliu, he had managed to seal 2 holes in reality. At the abandoned theatre and at Jamie's store. But evidently, that wasn't enough. "This has to stop," he said before he could really think what he was saying or who he was saying it to. "If I could just find Caelen, then we could strengthen all the barriers." Malik's shoulders tensed. The Doritos bag crin head as his fingers twined around it. "Daniel, I know what you're going to say." Daniel stared at the TV screen where they were showing another missing person's photo, a girl who couldn't have been more than 16 "But we fixed 2 weak zones together already. And I'm sure Caelen acted entirely white. Cute ulterior motive." Sarcasm. But Daniel couldn't deny that Malik had a point. Caelen always had an agenda. At what he did at the church, Malik said. "You really want him to become the savior of the world and recruit even our followers that way?" Daniel wanted to argue that Caelen had only done what he did at the church to tire out the monster inside of him, so he and Daniel could have absolutely mind-blowing dream sex. But he didn't think that argument would have convinced Malik, and Daniel didn't want to share the dream he'd had. It felt too private for sharing. "I don't know," Daniel said. "Nahat, do you think we should do?" Malik set aside the bag of Doritos and brushed CNMLBS off his lap. "I think we need to talk to the barrier clearers again so they can force Knox and the others to become human." Daniel threw Ned and Caelen too. "They said they have a different plan now." "What plan?" Malik shrugged. "I don't know. But we need to hear them out tomorrow." Daniel's hands clenched in the blanket. I won't support any plan that involves killing Caelen. The TV droned on in the but neither of TLRM was watching. Malik studied Daniels in the flickering light, his expression unreadable. Finally, he let out a long breath. I'll know what it's like when everyone tries to tell you you're with the wrong guy. Daniel shifted on the couch, caught off guard by the personal turn. My family hated my last boyfriend, Malik admitted. They said Jans was no good, and that I was being stupid to stick with him. We had so many about that. I called them honksphobic. By the time I realized I was wrong. What happened? Daniel asked. He could stop Hinby1F_. This was obviously a difficult topic for Malik, but Daniel felt like he needed to know now, and like Malik needed to get it off his chest. Malik didn't at him as spoke. My family had this trip planned to Hawaii. Big celebration for my sister's NDBA_. We were all so proud of her. The cookie in Malik's hand crumbled. We were halfway to the airport when the truck hit us. His voice went flat. I was the only one who made it. Daniel's chest ached at the hollow look in Malik's eyes. He couldn't even imagine the horror he must have gone. James visited me in the hospital. Sat the first few weeks. Malik brushed cookie from his lap. But watching someone piece themselves back together isn't exactly romantic. He stopped coming around RMNTH3. His laugh scraped like broken glass. You know what kills me? Part of me thought if he'd stayed, if we'd made it work, it would have proved something. He stared at the broken cookie pieces in his palm, but everyone was about him all along. Daniel's throat felt. He wanted to reach out to offer comfort, but he didn't know if it would be welcome. That sucks, more, he said lamely. I'm not telling you this to make you feel sorry for NR_. Malik finally looked at him. Done feeling sorry for Niself_. I even offered my nightmares to Ziv so he could turn my trauma into something useful_. Can you believe he turned down? Why did he turn you down? I don't know, but it doesn't _. Malik shook his head as if to get himself back on track. The point is that I get it. I get what if's like when everyone's telling you that your feelings are wrong, that you're making a mistake. And I get wanting to prove them wrong so badly it hurts. Daniel sighed. I am sorry, but I'm not going to change my mind. I didn't really expect you to. But, tell N, what happens when Caelen decides he's done playing nice? What happens when he decides to use you to hurt everyone else? Caelen wouldn't use like that. Suppose that is true. Can you say the sand thing, the dark god in him? Daniel swallowed past the lump in his throat, not wanting to admit that Malik was getting to him. Caelen told NR to kill him if I must. Would he have said that if he didn't really care about me? A long pause. Malik seemed to consider. Do you really think he can be freed from Morth_LL? I have to try. Malik nodded as if to himself, then he sighed. I think you'd have to roll something better than a natural 20. Daniel blinked. A natural 20. Malik shot him an incredulous look. You never played Dungeons and Dragons, had the come really? We'll have to fix that one day. After I help you figure out this issue with Caelen. Something in Daniel's chest loosened. You want to help I still think you're making a mistake, Malik cautioned. But I don't want you to be alone when you realize that, and I think a part of me that I'm wrong and there's a happy ending for everyone. He gave Daniel a weak smile. Just promise me you won't rush into anything by yourself. Daniel swallowed hard, feeling oddly touched. I promise. Good. Malik reached for the bag of Sour Patch Kids. Now, you want to help NR stress eat these while we watch RM conspiracy theorists AY to explain away the end of TLR world as we know it. For the first time since waking up, Daniel felt something like hope flutter in his chest. He grabbed some of the candy and settled deeper into the couch. N.%. The craziest theory they econ with so man. Malik's face lit up with a hymn of genuine amusement. There was this guy earlier who was absolutely convinced it's all an elaborate marketing campaign for the next Marvel _. He had like, charts ankle everything. Daniel snorted. Seriously? Dead serious? He kept pointing at the Ligaphus and going, see? See? Just like in Thor. Malik waved his candy for emphasis, doing a passable inversion of an overly excited conspiracy theorist. They both chuckled, and for an instant, the WEU of everything felt a little wonder underscore on screen. Sinron started talking about aliens. Daniel couldn't help but scoff. You know, compared to AF's actually an alien invasion seems like it would be easier to deal with our underscore you. Like, aliens would be the least of our problems at this one giant underscore. Malik paused, then added Gaia seriously, srarking of problems, we should probably still meet with the barrier keepers tomorrow. Hear them out at least. Daniel tensed, but forced himself to consider it as long as their solution isn't just to kill Caelen and frack over everyone else. If it is, we'll figure something else out. There are some from Veridia that turned up in Brother's bookstore, Daniel said. I've been meaning to read them for clues, but I never had the tin. Your brother's bookstore? Yalu, he has a store in Oak Ridge. Bookmark D. It's my favorite place in the NMDL1D underscore RM. Sure it's fantastic underscore. Malik yawned and checked his phone. Goo, it's almost 5. We should probably try to get some sleep underscore, but neither of them moved. The documentary droned on, its theories growing increasingly outlandish, and Daniel found himself grateful one for the Sinron who understood, even if they didn't agree completely. Hex Malik. Nim. I really am sorry about your and Jan's underscore. You deserved better than that. Malik was quiet for so long that Daniel worried he'd said the Riri thing. Finally, Malik spoke, his voice thanks. Just don't make a big deal out of it with the others, okay? I won't. Malik gave him a go and they sat in silence after that, sharing snacks and watching bad TV until the sun began to rise. Whatever came next, at least Daniel knew he wasn't facing it alone. 20 Daniel woke to the smell of butter and maple syrup, his neck stiff from sleeping awkwardly on the couch streamed through the windows, catching dust motes in its beams. Disoriented, Daniel sat ankle looked around underscore. The TV was off now, and Malik's blanket was folded neatly on the coffee table. Only a few stray Dorito CMMBS on the carpet served as evidence of their snacking session now. From the kitchen car the quiet clink of plates and the sizzle of something on the stove. He followed the sounds and smells to find Leon at the stove, flipping pancakes. Adrian sat at the kitchen island, phone in hand, his leg bouncing with nervous energy. Any word? Leon asked, without turning around. Real underscore. Adrian shook his head, then noticed Daniel. Oh morning, what's going on? Daniel asked, picking up on the tension in the room. Heard news of monsters in Msto. Leon said Knox and Ziv left to deal with it. Oh. Daniel looked around the room again. Did Malik go? Adrian scrolled on his phone. We don't know where Malik went, but he left a note saying he'd back ton underscore you underscore. He ran a hand through his hair. We shouldn't split up like this underscore. Daniel couldn't disagree with that, only that he wished he were with Caelen underscore or Valgolfi he would not admit out loud. Here Leon slid a plate of perfectly golden pancakes in front of Daniel. Eat something? Before Daniel could respond, footsteps on the stairs made them all turn underscore. Lyrian appeared in the moving slowly. He looked better than yesterday, but he didn't seem fully recovered yet. Should you be up? Adrian asked. Lyrian waved off the come in please, no more babysitting. My jailer has left, so let NR have pancakes. He sat down by the counter and turned to Adrian. Pass me the SYNP. Just don't overdo it, Adrian said, sliding the sin underscore V bottle over. His phone buzzed again and his eyes snapped to it. Still nothing from Knox. They know what they are doing, Lyrian said, absolutely drowning his pancakes in syrup. And Ziv with him, Leon snorted. Not sure if that makes it better or worse. How do you expect them to CLRCK in, anyway? Last I checked, Ziv still thinks phones are boxes of arcane evil. I gave Knox an old phone, Adrian said. He knows how to use it in theory. Daniel picked at his pancakes, but they sat heavy in his, even heavier when he looked at the amount of syrup Lyrian put on his meal. What? Lyrian asked, noticing Daniel's glance. Syrup is the best thing this world has to offer. Now eat may today, if 11 be easier to on a stoac never pass up tlr opportun 1w to feed yourself. Daniel couldn't argue with that logic. He anotlbite n.vlrn. Adrian saw something on his phone that made him curse. What now? Leon turned the stove off and at Adrian. Adrian's face had gone pale as he stared at his phone. Another church _theirs, there are hundreds of people gathering there. Daniel set down his fork. Show in the news article SLXNVED, a photo taken from across the street of a church Daniel didn't recognize. People crowded the steps, many holding up phones to record something Daniel couldn't see. But what made his blood run cold were the shadows, dark tendrils that curled around the steeple like smoke. Salut, Daniel whispered. At all those robble. Adrian scrolled through more photos. He's really at it again. Daniel wanted to say something about how Caelen wasn't really in control of his actions, but then the air shifted in a way that made the hair on his arm stand up. The syrup bottle on the counter started to rattle slowly. Lyten straightened in his chair. For FFCK's sake, Leon muttered, not the kitchen filled with the smell of ozone and old here. Empty space had been a minute before. 3 figures now stood in the doorway. Alizia greeted them with a smile that seemed manufactured. Tyrion and Caelen flanked her like particularly well-dressed bodyguards. Where's the rest of your gang? Alizia asked, taking TLRM in. Leon gave her a hard look. Some consider it polite to knock WRE well past the time for politeness. She waved him off. It is time for action. Adrian's brows furrowed. What son of action? That's what we're here to determine, Alizia said. Will the rest of you be attending this meeting? Adrian scoffed. They migglefy if they weren't dealing with the xmsters you let th. Luterian raised an eyebrow. Do you claim that it's our TLR barriers weakened? Daniel cut him. It was certainly your job to prevent that, wasn't it? The others are out, Leon said, as if he wanted to prevent an argument from breaking out. State your business. WRE here to propose a plan. Alizia's gaze settled on Daniel. We investigated the areas you sealed with the help of the Shadow King, and we believe you found a way to harness the magic you used and apply the fix to all problem areas. The kitchen went silent. Even Lyrian had stopped eating his syrup-drowned pancakes. How would you do that? Daniel asked carefully. Caelen spoke for the first time. We would use your connection to the Shadow King to draw his magic. It has proven remarkably effective at stabilizing weak points in the barrier. The areas you sealed together, Alizia added, remain the strongest we've seen. If we could replicate that, what would that do to him? Daniel asked, remembering how tired he'd been the last time they'd sealed a barrier together. How tired Caelen had been too. It wasn't an easy thing. Wouldn't rely solely on his magic, Alizia said. We do have some of our own to add to the mix. WRE only looking to make OU spell more potent. That said _____. She paused. It would still take a significant amount of his RMGIC maybe, to burn out the entity that supplies his dark RMGIC. Daniel listened at that. Had he heard that RU? Could the barrier keepers plan to defeat Morthal and fix the barrier problem all at home? You mean ___. Daniel's throat felt dry. He couldn't let himself. How this was too much to hope for. You could separate Caelen from Morthal? In theory. Caelen's tone was measured. TLRE is a chance to die along with the Dark God, depending on how deep his possession goes. The kitchen seemed to go colder. Leon's hand found Daniel's, squeezing gently. How convenient for you, Lyrian mused. A plan that fixes your barrier problem. Arid eliminates the Shadow King. Alizia's New-Arctured smile didn't waver. Convenient for you too, he is your enemy. He's not my enemy, Daniel snapped, anger flaring hot and sudden. No. Alizia's eyes flickered to the others. Booth is theirs, isn't I? Daniel tummed to his freemels, willing them to back him up. But Leon looked away. Adrian studied his phone, and Lyrian just stared at his half-empty plate. The silence stretched, painful and damning. Finally, Adrian cleared his throat. Daniel, you saw the church, those people. We can't let the Shadow King keep doing what he's doing. The betrayal hit deep. Even though Daniel knew what Adrian was saying RMD sense, it hurt. That's not Caelen doing that, he tried to argue, his voice with umption underscore, but he's not just Caelen underscore, is he? Alizia's voice was so reasonable. He's the Shadow King, and without Anthod, he'll stop being that. There'll be a chance for you. Daniel's hands clenched into fists. A chance for us, said bitterly, or a chance for him to die. I can't take that risk. Despite what Caelen had asked of him in his dream, kill me if you must. Daniel would not kill Caelen, he couldn't. Your feelings on the matter, Alizia said, her smile finally slipping. But I'm afraid we're past the point of considering individual preferences. Leon's hand tuned on Daniel's SLQ. Wonder underscore what CLKRS that mean? Tyrion stepped forward. It means we've ran out of time for Gemla solutions. The barriers are failing faster than anticipated. If we cannot our new plan underscore he glanced at Daniel. We'll have no choice but to proceed with our original strategy. Which is? Adrian's voice was the removal of all Viridian magic from this realm. Caelen stated flatly, every creature, every being who carries magic from another world will strip of their power by sundown. They won't remember they were ever anything but Lyrian's fork clattered against his plate. You can't do that, Keru, Alizia said. And we will, if we must. The integrity of the barriers must be maintained, whatever the cost. Daniel felt sick. He looked at Lyrian, still pale from his recent idolatry, at Adrian's wide eyes. Thou underscore you of Nox and Ziv out there dealing with monsters. They would never agree to this. That's not a choice, Daniel said. Euros blackmail, it's a necessity, Alizia countered. You have until sundown to ie to our plan. After that she spread her hands. We do what must done. The smell of ozone intensified, and in a blink the barrier keepers were gone, vanished as if the yard were there in the first place. For a long nxmrnt, no one spoke. The pancakes on TLR counter had gone cold. Lyrian said finally, pushing away his plate. That certainly puts a clanler on breakfast. He should call the others if they 11 even answer, Adrian muttered, already dialing underscore. I suppose we. Daniel's legs felt weak. He sank into the nearest chair, the WEU of the situation crushing down on him. Either he helped the barrier keepers with a plan that might kill Caelen, or all his /Eridian friends would lose their neck, and they were. Daniel. Leon's voice was gentle. We need to think about this rationally. Rationally? Daniel up at his friend. They are asking me to choose between killing Caelen and turning my back on all of you. How do I think about that rationally? There was no way he could do either of those things, Malik. Adrian said. Apparently, he'd gotten him on the phone. Here are you. A pause. Thew, really? Are you bringing them all back? Bringing what back? Daniel didn't understand until Adrian ended the phone call and explained. Malik went to your brother's store, Adrian said. He said he's coming back with a couple of books. The books from Viridia. Daniel sat straight. Yes. Adrian set his phone down underscore. He said they might have information we could use. Adrian looked bewildered. L% did these books come from? They just showed up in the store, Daniel exclaimed while a spark of hope rose within him. Leon's, however, ren and grim. We don't have time to read these books. The barrier keepers gave us until sundown. Before Daniel could argue, Adrian's phone, he answered it quickly. Nox. Daniel leaned forward, straining to hear side of the conversation. Adrian's ace grew increasingly command as he listened. Wait, don't. Adrian stalled, then pulled the phone away from his ear, staring at it. He hung up. What? Daniel's stomach twisted. Did he say? Knox and Ziv finished dealing with the monsters, Adrian said. But they heard what Caelen is doing. You're going to confront him? No. Daniel stood so quickly his chair scraped against the floor. They can't. He'll kill them? Lyrian asked quietly. Or are you scared they will kill him? I don't want anyone to kill anyone, okay? Daniel burst out. This was all spiraling out of control. He had to go and stop Knox and Ziv and Caelen. I have to go. Daniel, Leon started. No, listen Daniel, at each of them in turn. Knox and Ziv don't understand him like I do. If I can just. If you can see him in person, talk to him __. He swallowed hard. Something will change, I know it will. Ormorthol will take you and use you like a battery, Adrian said. He won't. Daniel wasn't sure where this certain can, but it burned in his chest like a flame. Caelen won't let him. I'm coming with you, Leon said firmly. Whatever, just hurry. I'm coming, Adrian said, already grabbing his jacket. Knox is my partner. And what about me? Lyrian asked from his seat. Am I just supposed to sit here and wait for Malik? Leon glanced at him. You're still recovering? That doesn't make me useless. You're not useless, Adrian said. You can help Malik with the books when he gets here. No one knows Viridian law like you do. Lyrian's mouth twisted, but he didn't argue. Fine. Just make sure you all con back safely. Daniel grabbed his car keys. Let's go. Wait, Adrian pulled out his phone, scrolling quickly. We're meant to head towards Stillwater now. Where is that? Daniel asked as he climbed into his car. Adrian showed the phone to him. Pulling up directions. Any idea what we're actually going to do when we get there? Leon asked as Daniel staffed the car. Daniel licked his lips. Talk to him, and if talking doesn't work. Daniel closed his eyes briefly. He could still feel Caelen's presence from his dream, could still hear his ice, kill me if I are. He swallowed hard. I don't know. 21 Everything inside of Daniel drew tigh as he tumbled onto Church Street. RRE3 police cruisers blocked TLR road ahead, their loose painting everything in alternating red and blue. Park here, I guess, Adrian said from the passenger seat. We won't be getting any closer. Daniel pulled over, his hilt hammering against his ribs. He could see the church from here, as well as the darkness gathering around its white steeple like storm clouds, tithing and twisting in ways clouds shouldn't move. Pretty sure this wasn't on the weather forecast, Leon said quietly. No shit, Adrian muttered, already getting out of the car. Daniel couldn't move. His hands were frozen to the wheel, his eyes fixed on the church. Somewhere in there was Caelen _ the real Saliu, the one who'd shared his dreams, who'd warned him to stay away. Like Daniel could stay away. Daniel. Leon's hand landed on his shoulder. We can still turn back. No, we can't. Daniel forced his fingers to unlock from the wheel. I have to do this. He opened his door. Errol climbed out of the car. The sound of excited carried on the wind, and soon, they found then B1VES joining a crowd of people flowing toward the church. Daniel counted a remib 30 or 40 people already there, though RM kept arriving. Yelani had their phones out, live streaming or recording. Some wore crosses around their necks, while others wore pentacles. He spotted RM than one Monsters of Veridia t-shirt in the crowd. This is insane, Adrian whispered. Are they actually worshipping him? A girl wearing more makeup than clothes tummed to them with a smile. Tai Shadow King has come to free us from the lies gods, she said. You should listen, he's amazing. Her eyes were Anvabru as she kept talking about long she'd waited for this day, but Daniel couldn't listen to her. He'd spotted Caelen. The Shadow King stood at the top of TLR church steps, darkness coiling around. His white hair caught the awning, creating a halo effect that made Daniel think he was beautiful _ not the kind of thought he should entertaining now, but he couldn't help it. And the way Roppel stared up at Caelen's Daniel wasn't the only one who found the half-fey mesmerizing. Not everyone was drawn in, though two police officers were approaching the Shadow King, one shrieking into his radio while the other held up his hands in what was probably meant to be a calming gesture. "Sir, you need a in public gatherings of this size," a second officer called out, "and you can't block access to the church." Caelen only laughed. With a casual flick of his wrist, shadows surged up from the yund, wrapping around both officers like a cage. Their shouts of alarm only seemed to excite the crowd. The old gods are dead. Caelen's voice carried easily across the gathering. "Their houses stand, but I am here. I am real. And I ungier than promises our ancient rules." To demonstrate, he let more shadows dance his fingers, drawing gasps alcohol cheers from his audience. Daniel sick watching their reactions, the way they pressed closer despite, or because of, the display of power. "Need to stop this," Adrian muttered. But before any of them could move, Knox and Ziv materialized at the edges of the crowd. Daniel's heart thumped into his throat. This was about to get very bad. Wait. Daniel shouted, but Knox was already moving forward, shadows of his own gathering around his hands. The crowd parted before him like water, some stumbling back with startled cries. "Intruders!" Caelen's voice Rayri CN_T con to spoil our gathering. His gaze swept over Knox's ankles, lips curving into a cruel smile. "My faithful ____, why don't you show them what happens to those who would deny you freedom?" The girl who'd spoken to them earlier whirled toward Kix with a snarl. Others followed, their eyes dark and HMGRY_. The crowd surged forward as one, and Daniel caught glimpses of Knox and Ziv trying to defend themselves without actually hurting anyone. Phones kept recording. Someone screamed _. The police officers tried frantically to break free of the shadows that held them. "Daniel, don't!" Leon grabbed for hit, but Daniel was already running. He pushed the crowd, ducking under grabbing hands, arid thrown punches. His heart was trying to beat out of his chest, but he didn't stop until he broke through into the clear space at the bottom of the church steps. "Stop!" Daniel's voice cracked. "Silence, please." The Shadow King's attention snapped to him, and for a moment, everything seemed to freeze. The shadows around Caelen wavered, and something flickered across his recognition, maybe even longing. "Daniel," Caelen said, and it sounded so much like the voice from his dreams that Daniel's heart clenched. "You came?" "Of course I came. I always come for you, don't?" Knox shouted from somewhere behind him. "Daniel, get back." But Daniel was already climbing TLR steps, one hand stretched toward Caelen. The Shadow King's eyes rested on Hyrule, warm and familiar _ This was his Caelen. He was still in there. The shadows around Caelen rippled, drawing back like a receding tide. Behind Daniel, the sounds grew distant, as if he and Caelen were in their own private bubble. "I knew you wouldn't give on me." Caelen's voice was intimate. He reached for Daniel's outstretched hand even after everything I've done. Daniel's heart clamped _tii give on you. He closed his hand around Caelen's AML. That was the RMNRNT. He realized he'd made a mistake. Shadows raced toward him, wrapping around his wrist, his throat, his waist. The gentle on Caelen's face twisted into something dark. Arid Gliel Daniel tried to pull back, but the shadows yanked him forward, slamming him against Caelen's chest. "Sweet, foolish Daniel." The voice was Caelen's, but the UARCLS weren't. "I knew you would deliver yourself into hands." The shadows began to pull on him and Daniel felt his energy draining away, feeding into the darkness. No, he tried to struggle, but his limbs felt heavy. Fuck, he couldn't allow this to happen. This wasn't Salujuis, was Morth _LL. He at the Dark God, and the Dark God laughed. Pain seared Daniel's chest as the shadows chewed, crushing him against Caelen's body. He could feel the Shadow King's heart beating, too, just like his own _. And then he heard a scream that tore through his mind. Arid, he realized the pain he felt wasn't his but Caelen's _. This was what it felt like to have something ancient and cruel wrapped around your soul. "Let him go." Caelen's voice tore through his mind, raw and desperate. "I gave myself to you willingly. I am yours. But not him. Never him. The shadows were still pulling at Daniel's energy, but Daniel barely cared what was happening to him as he was treated to a front row seat in the fight between the man his soul claimed as his mate and the monster that possessed him. The darkness was more now than Daniel had seen before, and it threaded itself. Every part of Saliu had made itself at home in every crack of his soul, suffocating in its power. And yet Caelen fought his mind, he raged against Morthal's control. Vy mate. You can't have hidden Morthal's laughter both their bodies. The dark god tightened his grip, and Daniel felt Cielen's agony spike again, felt him cry out as Morthal crushed that rebellion. Caelen fell silent, out. But only a second. Let him go, he dended again. Daniel screamed as he felt the dark god bury Cielen's protests in Pam so intense it nearly indeed Daniel blackout stopped. Daniel tried to say, but he could barely breathe through the shadows crushing his chest. Please. Why'll do anything? No, Cielen's vehicle, but not broken. He would never break, Daniel knew. He would keep struggling, keep for Daniel's sake. A blast of golden energy struck them both. The shadows holding Daniel dissolved as Nox grabbed him, yanking him away from Cielen's. Daniel's legs gave out immediately, but grip kept him from hitting the ground. "Tve got ya," Nox said, pulling Daniel behind him as Ziv materialized between them and sword-drawn. The crowd that had been so eager to worship their Shadow King now pressed back against the church walls, phones still recording but pale with fear. Had Morthal lost his grip on them? Daniel couldn't say. He sagged against Nox, Minkle trying futilely to process the darkness he'd experienced and the way Caelen kept trying to protect Daniel even as Morthal tore into him again and again. The Shadow Kings twisted with Ulri. No sign of the internal war showed on his features, but Daniel knew what was happening inside him. This isn't over, Morthal said with Cielen's voice, and then darkness swallowed him whole. Caelen was gone, but Daniel could still feel the echo of his pain, could still hear those desperate attempts to shield him, could still feel exactly what it was like to be unmade from the inside out, piece by piece. In hold, Daniel broke down sobbing. 22 The mansion's circular drive came into view. Daniel barely registered Adrian parking his car while he himself sat in the passenger seat. They refs to let him drive. Smart. Daniel would them into absolutely incapable of on anything other than what had happened at the church. His only concern was for Caelen. For now, he didn't even have the capacity to feel mortified over the way he'd broken down in arms, or the way everyone tiptoed around him now. Daniel. Leon's voice came from the back seat. We should go inside. Daniel made himself nod and out of the vehicle. He stopped when he noticed a blue car sitting in front of the mansion, Jamie's car. Daniel blinked, trying to make sense of it. Jamie was supposed to be at the 3 hours away. What was he doing here? The door to the mansion opened before they reached it, and there was Jamie, worry etched deep in his familiar features. One look at Daniel's face and Johnny's expression shifted from concern to alarm. What happened? Daniel ran to say something casual something reassuring. Maybe ask why Johnny had driven all this way. Instead, his breath hitched, and the words spilled out. I felt it. Who had Morthal does to him. I felt all of it. Daniel half evicted his big brother to admonish him again for worrying about what happened to Caelen, but Jamie didn't scold him. He only looked at him for a minute. Crack of the love and care in his brother's voice was all it took to set Daniel's lips wobbling ago. But he wasn't going to cry anymore. He'd cried enough. I knew something was when your friend came to the store, Jamie said. CRMN, let's get you inside. He pulled Daniel into the mansion as if it was his house, rather than a place he'd arrived at maybe an hour ago. But everyone else seemed glad to let him handle the situation. Daniel was glad he didn't protest when Jamie steered him into the kitchen and pushed him gently into a chair. Numbly, he watched as his brother moved around the unfamiliar space, opening cabinets until he found nugs, then huffing down tea bags and sugar. The routine of Jamie taking care of him made Daniel's chest ache. How many times had they sat like Jewess in the back room of the Jamie making tea while Daniel aboutsin that broke his heart, or some guy who'd turned out to be exactly what Jamie warned him it really wasn't. His brother shouldn't always have to pick up the pieces when Daniel threw himself at Roan, who broke him. He'd promised to do better after the last one. And yet here they were, a gal _ but Joyce was different. Caelen hadn't hurt him, Caelen was hurting. He was fighting and screaming inside his OU.N mind while something ancient and Caelen used his body like a puppet _ and amount of Jamie's tea was going to fix that, L thought. Daniel's voice cracked. He cleared his throat and tried again I know what was happening to him, but I didn't, not really. Jamie set a mug in front, the tea still steeping. Tell N. So Daniel did, words spilling out of him as his hand curled around TL. Warm when we connect, I like I can see inside of him, and what I see there _ Daniel's breath hitched. There is so much darkness, but it isn't his. It's this thing possessing him, and it's hurting all the time. To control him he can't fight it, but he does, for to protect me. His vision blurred, went up at Jamie. Never experienced pain like that. I can't. I can't let him keep suffering by himself. I won't. Jamie got quiet as he did when he processed things. He stirred his tea. Just once, he asked eventually, can you save yourself? Daniel's chin jutted defiantly. You don't get it. No, I think I do. You said Caelen was fighting to protect you. Those were your own words. Do you think he wants you to throw yourself at, or does he want you to stay away and be safe? That wasn't fair _ Daniel swallowed down all that he wanted to say as he remembered Caelen telling him goodbye in their shed, as if they were never going to see each other go, as if Daniel could stay away. Jamie took his silence as confirmation. He warned you away, didn't he? It matter. Damel burst. I have to help him. You didn't feel it. But I did, and one _ he rose from his chair, voice catching. What Morthal's doing to Hyrule, no one deserves that. Not even if they've done terrible things. You'd say something like that, Jamie admitted. The more they don't deserve you, the RMRU them. This isn't like that. Daniel stared at his brother, willing him to understand, even there was no way that he could. Jamie hadn't been there in his dream, hadn't felt the softness of Caelen's lips on his arid, seen who he really was when he was stripped of all that made him the Shadow King. Jamie blew out a breath. Okay, he said, surprising Daniel. You want to help this more? We find a way to help him. Daniel blinked. You're going to help? I obviously can't talk you out of this. Then I'm going to do the next best thing, which is to make sure you actually have a plan. What kind of plan? I don't, but we've got a bunch of books to look. Books. Realization hit Daniel slowly. Malik had gone to get the books from /Eridia that had appeared in Jamie's store. You brought all the books here? Yup, they are all here. Even a few more than the ones you'd found. They are all in Malik's library now. Jamie collected their mugs. Shall we go and have a look? Daniel tried not to get his up. He looking off the yesterday and finding much of anything that was sadly how to exorcise an ancient dark god had not been among the titles he'd found, but he couldn't think of anything better to do. Don't have much tin *, he told Jamie as he followed him into Malik's Sonal library, because of course Nfalik had a personal library, and it was huge. The barrier keepers will be back at Sundu, and then we'd better get to it. Malik's voice. He sat in a little mare near the window, a stack of books balanced on the side table next to him. Any luck? Daniel asked. So far, found 3 different treatises on property service at the Night Court, and what I think might be of children's nursery rhymes. So, no. The rest of the /Eridian books were stacked on a table near the door. What exactly are we looking for? Anything about Morthal, Daniel said, grabbing it at random or succession or ___. He trailed off as he got a look at the book in his hand. A complete history of Veridian sheep farming. Great, maybe we should sort them first. Jamie suggested. Make piles based on subject Remta. Daniel nodded, but his eyes kept straying to the Grunk for her clock in the corner. How many hours until sundown? How much did they have before the barrier keepers came back with their ultimatum? He needed his decision by them. They'd said their solution could separate Morthal and Caelen_ankle, also that it could kill Caelen in the process. There had to a better way. Okay, Jamie said, taking charge as if they were in his store. History books here, magical theory there, and... He picked up the sheep firming book from Daniel's hands with a raised eyebrow. Agricultural texts in that corner. They into a rhythm, sorting books into growing piles. Fiction_PKRTRY_ more manuals than Daniel would have expected from another Dimamian. Every now and then, someone would call out a promising title, only to find another dead end inside. Magical Contracts and Bindings was actually about political marriages and the ancient dark, a very dramatic fictional tale. This be something, Jamie said, holding up a black leather tome. Dark Arts and Ancient Practices. Daniel nearly naked a stack of getting to his brother. But the Winorand released a cloud of dust and revealed itself to be nothing but old farming rituals for ensuring good harvests. Why are there so many? Daniel groaned, dropping into one of the leather chairs. How is any of this going to help us save Caelen? Don't give up yet, Jamie said. Have a little patience. Shortly Aina he said that, though, the ground for her clock chin 3. Only a few hours left until sundown. Daniel groaned and got back to Italy on his head. My sandwiches. Have you found anything? Unless you want to know about proper sheep shearing techniques in the shadow reel, no. Felix's voice was dry. He set aside another manual with a grin. Leon set the plate of sandwiches down on a table. No, or reached for one. Another few minutes passed in silence while Dahlia leafed through a title, The Art of Shadow Walking. It turned out to be about court dances. Just when he was about to throw it against the nearest wall, Leon 6K up again. He held a thin book with a yellow I think of VE. Got something? Daniel up from his useless book of court dances. What is it? Records of the Third Age. Leon held up a thin book with a yellow cover. Daniel tilted his head. The Third Age. It's when people started worshipping Morthal. Leon shrugged. Most relevant GCDS appeared during that time. Daniel managed a weak SMLLE_. It was so very like Leon to know nerdy lore like that, while the rest of them dug absolutely useless books. There's a whole section about Morthal here. Leon's eyes remmed across the page, his expression growing more serious. It talks about his hosts. Something in his friend's tone RMD. Daniel's stunge clench. What about them? Leon's brow as he read. According to this, Morthal has taken many hosts the centuries. Faithful followers who gave themselves to him willingly. He paused. None of TLRM lasted very long. What do you mean? Daniel's voice came out slower than he intended. The possession itself killed them, their bodies. Leon trailed off, scanning all the down the page. Was to most only lasted AFRWRMNTHS at best. Jamie set down the book he was holding. How long has Caelen been possessed? It says housing a dark way longer than that. Damel Caelen had made that deal with Morthal to reclaim his king to tell, and that happened years ago, when he set his shadow court. Had he known all along that he was inviting his end? Had he a kid cared? The words from his dream in Daniel's mind, kill me if you must. His chest tightened as the sank him. No, it couldn't be. Caelen's lasted longer than RE1, so maybe it doesn't affect him the sank way. While he was speaking, Daniel's Th0 raced back to the church due to the pain he'd felt, his connection with Caelen, the agony of against Morthal's control. It was all wrong. Caelen was supposed to be Morthal's downfall. Ziv was thinking maybe Morthal possessed Caelen to prevent that. Damel's hands curled into fists. He must be laughing as he's killing Caelen from the inside. Either Caelen obeys him or... He couldn't finish he out the window at the SB_, so the barrier keepers would be back to ask him to with them, so they could draw on Caelen's power to close all the portals. A process that negates separate him from Morthal. A process that negates kill him. Daniel hated that idea, but he understood that he couldn't let Caelen continue as he was either. What if Barrier Keeper's plan was the only shot he had at saving the soul of the man he'd conned to low zero? Could he afford not to take it? 23. The sun painted long shadows across Malik's lawn as it sailed toward the horizon. Daniel stood at the window, watching the light, his heart beating a slow, heavy rhythm in his chest. It was almost time. Jamie approached from behind, his footsteps quiet on the thick carpet. Any chance I can get you to just come home with me? None. Daniel bit his lower lip. He had to do this, couldn't abandon Caelen to his suffering when there was something he could do about it. Small the chance. He's dying, Jamal _every moment Morthal possesses him. KLLS him a little in Kari _ Jamie looked out the window as well. I don't like these barrier keepers. I think they are the only chance I have. Daniel turned to his brother. I don't like this either, but even if their plan kill Hyrule, letting Morthal keep him will definitely kill him, at least this way. TLRE's hope. Jamie was about to respond when something seemed to catch his eye. A shimmer in the air announced the barrier keeper's arrival. They materialized on the front lawn, 3 figures in their elaborate robes. Alizia in silver and black, Tyrion and Caelen flanking her as usual. The of them made Daniel's chest tighten. He forced himself to breathe. Here we go, he muttered. Jamie's hand found his shoulder and squeezed. Daniel made himself walk to the front door. Behind him he heard the others gathering. Determined footsteps, Adrian's worried whispers, Leon's words of caution _ it was good to have his friends around, but ultimately _ this was something he had to do by himself. The evening air was on his as he stepped onto the front porch. Alizia's gaze zeroed in on him. You made your decision, she asked. Whitlecute preamble. Daniel swallowed. First, tell NR again exactly what will happen to Caelen _ that was really all he cared about anymore. As we explained before, we will use your connection to him to channel an immense amount of power. Alizia's voice was steady, clinical. The should burn through his magic and burn out the dark god possessing him, and it kill him, yes. At least didn't try to soften it. The process will strain his system beyond anything a mortal body was meant to handle. Even with his Phi Bloco he may not survive. Briefly, Daniel closed his eyes. He hated hearing that, thinking that he'd be condemning Caelen to death, but death was also what awaited him if Daniel didn't act. Caelen was to be Morthal's downfall. Maybe Daniel could help him make that prophecy come true after all. He opened his eyes. I help you, he sounded surer than he felt, but I want your word that you'll do everything you can to keep him alive through this. Alizia's eyes met his, silvery bright in the fading. You have it, I warn you, even our best F01 TSRMY not be enough. Daniel swallowed. I get it. He didn't say more than that because he didn't want to cry. Whatever happened, he would face it. Should begin immediately, Alizia said. The timing of Sumsay is significant for this kind of bridging magic. Imide, they followed Alizia's instructions _ Damel lay back on the leather couch in Malik's library, a room FTLL of objects from Veridia, trying to ignore the way everyone watched him ziv by the arms crossed, while Adrian hovered nearby, wringing his hands. Jamie remained closest, refusing to leave his side. You must relax, Alizia said, placing her fingers against Daniel's. Her touch was, I need to find the connection between you and the Shadow King. Daniel closed his eyes and tried to breathe evenly. Alizia's magic seep into high new and unconfortable pulling sensation in his gut, like hooks catching and tugging at something deep inside him. Then, clear as a bell in his mind, Daniel, no. Daniel's body jerked. That was Caelen's voice. Errol, he was not happy about this. Of course not, but Daniel couldn't let that stop him. I'm doing this for you. Stay still. Alizia's magic tightened its grip. Errol, Daniel's breath choreography in his throat. Daniel, please. Caelen's voice was strained, desperate in a way that tugged at Daniel's heart in a man different from Alizia's magic tugging at him. Don't let them do this. Something's wrong, Daniel managed. He tried to sit up, but Alizia's power held him in place. The pulling sensation was growing stronger, almost painful. Jamie stepped forward. "Stop. You're hurting him. The process is uncomfortable," Tyrion said from somewhere the couch. "It's a massive amount of magic." "It's fine," Daniel gasped out. "I can handle it." "No, you can't." Cielen's voice again. Daniel. He cut off as Alizia found she'd been searching for. Inside of Daniel, magic surged through Daniel like electricity, burning through every nerve ending. His muscles locked, his jaw clenched so too his teeth. A night crack. He couldn't scream, could barely even breathe. The overwhelming force of it. "Daniel, stop this." Silence sounded quieter, difficult to hear over the white noise of pain in his mind. "Stop this now." But Daniel couldn't stop. He was only a conduit, no longer in control of his body. "W's okay," he tried to send his thoughts back to Caelen. "I'm putting an end to all of this. One way or another. You're putting an end to yourself." Realization hit Daniel. The haze of pain. The barrier keepers had been very specific about the risks to Saliu, but they'd never mentioned what channeling this much power negates do to him. His body wasn't meant to handle this kind of magic, either. This didn't change that Daniel couldn't stop RXNV. He didn't want to die. Hell, he wanted to live and be with Caelen and sex in real life rather than in a dreamscape. He wanted to apologize to his brother for all the pain he caused and help him and his bookstore be wildly successful. But if he had to die here, at least it would the sort of tragic ending that befitted a great romance. He would die to free Caelen. It was an ending worthy of a story. Worthy of the kinkle of love D always hoped to find. "I can do this for you. Give this for you." It was just a sentiment he clung to as his body grew hot, magic radiating every cell. "A fit no." Cielen's voice can get a desperate edge to it that Daliel had never heard before. "No." The last word wasn't just in his head anymore. It reverberated through the library, real arid immediate. Daniel struggled to force his eyes open. There, in the middle of Malik's library, was Caelen. He was on his knees, caught in the same crushing pressure as Daniel, but his bestial face was transformed with huggy. Despite the pain clearly racking his own body, his green eyes blazed with such intensity that Daniel could focus on nothing else. He did not get the frill word out, his vision blurred. 24 Caelen materialized in Nihilik's library, buckling under the same magic that Daniel. Some barrier keeper bullshit. He wasn't going to let it stop him. He was not going to let them do this to his remt. They are foolish to challenge us like this, Morthal's voice ECLW'd in his mind. They were in agreement, even if it was for reasons. Morth_LL wanted to save himself. Caelen only cared about saving Daniel. He found him on the magic coursing him burning bright for his remetal body. "Stop this at once," he growled, getting up to his feet before he could do anything. "Thou_you." Tyrion slammed into him from the side, causing both of them to crash into awe of Malik's bookcases, ancient volumes tumbling around them. Caelen twisted away from Tyrion's grip, but Caelen was already there. Between them, they forced him to his knees. Damnable creatures. Cheaters. They could only him because his magic was being stripped from him, his bond with his mate. Caelen breathed the pain as his eyes found Damel again. He'd curled in on himself on the couch, deathly pale. "Stop for," Caelen demanded, again struggling against the clears. 1K or 1D_. He could not let this happen. He would not let this happen. Alizia didn't look away from Daniel. "The process has begun. It cannot halted." The cold certainty in her voice made something snap inside him. Caelen gathered what strength remained and surged upward, breaking Galen's grip. Did these insolent bastards really think they could NRSS with him and what was his? Pitch-black shadows gathered around Caelen. Morthal's rage flooded Hitel and he embraced it as it amplified his own desperation until the air crackled with dark energy. He let it come. Let it fill him. Anything to save Daniel. The force of it sent Tyrion and Caelen staggering backward. Caelen didn't waste the mornem on them. He lunged straight for Alizia, shadows coalescing into deadly spears around him. Books flew off the shelves, papers whirled the air, and the ligaches flickered wildly. Someone screamed. Alizia's eyes widened. Her free hand came up, but couldn't defend herself properly without breaking contact with Daniel. The shadow spears struck the barrier she set up, and one glorious her magic wavered. Daniel's eyes fluttered open. I will get you out of here, Caelen promised him as he launched another attack at the bitch who was touching his mate, but before it could connect, Caelen tackled him from sending him to the floor once more. Something wrapped around Caelen's magic, digging into him like chains made of iron. Hold him. Alizia's voice was strained, but she maintained her grip on Daniel. The magic continued to pull Hyrule, killing him by sharp pain lanced Caelen. The power that had surged him moments ago drained away like water down a sink. Pulled his connection with Daniel. Alizia's spell. He fought against Caelen's grip, but his strength was too kitschy. He felt dizzy. Get up, Morthal snarled. We are stronger than this. But they weren't, not anymore. Not with their magic being stripped away. The mate bond. The power he'd just srnt he couldn't gather again. His shadows were barely wisps now, useless against the combined strength of the barrier keepers, and all the while, Daniel's heartbeat grew fainter. If Caelen could just, something shattered against the wall behind Alizia. She jerked, her spell faltering as she deflected shards of crystal from a broken sphere. Jani stood by Malik's desk, his ace white with Phil Y, already moving to throw more objects at Alizia. Get the huck away from my brother. Caelen didn't waste the moment questioning it. He wrenched free of Caelen and Caelen. Alkal surged forward, shadows gathering around him one final time. His fingers almost brushed Damel's artel, so close to touching, magic like burning chains wrapped around his throat and chest, yanking him backward, constricting until he could barely breathe. No, Caelen gasped. No. They are going to kill him, Morthal raged. They are going to kill us both for once. The Dark God's fury matched Caelen's own. He would do anything to save his anything. Caelen clawed at the floor, trying to drag himself closer to Daniel despite the crushing weight of holding him down. His vision blurred, whether from tears or magical drain, he couldn't tell anymore. He called out to his NNTE_, but Daniel couldn't hear him. Daniel was barely there at all, his presence in there to a thin thread. Caelen's own power bled away through that connection, feeding Alizia's spell until he felt hollow inside. Except for the pain and the terror of feeling his mate slip away. You should be glad, Alizia said. With this magic, we will save both your worlds. Your lives will have meant something. Caelen glared at her. He didn't care about giving his life he only cared that his thoughts were interrupted suddenly. A new presence filled the room. Power rippled the air, different from anything Caelen had felt before. His blurred vision, he saw a figure materialize in a swirl of silver. The man who stepped forth commanded attention without effort. Blue hair fell past broad shoulders, and his sharp features could have been carved from marble. His eyes flowed like captured stars as he took in his surroundings. Yuri. Alizia's .73 eyes cracked with shock, fear, and something else, reverence, raps, or memory. The newcomer lifted one elegant hand, and Alizia crumbled with a cry of as invisible magic struck her. Caelen didn't waste time trying to understand. As quickly as he could, he crawled to Daniel's side. His skin was cold, his breathing shallow. Caelen touched his face, there was response. Daniel. He gathered the limp form into his arms, searching desperately for any sign of consciousness. Daniel, please. Behind chaos erupted. Yuri had his hand around Alizia's throat, pinning her to the floor while Terry and Caelen tried to pull him off. Their shouts seemed distant, meaningless. Stop this display of sentimentality. Morthal's voice cut froth his mind. Look at what's before you. But Caelen couldn't look away from Daniel's face. These creatures wield magic beyond anything in our world, Morthal pressed. This is our chance. Take it. Drain them dry. Never be weak again. The words penetrated slowly. Caelen's fingers against Daniel's cold cheek. Morthal wanted to take magic from the barrier keepers. If he did, he would become unbelievably strong. Strong for Caelen to ever take control again. I'll protect your precious mate, Mortal_LL promised, his voice honey sweet. They'll never be able to hurt him again. No one will. Caelen looked up at Tyrion and Gallius, still struggling with Yuri. A thread of magic still connects Daniel and the keepers. Connects us and the keepers. Use it. There was so much power to be grabbed. Power enough to Daniel's safety. Power to make sure nothing like this ever happened again. He knew it was wrong. Knew he was playing directly into Morthal's hands. But with Daniel lifeless in his arms, he only had one $1, and it wasn't self-preservation. Gently, he set his mate down, took one brief moment to brush his lips against Daniel's forehead. Daniel's eyes opened. Salut, he breathed, and Caelen's ear squeezed with an emotion more painful than anything the barrier keepers had inflicted on him. You'll okay? He brushed Daniel's cheek with the back of his knuckles and made himself get up. He only had one shot at this. The barrier keepers were still squabbling with each other. Distracted, Caelen reached out and touched both Tyrion and Caelen. He let the dark god inside him pull on their essence. The rush of power was immediate, overwhelming. Nyagluk poured into him like liquid fire, and Morthal's consciousness expanded love till Caelen's own Th0 dissolved in that vast darkness. He let it happen. Any fate was better than watching Daniel die. 25 Daniel's head felt stuffed with koto. His thou_u.s moving slow and stick. He was on the floor. When had he fallen off the couch? Sinrone's arms were around him, Jaime's voice in his ear saying something urgent that he couldn't quite process. Across the route Caelen had his hands on Tyrion and Caelen. The barrier keepers' aces had gone slack with shock. Their skin turned grey, then ashen, then began to crack like old paper. Magic poured from them, invisible strand of dark energy, flowing into Caelen like water into parched earth. No, Daniel tried to say, but his voice was quiet to reach Caelen. Tyrion and Caelen collapsed like puppets with cut strings. They didn't move again. Thick shadows surrounded Caelen and when he turned toward Alizia, his eyes were solid black. Daniel's breath stuck in his throat. There was nothing of his Caelen in that face anymore. Alizia stood alone, her sicker-streaked hair wild around her as she raised her hands in defense. Jaime, Daniel managed, pushing weakly at his brother's restraining arms. Jaime, I to stop him, but he couldn't even stand. Could only watch as Caelen, no, as Morthu advanced on the last remaining barrier keeper. The magic Caelen had stolen from Tyrion and Caelen crackled around him like black lightning. Alizia's spells shattered against that darkness like glass. She backed away, realizing that Caelen was too strong now. Daniel wanted to go to Caelen, to him that he didn't have to do this, but his body felt too heavy, his Th0 still scattered. Jaime's arms twined around him. Caelen's handle closed around Alizia's throat. She clawed at his artel silver magic sparking uselessly between her fingers. The shadows wrapped around her like hungry creatures, eager for their meal. You hurt what's mine? Caelen's voice wasn't his own anymore. It echoed with something dark and terrible. Now you will pay for that. Alizia screamed. The sound cut off abruptly as her power joined the maelstrom of darkness around Caelen. When he let go, she crumpled to like the others, her skin grey and lifeless. In the horrible silence that followed, Daniel could barely breathe. Caelen turned to him. His black eyes should be terrifying, but Daniel's health still lurched at the way Caelen's expression softened. He extended one hand in offer. Come with me, Daniel. The voice was gentler now, almost like Caelen's own. Almost. Let me keep you safe, don't, Jaime hissed, trying to pull Daniel back. That's not him anymore. Daniel knew that, but he didn't want to believe it. Nox materialized between them in a blur of motion, Ziv at his side a heartbeat later. Their power emerged in the air, but after what Daniel had just witnessed, it felt inadequate against the darkness surrounding Caelen. Caelen's soft vanished. The shadows around him surged forward, wrapping around Knox as if they struggled, but their movements became sluggishly as if they were trying to fight underwater. Insignificant creatures, Caelen taunted. You will not enter again. Daniel's stomach one urged _no. He couldn't let Knox and Ziv con to harm Daniel. Wrenched free of Jamie's hold, stumbling forward on legs that barely worked. He grabbed Caelen's artel fingers, digging into cold skin. Don't those black eyes fixed on Hyrule, and for a moment Daliel thought he'd remedied a terrible mistake. But then Caelen's expression shined, a smile formed on his features. Please just leave here, Daniel said. His voice shook but didn't let go. Caelen's free hand came up to cup Daniel's ace, thumb stroking his cheekbone. There was something purely possessive in that touch. Mine, Caelen breathed, and darkness swallowed them both. The last thing Daniel heard was Jamie screaming his nan. The darkness released Daniel into a large, dim space, Caelen's arm wrapped around his waist, holding him steady while Daniel's heart beat. Way too. Where were they? As his eyes adjusted, he recognized the abandoned theatre where he'd pulled Caelen into this world, but already, the building was changing. Shadows pulsed around them with stolen power, and Relio gave way to magic. Theatre seats twisted, alcohol melted like wax, reforming into a ornate black column that stretched toward the ceiling. The sloped floor flattened and transformed into polished stone, while at the far end, where the screen had been, something like a throne dais rose from the shadows. Above, the ceiling simply opened, revealing a star-filled night sky that Daniel knew wasn't real. His stomach turned. He'd read about a place just like this. This just like how he'd imagined the Shadow King's court in Veridia. Beautiful, isn't it? Caelen's voice still held that ambient echo that made Daniel's skin crawl, but his touch remained gentle as he guided Daniel toward a massive four-poster bed that had formed in a corner in the back. The sheets were black silk, the pillows deep crimson. Soon all of this world will be remade. Daniel's knees gave out entirely, either from magical exhaustion or the weu of his horror. He couldn't tell anymore. He'd tried to save Caelen, and instead his actions had turned him into this. Caelen, him laying him carefully among the silk sheets. Those black eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he brushed Daniel's hair back from his ace. Daniel wanted to pull away from TL's touch, but his body wouldn't respond. Sleep, love. The words seemed to carry their OU.N magic. Darkness crept in at the edges of his vision. Sleep pulled him under like a tide, and he surrendered to its depths. 26 Daniel woke to familiar shadows and silk sheets. For a moment, he couldn't remember where he was. Then it all crashed back. Caelen, the barrier keepers. The theatre transfer, RTMNG around them. How could he have gone to sleep after all that? How long had he been out? He sat up too quickly, head spinning. The space around him had changed. Where there had been an open corner of the transformed theatre, dark walls now rose on all sides, closing him in. They looked almost like obsidian, but somehow less solid, as if shadows had crystallized into stone. Daniel swallowed hard. Had he been kidnapped again? No, he'd come willingly. He wanted to be with Caelen. If there was anything of Caelen left there had to. Daniel's chest tightened as he slid out of the massive four-poster bed. A had fallen on one wall while he slept. Daniel approached it slowly, heart pounding. It would be ilk, wouldn't it? But the handle turned easily under his grip. Daniel's breath in his TM, at what he saw. The theatre's transformation was where rows of seats had stretched toward a silver screen. Dark marble floors now gleamed beneath soaring columns of shadow stones stretching into a starlit sky. But what surprised Daniel RMST was the amount of people gathered in the hall. They knelt in neat rows across the floor, their heads bowed in reverence. Daniel recognized the crisp blue uniforms of police officers scattered among the crowd. Behind professional camera equipment had been set up, MWS crews still running their stations with the sand-glazed direction as everyone else. On a dais at the far end of the chamber, where the movie screen had once been, rose a throne that seemed to be made of living darkless shadows flowed and visted across its frame. And TLRE, lounging across it with casual grace, sat Caelen. No. Not Caelen, not entirely. As Damel watched, frozen in the doorway, Caelen, Morthu one lifted his hand. More shadows danced between his fingers, forming shapes that drew gasps of wonder from his audience. A one near the front held up her phone as if live-streaming the event. You see. Caelen's voice carried effortless the familiar and rain all at once. Your world has forgotten what true power feels like. Let remind you the shadows sweeping over the crowd. Where they chuckled, Iripple shuddered in ecstasy, their eyes rolling back. Daniel's sponge churned. He tried to step back to retreat into his but Caelen's head snapped toward him. Their eyes met across the vast chamber, and everything else seemed to away. A smile came Caelen's lips. Or he said, the single syllable somehow both warm and terrifying. You're awake. The crowd parted like a wave as Caelen stepped down from his throne, black eyes fixed on Daniel. Come closer, he beckoned. Let everyone see what I cherish. Daniel's feet remained frozen to the spot. A news camera swiveled toward Hitel, its red recording eye burning like an accusing eye. Behind it, the camera woman stared with the same vacant worship as everyone else. Daniel's throat constricted. He swallowed and tried again. What have you done to these people? He was now, descended the dais steps with languid grace. RVE given them purpose. Direction. His smile widened. The same gift I'm offering you. This isn't a gift. Daniel gestured at the kneeling crowd. They are not even conscious of what's happening, aren't they? Caelen stopped several feet away. Watch. He lifted his howl toward a young police officer in the front row. Shadows curled around TLRNN's shoulders like a lover's caress. The officer's eyes cleared slew one why, and he smiled up at Caelen with pure adoration. Tell Daniel how you feel, Harvey. I feel convolute, the officer said, his voice dreamy but coherent, like I finally understand what I was missing. The shadows show us truth. Daniel's chest tuned _W here. Caelen's green eyes had sparked with hints of hunty, now there was only endless darkness. Like staring into the space between stars. You're controlling them, freeing them. Caelen a step closer. Just as RLL free you from your doubts. Your hesitation. His expression softened. Your fear of accepting what you truly want. Daniel SLW. Okay, his head, taking a step back. What I want? 4% at I want is Caelen, the real Caelen. His voice grew stronger with each word. He raised an accusing finger at TLR creature before him. What have you done with Hyaru Morthul? A flicker of something passed across those black eyes. Irritation? Amusement? It was impossible to read expressions in those bottomless pools of darkness. Caelen chose me, he said, spreading his arms wide. He chose this. He did not have the power to protect you. I do. I never wanted this. Daniel's hands clenched into fists. He didn't either. You forced him. You've been manipulating him since he was a child. Since you corrupted his and made him think you were his only choice. Such accusations. Caelen's voice on a deeper, older. When I gave him everything. Power. Purpose. He cocked his head. The ability to keep you safe. You didn't give him anything. You corrupted him so the prophecy couldn't be more. Thal huffed a laugh as if I could ever be threatened by a half-fi _ the whole Amir was preposterous. You will regret this _ I will regret nothing. Morthul moved closer. I control Caelen _ I control you and everyone here, and control is the only TME safety in any world. Caelen understands that now. Soon, you will too. He reached for Daniel's ace, but Daniel jerked away. I don't want your version of Safety _ I want him back. That's not possible. Morthal's voice held no emotio, contrasting with the excess of emotion. Daniel FRLT Caelen is gone. Only his body remains. No. The word burst from Daniel like a storm. His hands collected with Morthal's chest, shoving him back a step. He's not gone. He can't be gone. A collective gasp rippled the crowd. Dozens of glazed eyes turned hostile, fixed on Daniel with the intensity of attack dogs watching an intruder. The police officers' hands twitched toward their holsters. Morthal raised a hand and the tension in the room eased like a puppet master loosening strings. Now, he said, his black eyes never leaving Daniel's face. "Please not make a scene in front of my followers." His lips curved in that familiar yet wrong smile. "I believe this conversation requires privacy." Before Daniel could protest, shadows wrapped around his waist and pulled him backward, through the doorway he'd emerged from minutes ago. His feet stumbled over the threshold as Morthal followed, the swinging shut behind them in the sunless space, with just the two of TLR. Air felt thick enough to choke on but Daniel refused to be intimidated. Mortal LLB in control now, but that didn't mean Caelen wasn't in there somewhere, fighting the Dark God's influence even now. Daniel wouldn't abandon him to that struggle. Everything had gone wrong because of Hyrule, so he had to set things he had to try. "At least let me talk to Sully," he demanded. "Yo LL need to ask a different god if you want to talk to the dead." "He's not dead." "You're lying," Daniel said, backing away until his legs hit the edge of the bed. Fuck, this room was so damn, and Morthal was still following him, so Daniel could not put any distance between them. "It's only his body THAUROS still alive, but even that is." Morthal gestured at himself at Cielen's form. "Its original host is gone, and without you, it will deteriorate." "No." Daniel, his head violently. Morthal continued as if Daniel hadn't spoken. "I made your energy to sustain it, little NNTE _ I won't give you anything. So you dulled let Caelen die in TN _ LTH. Daniel didn't KMNV how to respond to that. Morthal's lips twisted into a smile as if he enjoyed TLR indecision Daniel displayed, arid then long fingers tangled in Daniel's hair, yanking his head back as Morthal's mouth crashed down on his. The kiss was brutal, possessive, stealing more than just breath. Daniel struggled, his hands pushing against Morthal's chest, but the lips against his were achingly far. Cielen's lips, Cielen's touch his body remembered this, wanted this, even as his mind screamed that it was wrong. W's not him, Daniel reminded himself desorately. It's not Caelen. With a surge of desperate anger, Daniel bit down hard on the lips claiming his. He tasted copper, but instead of retreating, Morthal growled. The sound vibrated Daliel's chest in one fluid. Mortal LL shoved him backward onto the silk sheets and followed him down, pimmeling Daniel betrath his WEU. "Fuck, why did that feel? You know you want this," Morthal murmured, looming over him. "You're in love with this shell." Daniel hated that Morthal knew that he knew how to abuse that. He hated the way his pulse raced, the heat building under his skin. This wasn't what he wanted. But his treacherous body didn't seem to care that the creature wearing Cielen's face was. "Get off!" Daniel spat. "No," Morthal said civilly, one hand sliding possessively down Daniel's side. "You anything THAUROS Cielen's is mine," including his mouth, claimed Daniel's again, brutal, arid, demanding. Daniel tried to turn away, but Morthal's grip was too strong. Desperate, Daniel reached through that connection always felt with Caelen, searching for any trace of him. "Cackle, please. I know you're in there somewhere. Please." Nothing, just that crushing darkness. "Caelen." A knee between his thigh, parting the ribbing his groin. Daniel reached harder. "Cackle, please." Morthal's grip tightened painfully, and a tremor ran through his body. He jerked back with a harsh gasp, face contorting as if in Poltal _ No, he snarled, but his voice sounded strange, like two nices fighting for control. "You can't." The darkness in Morthal's eyes rippled. Green bled into black, then black swallowed it again. Cielen's body shuddered violently. Daniel, he choked out, and for an instant those eyes were perfectly green, just as Daniel remembered them. God, Daniel, I can't. Black swirled back, then green again. I can't hold him back for long. Caelen. Daniel's heart thundered against his ribs. He was here. He was still alive. Is it really you? Yes. Caelen pressed their foreheads together, trembling with the effort of maintaining control. "TM not dead, but RM so weak I need," his voice broke. "I'll need you to keep fighting him to get back to myself." He lowered his voice as if sharing a secret. "He thinks it'll make him stronger, but we make me stronger. You're my mate." Flared in Daniel's chest. He'd known Caelen wasn't truly gone, couldn't gone. "What do you need to do?" he asked urgently. "Kiss me." Daniel didn't have to be told twice. He leaned up and captured Caelen's mouth with his own. This kiss was soft, sweet, so unlike what they'd been doing moments ago, and infinitely because it was Caelen going against his mouth. "Yes. Give yourself to the hand that had grabbed his hair earlier to cradle the back of his neck, drawing him closer. They pressed together as they kissed, and Daniel felt Caelen's cock growing hard against him, his own erection strained against his jeans. God, he wanted this. Wanted Caelen. He'd thought he might never get this again. Energy flowed freely, their connection, and Daniel let it. Anything Caelen wanted, anything he needed, Daniel would give him. "I'm so sorry," Caelen murmured against his lips. "For all of this, for dragging you into." Daniel shook his head, kissing his apology away. "You didn't do this." His hands slid under the shield Caelen wore, stroking the warm skin there. It was such a relief to feel his heartbeat, his warmth. "I help you this." Caelen made a low noise in his throat as Daniel pushed up his shirt, bearing more skin. He pulled back just long to pull it off over his head and toss it aside before leering back in to capture Daniel's mouth. Their bodies moved together, hips rutting, cocks sliding against one another through layers of clothing. It wasn't Daniel needed skin-on-skin contact. He yelped at the button fly of Caelen's pants, popping it open. Caelen moaned against him, his own hands fumbling with the zipper on Daniel's jeans. They both sprang free from their confines. They ground together, hot flesh rubbing against each other, sending sparks of pleasure racing through Daniel's entire body. He gripped Caelen's hips, rocking up to rhythm. His lips trailed over Caelen's jaw, sucking bruises down his throat. It felt so good to him like this, alive and wanting, so much better than his dreams. Caelen's breath came faster. He braced one hand beside Daniel's head, the other tangling in his hair, pulling just enough to hurt, in that delicious way that RMD Daniel's cirk twitch. He wafted to ask for more, but Caelen's lips were on his again, tongue plundering his mouth as if desperate to claim every im. Daniel didn't hold back. He opened his mouth wider, his fingers digging into Caelen's hips as they rocked together. Daniel's eyes closed as he lost himself in the sensation. More energy flowed from him. Daniel didn't want to stop it. That's it, Caelen murmured. "Give everything to NR_. He blew a hand down, wrapping it around their cocks _ Daniel at the sensation. "Fuck, that was so good." Caelen stroked them together, the friction of his hand making Daniel's balls draw up too. Caelen's lips brushed his cheekbone, his brow, his jawline. Each kiss, combined with each motion of Caelen's hand, sent shivers of pleasure racing over Daniel's skin. His hips jerked, he couldn't help it. Caelen seemed pleased. "Yes _ he drew out the word. "Perfect, so good for N, little RM'd _ His fingers slid into Daniel's hair again. Arid Daniel felt the pull of energy increase. His head spewed but not in a bad way, more like a dizzying, as if he were standing on top of a cliff looking down at a drop below. And then Caelen tightened his grip on their cocks. Ankle pleasure coiled inside Daniel, winding too, threatening to break loose. He dug his nails into Caelen's back, trying to anchor himself. Caelen groaned, his rhythm speeding up. "Come for me," he commanded, and Daniel was helpless to obey. With a cry, he came, his seed spilling over Caelen's hand and their bellies as Caelen kept stroking them _ prolonging the sensation love till it was almost too much, until Daniel was whimpering with the pleasure pain of it. "Beautiful," Caelen whispered, flooding Daniel's consciousness with the warn of his praise. This was good. This was right Qn if he felt tired now. So tired. His energ ____ Caelen was still taking it. Daniel tried to lift his head, tried to look Caelen in the but he could barely keep his eyes open. Caelen, he mumbled. Is it? Are you okay? Is Morthal ____. He trailed off, unable to find the right questions in a mind that felt sluggish and slow. Shush. Caelen murmured against his hair, one hand stroking down his spine. Sleep. Daniel didn't want to sleep. He wanted answers, but his strength left him. He gave it all to Caelen everything he was, everything he had I love you. He spoke, the only words that remained in his mind. Love you. Caelen kissed his and Daniel slipped into darkness. Once RM_27 Daniel woke to a deep, bone-heavy exhaustion that made even opening his eyes feel like too much effort. His body ached as if he'd ran a marathon, but underneath that physical drain was something worse, something hollow, like someone had scraped him clean from the inside. The silk sheets whispered against his skin as he sat up. The engagement sent a wave of dizziness through him. Something felt wrong. Not just the exhaustion or the strange emptiness inside hit ill, but something deeper. More abdominal like the world had shifted 2 inches to the left while he slept. The space around him had certainly changed. What had been a hastily transformed corner of the theatre was now a vast chamber with a high ceiling and plush carpet on the floor. A fresh change of clothes waited on a carved ebony chair beside the bed, a black shirt, pants, underwear and socks. The clothes he'd arrived in were gone. Caelen must have taken the rest of them off after Daniel. He didn't want to think about what had happened before he passed out and why was that? It'd the thrilling of wrongness in show He woke up alone. Caelen wasn't here now. Had he ever been here? Daniel bit his lower lip as doubt RMD his stomach twist. Caelen must have been here. Discarding he made himself get up, and then waited for the room to stop spinning. Briefly, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Caelen must have taken a lot from him. That was okay, though, as long as it helped. Near the bed, Daniel found a SRMLL table that held a covered silver tray. When he lifted the lid, the scent of fresh coffee hit higher, and beside it sat a plate of chocolate chip pancakes. This was better than the last time he'd been kidnapped. No, strike that he had not been ladnapped again. He had gone with Caelen willingly. He was going to set this and he wasn't hungry. Taking in the rest of the he-4 to the one that led out to the main hall, and a new one that slightly ajar to he made his way there on unsteady legs, trailing a hand along the wall for balance. That greeted him stopped him in his tracks. The bathroom was larger than his entire bedroom back home, all black marble and gold fixtures. A deep soaking tub dominated one corner while an open shower took up another. The mirror above the sink stretched the full length of the counter, reflecting his pale back at him. His skin had a grey undertone, like all the colour had been leached out of him. Dark circles ringed his eyes, even his colorfy_LLY dyed hair seemed to have lost its vibrancy. He watched himself touch his own. Frankly, he looked like Shim, and his brother would lose his goddamn mind if he saw him like this. But Daniel was doing what needed to be done. Funny. Somehow, he'd always imagined dating a villain would be more glamorous. He averted his gaze and splashed water on his face. He needed to wash up, get dressed, and then he meant to figure out what was going on. Dressed in clothes that didn't belong to him but that seemed to fit as if they had been tailored to his body, Daniel paused with his hand on the door. He didn't like to admit it to hin E1F, but he was scared of what he think on the other side. He wanted to think that he had reached Caelen last night, that he'd helped him come back to himself. But nothing he'd found so far convinced him. If anything, the magic that invested this place seemed to have grown stronger. Did that mean Morthal had grown stronger? There was only one way to know. For taking a deep breath, Daniel pushed the open, and then horror settled in his all over again. The hall had grown impossibly larger during his sleep. TV% air before there had been maybe followers, now hundreds knelt in neat rows across the endless floor. Their whispered prayers created a constaff sumu ration that made Daniel's skin crawl at the base of the shadow throne. Copper brew symbols had been drawn on the black stone. WHS that blood. Had Morthal taken a blood sacrifice here? Daniel raised a hand to his youth. This was this was so thinking wrong. He'd skipped breakfast, but he still felt like throwing up. Beautiful, isn't it? Daniel spun around. Caelen stood there. No, not Caelen those black eyes gave him away. The thing wearing Caelen's face smiled, reaching for Daniel's cheek. Daniel jerked away from Morthal's touch. Don't. Morthal raised an eyebrow at him. Now you reject NR again. I always reject you. Daniel glared at the dark god, not caring that he was trying to stare down a deity who'd evidently just gorged himself on blood. El Percent is Caelen. Morthal at him for a long moment. I already told you he's gone. But he's not. Daniel insisted, temper running hot. Last night. Morthal interjected. Last you accepted touch willingly. All the heat dissipated from Daniel's body, turning to ice instead. WHS Morthal implying. No, that couldn't be RU that wasn't what happened. It wasn't your touch I accepted. Morthal's smile widened, and then his black eyes shifted, returning to Caelen's gem. When he spoke he sounded exactly like Caelen. Please, Daniel. I can him if you give me your. Daniel stumbled backward, bile rising in his throat. Stop it. A mocking expression visited Caelen's features. You really Th0 I couldn't imitate the whose skin I've been living in for the past decade. Daniel's stomach lurched. The memory of last night, of what he thought had been Caelen finally breaking free, of giving himself willingly, visited IMO something horrific. Something violating. You, his voice broke. He couldn't even form words around the revulsion climbing up his throat. Did you really think it would be that easy? Morthal's laugh was cruel. That all he needed to come back to you was your love. He spat the word like poison. Daniel's back hit his door. He fumbled for the handle behind him, unable to look away from the thing wearing Caelen's face. Sweet Daniel. Morthal shifted closer, still wearing that twisted smile, so desperate to in true love's power. So willing to give everything to save Roan, who's already gone. He's not gone. The words came out barely louder than a whisper, but Daniel clung to them. I know he's not. Whatever airy tale you need to. Morthal waved a dismissive hand. You'll continue to feed me either way. Daniel's fingers finally found the door handle. He yanked it open and practically fell through the doorway. The last thing he saw before slamming the door was Morthal's satisfied smirk, black bleeding back into Caelen's green eyes. He barely made it to the bathroom before his legs gave, collapsing in front of the toilet. He retched, nothing came up. His whole body shook as the feel of what had happened crashed over him. He'd given himself willingly. He'd Th0. He'd really. Another wave of nausea hit him this time, bile burned his throat. How could he have been so stupid? So naive? He'd wanted so badly to believe Caelen was fighting back that he'd fallen for Morthal's act, had given that monster exactly what he wanted. Daniel pressed his forehead against the marble of the bathroom floor, not even caring how undignified he looked. His skin felt too wrong, like he wanted to crawl out of it. The memory of last knew twisted in his mind, transforming from something passionate into something horrifying. Every touch, every kiss, every moment of surrender had with Morthal. Another wave of nausea at that thought. He pushed himself up on shaking legs and stumbled to the sink, desperate to wash his, to do something, anything, to get that image out of his head. The in of himself glimpsed in the mirror wasn't airy better. If possible, he even worse than before. How had all of this gone so horribly wrong when he'd only tried to do the right thing? He should have listened to Jamie. Maybe there was never any way for him to help Caelen. He washed his as if he could wash that sinking feeling away with the water. Was Caelen really dead? Or was that just another one? I.e. how could Daniel trust anything mortal? LL said. Morthal lied about everything. Maybe he was lying about last new as well? Daniel clung to that though as he dragged himself back to the bedroom, unable to stand the sight of himself in the mirror any longer. He would not let this stupid god get to him, not in any way. His eyes fell on something on the bedside table that he hadn't noticed before. His phone. Daniel stared at the device for a long moment. It felt surreal, this piece of life sitting here in this nightmare. Was this another one of Morthal's games? Giving him a connection to the outside world just to torment him? Or maybe he was so convinced that Damel wouldn't leave Hitel that no call Daniel could make could hurt him, that he didn't care to take Daniel's phone from him. The worst part was that he was likely Daniel wouldn't walk away as long as there was a chance he could help Caelen. Errol, who could he call? An exorcist? The ghost bleaters? The phone's screen lit at his touch, full battery, frill signal notifications cascaded down. To vent he missed calls from Jamie. A string of texts. I swear to God, Daniel, if I make it out of this alive I will kill you. NFYSELF. W%. Were you thinking going with him? Where are you? What are you doing? It feels like the whole world is ending. Please just let me know you're alive. Daniel opened his browser, found a news page and scanned the headlines. The latest one made his blood run cold. Reality distortions reported across Caelen. Officials advise residents to stay indoors. Daniel sank onto the edge of the bed, looking at videos that showed shadows writhing across buildings in broad streets or rolling into swirling black holes that swallowed residents. People claiming they'd been attacked by monsters. How could all of this be happening? He'd wanted to help stabilize the barriers. Not this. His thumb hovered over Jamie's contact. What could he even say? How could he any of this? He read Jamie's last message again. Please just let me know you're alive. He could do that much, couldn't he? I'm alive, Daniel typed, then deleted it. The blunt statement would just invite RM questions. I'm okay, he tried instead, but that was a lie. He was about as far from okay as he'd ever been. Finally, he settled on I'm SQFE. Please don't worry. Jamie's response came instantly, don't worry. The whole city is going insane. There are shadows eating people. Tell me where you are. Daniel took an instant to think. Could he possibly say? I'm trying to fix this. By doing what? Sacrificing yourself? 3 dots appeared as Johnny kept typing. The bookstore is gone, Daniel. Just vanished into thin air along with half the block. Daniel stared at the phone in his hands. Bookmarked was gone. The store that had their sanctuary, their home, their everything _ just gone. His vision blurred with tears. This was his all of it. He was helping, thought he could save Saliu, but instead he'd made everything worse. The phone buzzed again and again. Daniel? Are you still there? Please answer me. Daniel did answer. I will fix this, he typed. And then he shoved the phone in his pocket as something and fierce erupted in his chest, burning away the exhaustion and fear. Morthal had gone too far, hilting everyone Daniel loved, and Daniel stormed out of the bedroom. He ignored the worshippers and marched straight toward the shadow throne, where Morth _ lounged like a king. You destroyed my brother's store. Daniel's voice rang out across the hall, cutting the whispered prayers. Morthal's eyebrows rose, amusement flickering across Caelen's features. Did I just was not getting it. Don't play games with N. Daniel climbed the steps to the throne, not caring about the gasps from the followers or the way shadows curled threateningly around him. That store was everything to us. It was you home. Your home is with now. Mort _LL waved a dismissive hand. And RM creating something far greater. You're not creating shit. Damel got close enough to spit in Morthal's ace _ you're just destroying what other people love because you don't know what LCNE is. Morthal rose from his TM-NE, power radiating from him in dark waves. You dare. Yalu, I dare. Damel stepped right into his space, jabbing a finger at his chest. You're not as scary as you think you are. You're just a bully who has to possess other people's bodies because you can't do anything on your own. You're pathetic. For a moment, everything went still. Then Morthal's hand shot out, wrapping around Daniel's throat. I could crush you, then do it. Daniel met those black eyes, refusing to back down even as his hilt pounded against his ribs. But you won't, will you? Because you need N. You need Enig to keep Caelen's body fit. Xiong Morthal's anger twisted into amusement. Uncle, isn't that why you won't leave, known to what I do to you? He shook Daniel. You're so blinded by love, Yodel, keep giving N what I want. So tell who's RM pathetic between the two of us. Daniel spat at him. TM not giving you anything. Is that so? Before Daniel could protest or AY to move away, the GCD's mouth crashed against Daniel's in a bruising kiss. Acid rose in Daniel's throat at the wrongness of it, at this thing wearing Caelen's, using Caelen's lips. Power drained from him in a violent like from an open wound. His knees buckled as darkness flooded the space where his Enig had been, but beneath his revulsion, resolve sparked. Caelen was in there somewhere and Daniel would find him. This was his chance. He forced himself to stop instead. He let himself follow that current of power, let it drag him deeper into Morthal's essence. Darkness pressed in from all sides, corruption so profound it made his soul recoil, his consciousness scattered, trying to escape the horror of what he touched. Caelen had to be here. Had to. Daniel reached the void with everything he was, everything he had. Past the Renius _ past his OU.N terror. Past the screaming instinct to pull away. Nothing, nothing, nothing. His mind began to frain and _ but there, darkness. Always darkness. Caelen floated in the void of Morthal's consciousness. In his own skin he could only watch eyes that were no longer his as Morth_L grabbed Daniel's chin with fingers that had once belonged to Caelen, forced a KSS on him with Caelen's lips. No. Please, no. He'd given himself to Morthal to protect Daniel, not to become the thing that hurt him, but he could only watch as Morthal used his body to drain Daniel's energy, could feel Daliel's life force flowing through what had been his veins. And through Daniel's presence pierced the darkness, reaching, searching terror seized what remained of Caelen's soul. Get out, get out, get out, not here. You can't be here. He had to protect Daniel from this horror, had to, but Daniel's essence called to something in him that even Morthal couldn't corrupt, the heart that had recognized its match in an exuberantly cholerical bookstore clerk who talked much and loved fiercely. The soul that had roused to stay away from him in spite of all the danger he posed. Even now. Before he could stop himself, Caelen reached back, the connection seared through him like fire. Daniel, his Daniel. Still hoping, still Morthal's rage crashed over him like a tsunami, drowning him in darkness once more. It was too much for Caelen to 1K1D onto anything. All could do was watch, anger burning Brigme, as Morthal flung his beloved mate's exhausted body down the steps. He'd surrendered everything to keep Daniel safe. And still, he was the instrument of his pain. He'd rather died. Daniel's head connected panel 1-1Y with the stone floor. Insolent child of man. Morthal's voice shook the hall and sent his followers scrambling. Daniel tried to push himself to his hands and knees, trickling down his tenval _ but even so, he couldn't stop smiling, couldn't contain the wild joy bursting in his chest. He'd found him. Caelen was alive in there, Fighting, reaching back at you. Morthal's voice dripped with derision. You think you've accomplished something? That you can challenge me? You can't stand. Daniel's fingers scraped against stone as he tried again to rise. His vision swam. No, no. Don't struggle. Shadows wrapped around Daniel, lifting him like a rag doll. Sim, you're so certain of yon _ victory, come sit with me and let's show you the truth. The shadows clerked Daniel onto a smaller chair that materialized beside Morthal's _ more shadows bound him in place as the copper brew symbols began to glow across the floor. You see, while you were sleeping, I began preparing something special. Morthal spread his arms wide. The merging of two worlds. And you'll have the best seat in the house to watch everything you love transform something new. Something better. Daniel's head lolled against his chest. He'd been used so hard he could barely keep his eyes open, and he knew he should be scared of what this psychopathic god planned to do with him and the rest of the world, but inside all of that darkness, he found something that kept him going: hope. Caelen was alive, and Daniel would bring him back and end all of this madness. Nothing else mattered. 28 later that day, Morthal made Daniel sit next to his throne agam _ let's show you what I can do. Morthal brushed his thumb across Daniel's cheek. What you have given me the power to do. Daniel recoiled, but he couldn't move away. Even if he'd had the shadow tendrils still held him in place, their cold touch seeping through his clothes _ his head throbbed where it had hit the floor, crusting at his temple still. He didn't feel defeated. I didn't give you shit _ Morthal smiled at him, but said nothing more. Instead, he turned to his followers. His worshippers. My children. Morthal's voice rolled across the transforeign theatre _ I believe it is tin for a demonstration. A murmur of awe filled the hall as those mindless idiots turned to the throne in rapture. They came closer, stopping just in front of the copper symbols on the floor. Your devotion will be rewarded. Mortal _ raised his hands. Blood will forge the path. A flash of silver as all of the followers drew knives at the same time and held TLRM in front of their chests. In unison they stabbed them. Syllabi _ splashed onto the copper symbols. Time metallic scent hit Daniel's nose at the same time as horror coiled in his guts. No, this was so wrong. This was so freaking, and all the while, the circles began to glow brewer, until he had to squint against their radiance. The air crackled, and reality rippled like heat waves off summer pavement at a tear at the far end of the hall, edges ragged and bleeding shadow. Daniel saw a bleak landscape, twisted black trees rising from ash-grey earth, their bramheaths reaching like grasping fingers toward a deep purple sky. Viridia's shadow realm shards moved in that darkness. Countless glowing eyes fixed on the awning between worlds. Claws tested the boundary, sending whispers of shadow seeping before pulling back. The connection wasn't stable yet. It couldn't be. But it would be. When Morthal had his way, please. A worm fell to her knees, arms outstretched toward the portal. Transform us, Lord. And make us worthy. Others joined her, begging, crying, reaching toward that blasted like it held salvation. Daniel's stomach lurched. These Roppel had idea what waited on the other side, what those creatures would do. Morthal unleashed them. Morth _LL's lips curved into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. With a gesture, sealed the portal closed. The sudden absence of that otherworldly pressure made Daniel's ears pop. But first, you must prove yourselves worthy of such gifts. Remember, it is the faith that flows that makes this possible. The shadows around Daniel as Morthal turned that alien smile on him, and of course, you part to play as well. Morthal's fingers brushed Daniel's cheek. Rest now, little mate. You'll need your strength to sit on the throne of our new world beside me. Darkness crept across Daniel's vision. He fought it, but his body betrayed him, dragging him down into unconsciousness. Icy plains stretched into darkness. The dream scar wavered like a reflection in water, as if it dissolved at any instant. WMD howled, but the sound came from impossibly far away. Daniel. The sound of Cielen's voice made Daniel's chest ache. Where was it coming from? Listen, his voice was so faint, but his urgency was clear. The merger breaks symbols when he starts. His power will spread thin and then. _ the words fibed into wind. Caelen. Daniel's .73 ice echoed strangely in the unstable dream. Where are you? Stab his heart 4% en. The ritual becomes unstable. Its only chance. Daniel's throat closed. To stab Morthal, he would have to stab Caelen _ that would kill you too. Better dead than watching him use me to destroy. The dream flickered violently. Daniel, promise me. Promise you'll end this. But I can't. The winter landscape shattered. Daniel jerked awake in the silk-draped bed, heart beating fast. Caelen's voice echoed in his head, those last desperate words playing on repeat. He pressed his face into the pillow. Break the symbols. Stab Molthols held Caelen's heart. His fingers clutched the sheets until his knuckles went white. How could he underscore? His phone buzzed on the bedside table. Damel ignored it, then it buzzed again and again. Finally, he reached for it, his lock screen with notifications. Missed calls from Jam_news alerts. Texts from Adrian and the others. He wanted to talk to his friends, but what could he say to them? Hey, the guy I'm in love with just asked me to kill him. They probably ag_swiping the messages away. Daniel opened the news. Riots in Chicago. Strange loot.s over Tokyo. Nice hysteria in London _ video auto played, massive orcs chasing screaming people. Daniel turned it off and dropped the phone onto the bed. How was any of this real? He longed to go back to attic when the stories he read ran him just that, stories. He'd ever met Caelen then, and TLRE was something infinitely sad about that, but wouldn't it have been of them? If theft never met. Daniel blew out a breath, rejecting the thought. Falling into despair would not solve his issues. The important thing was that Morth_LL needed to stop, and Caelen had told him how. But how could Daniel plunge a blade into Caelen's chest? Morth'll brew him back. IMO the throne room later that day, tying him to the smaller chair next to his own. Once again he seemed excited, and so did his followers. Daniel's chest tightened. Their happiness could only mean bad things for him. What are you up to? Daniel demanded to know, wrists aching as he tried to free them from the shadows that bound him. Oh, but I already told you, didn't I? Morthol smiled widely. I will merge this world with /Erida and become god of both worlds. It is finally time. Daniel wanted to throw up in his face, but he didn't get the chance. He didn't get the com to do anything. Stabbed him, Caelen had said, but if Daniel had a knife, he couldn't. TMVE as Morthol's followers readied themselves to spill their blood for their new god. A tall woman in flowing black robes stepped forward, head bowed in my lord, we await your command. Begin, Morthol commanded in Caelen. Caelen would never have wanted any of this. Caelen wanted Morthol to die, and Daniel was failing to kill him. The first blade bit into flesh _weld, dark against pale skin Daniel Strug fled against his bonds, the shadows cutting. Fuck it all. He had to stop this. Had to do something. A crash echoed from beyond the great doors. The follower with the bleeding palm up, crimson drops spattering the symbols below. Another crash followed, closer this time. A song drifted through the cracks between the wrapping around Daniel's those like silk. His head grew heavy, floating. The doors expulk and deimvard _ the throne room _ changed. Daniel blinked hard, but the walls still bent at impossible angles. His friends charged the ankles of, and Adrian and _ Adrian again. Daniel's vision doubled, tripled. Nox remed like he was dancing, or maybe there were three of Hyrule all moving differently. Z's sword Kalu the light, leaving trails in the air that lingered too long. And there was Jamie, pressed against the wall, eyes wide with horror. The song grew stronger. Lyrians filled Daliel's head until he could not hear his own thous anymore. Something was wrong with something was wrong with his mind. He couldn't focus long to tell which. He had to be trapped in one illusions just as he was trapped in the siren's song, and he had just presence of mind to hope that all of Morthol's followers were Daniel. Leon's voice cut the end. %en had Leon gotten so close? Cool metal pressed into Daniel's palm as the shadows binding him dissipated. A switchblade. Hope flared in his chest, sharp and brew. He had a weapon now. Laua shattered the RMM _ the sound rolled the hall like thunder, cutting Lyrian's song. Noak's illusions bled _Damel slid the blade into his pocket as darkness erupted from the floor, wrapping around his friends one by one. They crashed to their knees _Did you truly believe you could challenge NR? Mortal _LL rose from his throne, spreading Caelen's arms wide. That your parlor tricks could match the power of a god. The shadows constricted. Lyrian's song choked off. Nox struggled, his illusions flickering and dying. Ziv's sword clattered to the ground. Jamie called Daniel's name, voice 2 with Patel _meme vile. Morthal extended one elegant hand to Daniel, his fingers casting unnaturally long shadows across the floor. Do you see now? No one can stop what's coming. Not your friends. His lips curved into silence. Serenile, visted and wrong. Not even your RM trapped in here with me. The switchblade in Daniel's pocket battered against his friends lay scattered across the floor, each in a sea of writhing shadows. Clock's vice had gone grey with effort. Lycian's song had died to a whisper. Even Ziv, who Daniel had seen truly afraid, had stopped struggling. Daniel, Jamie gasped out. Daniel, don't. Morthal's fingers beckoned. LLHY continue N.VLRN. You could rule at side? When you could everything you'd ever wanted? Daniel's heart slammed against his ribs. The shadows around Jamie chewed, drawing a choked noise from his brothef's throat. You goddamn asshole, Jamie cursed. Psalm _Morthal clenched his other hand, and TLR shadows covered Jamie's mouth. Daniel at his friends, pinned and helpless, at the arrogant smile on the dark god's ace _ he really thought he was impressing Daniel. Daniel was going to use that arrogance against him still, his fingers as he reached for Mortal _LL's hand, and TLR touch sent disgust crawling through his veins. Mortal's fingers closed around his. I knew you would CLW.OSE wisely. Jamie thrashed against his boreals, his angry shout by the shadows covering his mouth. His eyes blazed with murderous. Daniel forced himself to look away from his brother's pain to ignore Noak's sharp intake of breath. He had to make this convincing. Had to make Morthal believe. They don't understand, Daniel whispered. His voice SLW.OK, perfect, let Morthal think it was from emotion rather than they don't feel our bond, but I get it now. There'll never be anyone RM power _Al. The new Morthal pulled him closer, pressing Caelen's lips to Daniel's forehead. They will learn, my little mate. Once the worlds are merged, they'll see the glory of what we'll create. Daniel turned in Morthal's embrace, letting the GCDS attention settle over him like a shroud. The switchblade pressed against his hip, a reminder of he couldn't let Morthal bind him to a chair again. RM sorry, he said to Jamie's muffled protests. Made his cold, distant but RM tired of being the weak one. The one everyone has to protect. He forced himself to lean into Morthal _L choose him. Jamie's body went rigid as he stared at Daniel. Daniel's heart splintered, but he kept his face smooth empty. He couldn't let himself think about what he was doing, about what he was going to do. If he wanted to protect his family, his friends, his world, he needed to ram an end into the health of the man he loved. Shall we them? Morthal's voice rumbled against the back of Daniel's neck. Show them what true power like. Daniel nodded, trusting he just had to wait for the Ayungatnant. Morthal guided Daniel toward the center of the circle, keeping him pressed close. The copper pulsed beneath their feet, hungry for power. For blood. His raised their daggers. One by one, they sliced their palms. Splattered against the glowing metal each drop sent a shiver to the floor. Power crackled through the air. Damel's skin prickled as Mortal _LL began to change. Spilled from the god's pores, turning Caelen's pale skin translucent even his eyes blazed white, concerned by divine radiance. The temperature in the room plummeted. Daniel shuddered, but Morthal's grip remained firm. Those glowing eyes stared past the walls now, focused on something beyond human comprehension. On the Baltia between worlds, growing thinner by the second, his grip on Daniel's waist loosened. This was it, his chance. Daniel's fingers closed around the switchblade. His heart thundered in his chest as he eased it from his pocket. One strike, that was all he needed. One clean hit to the heart, Caelen's heart. His handle shook. Memories flooded him, the warmth of Caelen's touch, of his lips. How cruel was it that fate had delivered him his mate only for it to end like bliss. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Daniel's heart shattered as he angled the blade, drew back his arm and drove it forward with all his strength, the switchblade an inch from Morthal's chest. core_you against something invisible but solid as steel. What ____? Lau at his skull, deep and dark. You thought I didn't know what you were planning? He tried to pull away, but Morthal's fingers dug into his arm like steel bands. I know, Evio, desperate plan in your pretty little head. Those steel fingers lifted Daniel's chew, forcing him to meet Morthal's blazing eyes. Did you truly believe I didn't hear your pathetic little dream chat with my vessel? The switchblade in Daniel's grip. His chest heaved as understanding crashed him. Morthal had KMNVN what he wanted to do all along. Your blood carries our bond. Morthal's other hand traced Daniel's jaw, fingertips crackling with power. Not just Caelen's claim, but mine. You're as much mate as his. Accept your. Daniel's gaze dropped to the copper symbols pulsing beneath their feet, to the CRIN bond droplets feeding to a hungry glow. Of Morthal's believers, freely given in worship, strengthening the god's power. His was nothing like that, no RM to what Morthal said about a between TLRM. Daniel's blood held nothing but his absolute rejection of everything Morthal was. At when I speak to you, Morthal's grip tightened. Daniel raised his eyes, glaring at Morthal. TMU mate. A smile showed on Morthal's line. To do with as I please. Or day, when you've truly accepted me, your will. Daniel stopped listening. He had an idea, and he had to carry it out before he lost his chance, or his nerve. He jerked back, tilting the knife. Not toward the god, but toward himself. He slashed his own palm, ignoring the sharp pain. He dropped to one knee and slammed his bleeding hand against the nearest copper symbol. Power jolted his arm, his sizzling as it hit the symbol. Tie copper lines flared crimson, then purple, then pitch black. Cracks spider-webbed outward, corruption spreading froth the pattern like poison veins. No. Morthal's fingers tangled in Daniel's hair, yanking him back. What have you? The floor. BW head Daniel's blood, carrying all his hurt and flew why and rejection et froth the ritual circle like acid. Symbols crumbled into ash, and power that had been carefully channeled went rogue. Morthal's followers scattered, screaming, as the ground beneath their feet disintegrated. The god's divine radium flickered, dimmed. His grip on Daniel's hair and somewhere in those blazing eyes, green flickered. Salut Daniel Gasrot his vision blurred, head spinning as his blood continued to feed the corruption but he couldn't stop now. Not when he was so close. He dragged himself toward the next symbol. Fig him, please fight him. The spun sideways as Morthal shoved Daniel to the floor. He fell to his hands and knees, copper dust coating his bleeding palm. Daniel. Jamie's voice cut the chaos. The shadows pinning him dissolved as Al's power crumbled. No, stay back. Daniel pushed himself on trembling arms, but Jamie was already there, trying to drag him toward the door. Need to go. Now. Jamie's voice, while we still can. Nox broke free next. His blade flashed silver as he tackled Morthal. They crashed to the ground in a tangle of divine, and the corruption spread now, eating through the remaining symbols. Each one that broke sent a notorship wave reality. The massive throne bled. Shadows flowed from the walls like spilled ink. Let go. Daniel twisted in Jamie's grip. I have to. He froze. Nox had Morthal pinned to the ground. The divine, the dark god flickered, dimmed. And there, pinned beneath Naf's blade, green eyes stared up at the incubus. End it, incubus. That voice, not Mortal _LL's thunder, but Caelen's quiet venom kill me like you killed the rest of no. Daniel broke free from Jamie, stumbling forward don't. But Knox had already raised his blade. Daniel slammed into Knox, mimicking him sideways. The blade clattered away. You lost your, snarl cut off as Daniel threw Hinby-1F on top of Caelen. Their lips crashed together. Daniel poured all he had into that KSS_ his love, his Finway, his desperate need to save what remained of his true mate. The bond them blazed open and Daniel felt everything, Caelen's warmth, Morthal's ancient darkness, and all around the wild magic his blood had changed. It called to him power torn loose from the ritual, twisted by his rejection, his defiance. His blood had changed it, remixed it, made it his to command. Daniel broke the kiss, pressed his bleeding palm against Caelen's chest over his heart. Get out of him. He seized that corrupted magic and pushed it where he sensed Morthal's soul twisting around Caelen's _ It surged him like a tide of acid, following the path of their strout to TLR dark god. It was power enough to eat through the barriers between two worlds. Power to burn out. Caelen's eyes widened and his fingers dug into Daniel's arms as shadows poured from his mouth, his eyes, bleeding his skin. Daniel felt Morthal thrash against his attack, ancient darkness trying to hold on to its vessel. But the corrupted magic followed their mate bond like a precision blade, cutting deeper with each pulse of Daniel's heart. Caelen arched beneath Hyrule, a sound like breaking glass tearing from his throat. More shadows clawed their way out of Hyrule, wild uncontrolled things. Daniel's chest clenched at Caelen's pain _goo. He was hurting him, tearing him apart, trying to get to Morthal. Would there be anything left of him? Ain't this? There had to. Please hold on. The dark god's presence twisted, reformed, tried to burrow deeper into Caelen _ Daniel pushed harder, even as tears blurred his Vilslong _ let him go, let him go, let him go. Caelen's hand shot up, Daniel's throat. Those green eyes had gone black as pitch, endless and empty. _ child Morthal's ground out Caelen's lips. You'll kill him. Daniel's breath hitched against the fingers around his throat, every instinct screamed to pull back, to stop causing Caelen this pain _ The power flowing through their bond felt like lava, burning everything it touched. But beneath those pitch-black eyes, beneath Morthal's grip, he still felt Caelen, felt his soul straining toward freedom, even as the dark god's power tried to crush it. Better dead _ Daniel's voice rasped. Than your puppet. The words came out weak, but he felt Caelen's soul flare at TLRM, felt him harder against Morthal's grip. The fingers around his throat, black eyes bore into his, amiant and cold. Then watch you lover break. Caelen's back arched off the ground as darkness poured from his mouth again in an endless torrent, but this tins. Daniel heard the scream beneath it. Heard Caelen's roar and desperate, drowning in Morthal's power. Daniel's heart shattered at that summed _ but he couldn't stop, wouldn't stop. Not when Caelen was so hard. Not when this might be their only chance to be rid of this Urmster _TVE got you. The words came out. CL kicked as he pressed harder against Caelen's chest. Stay with me. Through him the corrupted magic surged stronger, following the desperate plea in his voice. It ripped their bond like wildfire, burning away Morthal's shadows piece by piece. Caelen's convulsed _ the hand around Daniel's throat spasmed, then fell away. Those black eyes flickered, pitch to green to black again as Morthal and Caelen flew _ for control. Daniel. His name can out mangled, torn between Morthal's thunder and Caelen's broken whisper. Please _ please stop, or please don't stop. Daniel couldn't tell _ but he felt Caelen's soul reaching him through their bond, felt him pushing against Morthal's grip from the inside while Daniel attacked from without. He grabbed Caelen's face with his free hand, forced those flickering eyes to meet his. I won't let him keep you. Caelen's chest heaved under Daniel's blow-ody palm as the last of Morthal's shadows ripped from his body. They hung in the air, writhing with oppressive malice, a massive dark thing that screamed with terrible vultures _ The shadows twisted, trying to reform into something solid. But Daniel's corrupted magic followed, eating at them until Morthal's presence fractured, splintered, dissolved. Until only wisps of shadow remained, curling into nothing like senior Ke in the wind. Caelen went limp, eyes rolling back and closing. The room fell silent except Daniel's ragged breathing. Caelen. The word came out broken. Daniel's fingers trembled against his chest, searching for a heartbeat. Nothing. He pressed harder, smearing more blood across Caelen's still chest. No. No, no, no. Hand landed on his shoulder. Daniel. Get off me. He shrugged away violently, bending over Caelen's body. This couldn't be. It ended. Not after everything, not when he'd finally freed him. A hand fluttered beneath his palm. Daniel held his breath, pressed his fingers against Caelen's throat. Tlre, weak but unmistakable a pulse. His eyes opened. Pure, brilliant Venus sob of pure relief tore from his throat. He collapsed against Caelen's chest, fingers curling into his shirt as tears can hot, and every fear, every moment of desperation and loss crazed him at once. Caelen's arms rose shakily, wrapped around him with barely any strength, but they were his own. His hands. Not Morthal's. Not any Tmr. Never again. Caelen breathed Daniel's name. The sound was broken, barely a whisper. But it held everything. Neither of them could. Daniel pressed closer, his tears soaking into Caelen's shirt as he listened to that precious each pulse that said alive, alive, alive. Caelen's fingers tangled in Daniel's hair, and Daniel knew that he would never let go again. Neither of them. Mdold_20 Caelen woke. He didn't know where he was, or who he was. His mind felt so strangely empty. He hadn't been alone with his in so long. He didn't know what to do with the silence that filled his head. There were no whispers, crawling darkness. He blinked his eyes open and stared at an unfamiliar ceiling, waiting for someone to urge him to get to work. Nothing. He took a deep feeling clean air fill his lungs. Clean air and pain. His body ached as if he'd been ripped apart and stitched back together again, but it wasn't anything like the pain Morthal had subjected him to. It was nothing compared to the pain of watching himself hurt. His remt. He registered the warm wafy by his side. Them. Daniel, the most beautiful creature in the universe, curled against Hitel, one hand resting over Caelen's heart. Dark lashes brushed against Craig's pale from exhaust, shows his chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. Something caught in Caelen's throat at the sight of those fingers splayed across his skin. Even in sleep, Daniel tried to anchor him to this world. Caelen didn't deserve him. He knew that as well as he'd ever known anything. Daniel had given so much of himself to Caelen had given him nothing but misery. He reached to brush his mate's colorful hair back from his. Daniel's eyes fluttered open at the touch. You're awake. His fingers pressed against Caelen's chest. You're really awake. Caelen tried to speak, but his throat felt like sandpaper. He swallowed hard. Daniel bolted water. You med ____hold 0 He grabbed for a glass on the bedside table, liquid sloshing over the rim in his haste. He sat on the edge of the bed and helped Caelen take small sips. The water was cool against Caelen's raw throat. When he finished, Daniel set the glass aside, ankle pressed closer, one hand coming up to cradle Caelen's. His palm was warm and there was so much concern, so much affection in his gaze, it made Caelen's chest ache in a way that was entirely different from the pain Morth_L's extraction had caused him. He still couldn't believe Morthal had left him, that wasn't coming back. Could that be true? Kai. Daniel prompted, directing Caelen's attention back to him. Caelen's lips twitched at Tlr that anyone would dare but of course Daniel would. And wondrously, there wasn't anything in Caelen that made him want to punish his mate for his insolence. He only wanted to hold him close and kiss him senseless. What an idea! How are you feeling? Daniel asked. What are you thinking? Caelen shook his head. How long? He managed _2 days. Daniel's thumb traced Caelen's cheekbone. You've been out for 2 days. 2 days. No wonder his throat was parched. Had Daniel watching over him this whole time? What happened? His voice came out after. You don't remember. Daniel's fingers stilled against his cheek. Caelen closed his eyes. Fragments can back to him, Daniel's blood corrupting the ritual, pain tearing through him as Morthal forgaged to maintain control, darkness everywhere. Then nothing. Not all of it I used our bond. Daniel's voice to reach you to help tear him out. You were barely breathing when we finally. Caelen opened his eyes to find Daniel blinking back tears. Without thinking, he pulled Daniel against his chest, wrapping his arms around him, such a sinful gesture, but it felt monumental to able to tmve his own body however he wanted, to be able to comfort rather than hurt. I was going to lose you. Daniel's words came out mummed against Caelen's skin. Remir Caelen buried his face in Daniel's hair, breathing in his scent, his mate. His salvation. You saved. Daniel's eyes shone. Rem just so flacking glad I could. Caelen wasn't sure who moved first. One minute they were looking at each other, the next their lips met. The KSS started gentle, hesitant, but something broke loose in Caelen's chest. He needed more, needed to feel Daniel alive against Hyrule, needed to know this was real. Daniel made a small sound in the back of his throat and pressed closer. His fingers tangled in Caelen's hair as the kiss deepened. None of Morthal's darkness tainted this. Just their need for each other, just the overwhelming relief of finally being together without shadows between. TLRM the world now towed to TLR press of Daniel's mouth, TLR slide of his tongue. Yelenutes straightened as they lost themselves in each other. Ilhen Damel shifted to straddle Caelen's exhausted body, protested the weight, but couldn't bring himself to care. Not when Daniel kissed him like a RMN. Starving, his arms shook as he tried to hold Daniel closer. His lungs bummed for air, but breaking away seemed impossible when Daniel's every touch held him to this moment, to this reality where he was free and whole and with his mate. Daniel must have sensed something, you, because he pulled back to study Caelen's, their breath mingling. Is this okay? Sorry, I just his fingers traced along Caelen's jaw. I couldn't help myself, I needed this. Need you, don't apologize. Caelen's 73 ice can outrue you. His body was heavy and aching, yet all he wanted was to chase Daniel's lips. I need you to touch you to feel you, he swallowed. I can't believe you still want after everything always. Daniel's thumb brushed across Caelen's lips. Tears gathered in his eyes. More than anything. Caelen turned his face into Daniel's palm, meeting his gaze. Are you not you? Yes, Caelen insisted firmly. He couldn't shove the blame for everything on Morthal, he wouldn't. He'd had a dark god on his shoulder, yes, but for much of what he'd done, for so NNNY actions that had caused Daniel pain, he was still responsible. I don't want to talk about that too. Not we don't. Fuck Kai, Daniel leaned up. Can I just have this moment with you? Can you give me that? The world's going to shit and my boyfriend was possessed by a dark god and spent 2 days in a coma and everyone keeps telling me I'm deluding myself about you and here breath I can't take the serious conversation regage now. He made air quotes and Caelen wondered who exactly had pulled him aside to have that serious conversation. Probably more than one person. Daniel licked his lips. They told not to you to be an innocent angel when you wake up. He and D like I expected that nobody understands that I understand. I know what a VE committed myself to. Now can I please have it? Caelen's heart clenched at those last words as if Daniel didn't already owe you. Every part of him. You can have me 1k with you want and I promise, when RM recovered, I'll give you exactly what you need. Pet. Daniel smiled down at him. You're still going to call that? I can stop. Now I kind of like it. Caelen returned Daniel's smile. LKMNV he reached up, ignoring the protest of tired muscles, and pulled Daniel down into another kiss. Slower this time, deeper. Daniel melted against him with a soft sound of relief, and for long moments there was nothing but the gentle slide of lips, the warmth of Daniel's body pressed close. And in spite of everything he'd been, Caelen felt himself growing hard at having his mate in his arms, finally. He wasn't the only one. An answering heat flowed to him from Daniel as they continued to kiss. How about Daniel murmured, I take care of you until you're better. Caelen hummed his agreement that sounded perfect. And how will you take care of me? Daniel smiled against his mouth before shifting lower, his kisses trailing across Caelen's jawline. By showing you what a good I can be. He nuzzled Caelen's neck and Caelen tilted his head back to give him easier access. Daniel's tongue flicked over the hollow of Caelen's throat, then lower. Caelen's cheek stirred with interest, almost making him forget his exhaustion. Daniel's lips trailed over Caelen's collarbone and then down his chest, leaving a line of heat everywhere they touched. His clever hands stroked Caelen's sides, tracing muscles and scars alike with gentle fingertips. Caelen sighed as Daniel's mouth moved lower and lower, licking and sucking across each nipple and down to circle Caelen's navel. By the time Daniel reached Caelen's half-hard cock, it stood at frill attention. Nru Daniel purred as he pulled away the thin layer of fabric covering him. There's something me to take care of. He bent his head. A groan escaped Caelen when Daniel swirled his tongue across the head, taking him freely in. His lips tightened around the shaft, moving slowly up and down. His tongue stroking in RHYTH_M. Pleasure raced Caelen like fire, burning away the pain that lingered in his body. Fuck, he gasped as Daniel's RM vehemence grew bolder, taking him in deeper with each pass. He slid one hand into Daniel's hair, guiding the pace. A shiver ran over him as he downed to see his length inside his NNTE's Aramuth. His fingers tangled in that colorful hair. After a moment, Daniel pulled back enough to lick a long line up to the tip. His tongue flicked over Caelen's slit, teasing the skin and making Caelen gasp. Daniel at him as if trying to gauge if he was doing the right thing. Yes, pet, Caelen praised, twirling his grip on Daniel's hair until Daniel's eyes fluttered shut for a moment. Very good. Daniel's pupils dilated with lust, and Caelen's cock twitched at TL. So eager to please, heat rushed him as Daniel's need to be Caelen's wise ed to him their connection. How could he deny him that simple desire? Caelen wasn't up to fing Daniel's ass, but he could still make sure his mate felt properly owned by the end of this. You want to take care of me, pet? Caelen tugged loosely on Daniel's hair, urging him back down. Keep going, then gaggy ourself on cock. Daniel shuddered visibly at the command before opening his mouth and sliding his lips kna Caelen once more. This tin he took Caelen in deep, swallowing until Caelen hit the back of his throat. A choked sound escaped Daniel, but he pushed further down until his nose rested against Caelen's groin. Then he swallowed, the muscles of his throat contracting tightly around Caelen's shaft, making stars dance behind Caelen's eyes. Caelen groaned, his hand gripping hard in Daniel's hair, holding his mouth firmly down. He didn't move, just savored the feel of Daniel's hot, wet mouth around his, the pressure building in his groin as Daniel gagged again around him, the surge of razor-sharp lust that swept their bond. That's good, pet, Caelen letting up enough for Daniel to pull back, gasping raggedly. He stroked Daniel's cheek with his thumb. Okay. Daniel nodded, eyes glazed with need. His own erection strained against the front of his pants. Then get back to it, Daniel moaned, a sound of pure want. He lowered his lips to Caelen's cock again, taking him all the way into his throat. More, and Caelen let out a satisfied this. Yes. This was perfect. His hips rocked upward, pushing deeper inside Daniel. Daniel's throat constricted around Caelen's cheek as he struggled against the immersion, his hands fisted in the bedsheets. Caelen as his eyes teared up, but he never tried to pull away. Their bond vibrated with Daniel's pleasure, with his desire to be utterly and completely Caelen's. Did he know Caelen was his? That he was doing this for Daniel? Caelen's balls tightened as the pressure built toward orgasm. He forced his hips back down on the bed, giving Daniel and him both a chance to breathe. As much as he wanted to spill down Daniel's throat, he knew he'd pass out. He did. Daniel unsatisfied. Stop, pet, he said softly, tugging at Daniel's hair until he reluctantly lifted his head. Saliva dripped from his swollen lips. Con here. Kiss me. Daniel hesitated, only RMNRNT climbing back up, his mouth claiming Caelen's in a bruising kiss. Caelen wrapped his arms around his neck. You're so good for me. Caelen breathed against his lips as his fingers traced along Daniel's spine. Daniel shuddered under the touch. Open your pants for me. Take out your cock. Another shudder passed Daniel's body, followed by a sigh of relief as Daniel obeyed. His cock sprayed free into Caelen's waiting hand, hard, leaking. Good. Now you'll kiss NR again, and every time I pinch you nipple, you'll RLRK into my fist. For as long as I pinkle you keep going, but if I release you, you stop. Understood? Yes. The word was barely audible, but Caelen felt his agreement through there. He smiled, then claimed Daniel's lips again. Then they parted to allow their tongues to meet. He pinched hard. Daniel moaned into the kiss, rocking forward as Caelen continued to suck and bite at his lips. His own cock jerked, feeling the desperation Daniel felt as Caelen opened his fist, except for a small ring formed by his finger and thumb, providing barely friction to tease. Still, Daniel thrust into the space provided, chasing his pleasure while Caelen abused his nipples. Please, Daniel gasped when Caelen broke from his mouth to nip at the tender skin of his earlobe. What do you need, RRT? You, Daniel panted as he Caelen's fingers. Just you. Caelen released the nipple he'd been playing with, and immediately, the desperate rocking stopped, although it was clear how difficult it was for Daniel to move. You already have N. Caelen always. He pinched again. A moan fell from Daniel's lips as Caelen allowed him a single thrust. Beautiful, Caelen murmured, and to reward he grasped his mate's cock more firmly and aligned it with his own. Now move. He spoke into Daniel's ear. Rock into me. Make us both come. He felt the shiver that went Daniel's body, but Daniel remained still. No. Caelen frowned at that. LLHY no. Daniel pulled back just to look Caelen in the eyes. Because I don't want to hurt you. His fingers stroked gently Caelen's skin. Then I guess you'll have to be very gentle. Caelen squeezed Daniel's cock. Ligme Arid felt him tremble. He leaned up to press their arms together. Take care of him, pet with a whim. Daniel began to rock slowly, sliding against Caelen. The friction made them both groan. Daniel moved Caelen 11Y, trying so hard to be gentle despite his ob-0 Lanikel. Each movement sent sparks racing Caelen's veins. He wrapped his arms around Daniel's shoulders, holding his mate as tightly as he dared while Daniel rutted against Caelen's seek. The pressure mounted, winding tightly in Caelen's core. He could feel his balls growing tighter, drawing up. Daniel's breathing came in ragged pants, sweat dripping across his skin. They kissed again, sloppy and desperate. Daniel cried out against his lips and Caelen felt him spilling, coating their cocks in hot fluid, felt his mate's release echoing back. TLR bond arid simpling him, spiraling over the edge himself, drowning every nerve in white-hot pleasure as he spilled between TLRM. Daniel collapsed onto his chest, shaking with exertion and emotion. He pressed his forehead against Caelen's, their breath. Caelen stroked Daniel's hair as they both struggled to reckon. His eyelids grew heavy again, exhaustion eating to overwhelm him, but he had something to say before he could let sleep take him again. I love you. The words felt strange on his lips. He hadn't said TLRM to anyone since he was a child. But they were true. Daniel blinked up at him, a smile forming on his lips. I love you, too. Caelen pulled him down for another slow KSS. He wanted to stay awake, to enjoy this moment, but sleep dragged at higher, pulling him down. His eyelids fluttered closed. Sleep now, Daniel murmured against his cheek. I stay with you until you wake again. And wasn't that a beautiful thought? That his NNTE would still be with him the next day? Caelen would never take that for granted. 30% ices filtered through the haze of sleep. Caelen kept his breathing steady, hovering in that space between waking and dreams. You need to eat something. Jamie's voice, and you definitely need a shower. Fine. Daniel's wafy shifted against Caelen's side. I do all that when he's again that be ours, and you stink, little brother. No, I don't, Daniel sighed. Okay, maybe I do. I just don't want to leave the room. Silence stretched. Caelen almost drifted off again. Jamie spoke. You really fell for the bastard, didn't you? Yeah, Daniel made it sound so simple. LKMNV, what you're going to say __. No, Jamie disagreed. No point in my saying anything. You get stupid in love. I just hope he's worth it. Silence again. Caelen couldn't see Jamie's face without opening his eyes and giving himself away, but he was sure the man was not convinced. After a moment, Jamie spoke up. I don't care what you say, he's still an asshole. Arid if H_UTSU again 1M kicking his ass Caelen almost laughed at that. How strange that he could find this amusing instead of deeply insulting. Usually, he would have aimed to make Jamie bleed for such a remark. Usual lie _Lil be fine, Daniel assured his brother. More. And RLL have something to eat if you bring me something. Bring something for Caelen too. Maybe a sandwich? I'm not going to make sandwiches him, Jamie grumbled. But for me. A go or then footsteps retreated from the room. The door opened and closed. Daniel's lips pressed against Caelen's. I know you're awake, he whispered. How did you know? Your breathing changed. Daniel's thumb stroked along Caelen's collarbone. TVE sat with you for days. I can tell. Caelen opened his eyes to look at Daniel. Your brother's right. You know what, do you also think ISNRLL? Daniel sniffed his OU.N pits. Arl made a oh, we likely both need to wash, but I meant the things said about me. 1M not suddenly going to be a better person _good. Daniel kissed his cheek. I didn't fall in love with a better person, I fell in with you. Caelen reached for Daniel and curled his fingers in his hair. How lucky was he? A better person let you go. Daniel met his gaze. Then very glad THA not you. Caelen drew Daniel closer, seeking his lips. Tie kiss deepened, slow and tender. They got lost in each other until footsteps approached TLR room again. The door opened and Jamie walked in. I bring sustenance. Daniel broke away with a smile. Per NCT timing. I'm starving. Jamie set down a plate stacked with egg sandwiches. The SNRLL hit Caelen's nose, and he couldn't stop his vice from something wrong with sandwiches. Jamie crossed his _no, they are __ the like or fin Caelen's throat, revised to in _ he tried again. These look. Daniel tilted his head. What's wrong? I can't lie. Caelen stared at the sandwich, bewildered. I hate eggs, and I can't pretend otherwise. V%W Jamie Sald _ you're just a rude piece of shit, aren't you? Another failed attempt, Jamie. Daniel admonished his brother, but Caelen couldn't fault Jamie being pissed. Caelen was being rude. The problem was, he couldn't help it. It had been so long since he'd had to put effort into concealing his TH0 so long since he hadn't been able to tell a simple lie. Jamie picked the plate back. You know what? You can make your OU.N. Damn. He stalked out of the room before Daniel could stop him. Caelen looked after him, then at his mate. I'm sorry about that. Daniel ran a hand through his hair. He's been a lot too. Jamie, I mean his store disappeared, and THA like everything that ever mattered to him. Not everything, Caelen corrected. He obviously cares a lot about you. You know what, Einram, be nicer to brother, please. Daniel fixed Caelen in his gaze. His so _were important to me. I can see that, and I didn't ran to be rude. Caelen glanced at the bedside table where the plate of sandwiches had sat and offended him a minute ago. Do you know why the majority of Fey folk hate half-breeds like me? Because you're rude? Daniel suggested. Caelen la and D_no, not quite. It's because real Fey can't lie, while some of us can. It makes us untrustworthy. He SLW. His head slightly to shake away memories of the past and how this unfair prejudice had followed him around. Kel, I never could lie. Not before I had Morthal's help. I think about it now, it's odd how quickly the process became natural. He trailed off. He was going to learn how to be careful with his words all over again but did this also mean that his soul was longer corrupted? He hadn't that possible. No lies, huh? Daniel's question brought him back to TLR present. He stewed his Busha NNTE who D freed him from the dark god D promised himself to. Are you going to take advantage? For sure. Daniel smiled and pushed off the bed. But first, I'm going to my brother and get some other sown silent koi his wrist get us something sinful to eat first, then shower. His thumb traced circles on Daniel's skin. After that, I need to talk to Jamie. And everyone else. He grimaced, thinking of the incubus he still despised. And that he would have to apologize to him. It's long overdue. You sure you're up for that? No. Caelen's lips quirked. But it has to be done. The kitchen smelled like coffee. Caelen found Johnny sitting at the counter, holding a large mug of it. His shoulders tensed at Caelen's approach. May I speak with you? Caelen met Jamie's hostile gaze. Jamie's jaw worked. About the egg sandwiches? About Daniel. Caelen pulled out a chair but remained standing, hands resting on its back. Ankle about you bookstore? Jamie's eyes narrowed. What do you have to say about my store? I owe you an apolog. If Caelen hadn't let Morthal run rampant, not have disintegrated enough to swallow whole buildings, you thinkin' brings back everything I worked? No. But the store might not be gone. %ENTL barriers are prowly restored. Jamie's ace darkened. If they are restored. Few. Caelen insisted. Places don't simply vanish. They get displaced. Your store likely exists somewhere in /Eridia. Jamie didn't seem convinced. You really think so? There's a chance. It was all Caelen could say without stretching TLR truth farther than it would go. Why would I believe you? Jamie got up and came closer, stabbing a finger at Caelen. I knew you were bad news from the moment Daniel first reminded you. He may have forgiven you for kidnapping him, for hurting Hitel, but I haven't. Caelen swallowed thickly. I haven't forgiven myself either. I will spend the rest of me life atoning for those sins. Pretty words. Truth. Caelen met Jamie's glare. I can't lie. The dark god that abilio with him when he left. Jamie's brow all road. Convenient. Ask me anything. Test it. Fine. Jamie Thuffy for a moment. You ever hurt my brother again? The admission burned Caelen's tongue. Not intentionally, but I'm still learning how to be better. Jamie blinked, surprise flickering across his features. But I don't think anyone can convince you brother to leave now. Caelen's lips curved in a smile. To want to better. Jamie stared at him for a long minute. Then he shook his head. You'd better telling the truth. Are you now? And I love him. I am. Caelen held up a hand. These things I promise. I will protect Daniel for as long as I live, and I will do everything I can to help you get your store back. Jamie sank back into his chair. You say all that. But how would we even start fixing the barriers? I have some ideas. Caelen's grip on the chores back, but I need to discuss them with everyone. There are things I should have told you all long ago. What are you hiding, Shadow King? Noak's voice cut the kitchen. He stood in the doorway, arms crossed, grey eyes narrowed. How long had he been there, listening in? Caelen's spine stiffened. He would still much rather that incubus than share anything with Hitel, but sometimes, love required sacrifices. I'll tell you when everyone is here. Jamie pushed back his chair. I get the others. Caelen stood before the gathered crowd in Malik's living, his back straight, chin lifted. Daniel's shoulder brushed against his, a silent show of support against the distrust fear _ gazes that rested on him. Honestly, he couldn't blame anyone distrusting, but could they at least disguise their disgust a little? This was utterly Malik. His recent victim was the worst of all. Caelen was sure the man still hated having him here. In comparison, even the incubus and his human lovers seemed to have less venom in their eyes. Caelen brushed off their collective hatred and the group. Not all the barrier keepers are dead, he started. He let the words sink in. One of the humans, Leku, spoke up. Are you talking about Yuri? The others exchanged glances. Who's Yuri? The siren asked. Leon, the barrier clearer who stopped Alizia from killing Daniel. His eyes fixed on Caelen during the ritual. Caelen tried to grimace as he remembered that god-forsaken ritual during which he had almost lost Daniel ___ and that had ended with him yielding to Molthul. Oh, Adrian said. The stranger who showed up then? He acted against the other barrier keepers, Malik stated before focusing his gaze back on Caelen. High. Caelen wished he had the answer to that, but he didn't. I can't say, but Yuri was the one who first brought it to this world. The room grew so quiet, Caelen could hear the tick of the groundfloor clock in the hall. Adrian shot him a puzzled look. What do you know _w brolu? I didn't get here by accident like them. He gestured at Nox. Ziv and Lyrian _Yuri came to meet me in /Eridia, told me I would find Nox here and opened a portal for his lying. Ziv pushed away from the wall. Half-Fae always lie. He can't lie anymore. Daniel stepped color in his cheeks. M01 Thul took that ability with him and we're just supposed to TMST, inner voice cut the brewing argument. Ladies, hear what else the Shadow King has to say. Caelen's fingers blushed Daniel's wrist, steadying himself. The artifact I used to open more portals? Yuri gave it to NR_. I believe he wants the barriers to break, but why? Lyrian rubbed his chin. The barrier clearers are supposed to protect the barriers. I don't know why he's doing it. Caelen's jaw clenched. We'll have to confront him to get that answer. He surveyed and maybe find a solution _. Confront him, Nox mused. We would first have to figure out where he is hiding the other barrier keeper's power. Caelen's fingers tightened around Daniel's. Not all of that magic has left me, and there is a connection _. I could use it too. The air thickened. Something tugged at Caelen's core, like a behind his ribs _. The room wavered. Caelen. Daniel steadied him. A figure materialized in the center of the tall and elegant in flowing white robes. Yuri's eyes fixed on Caelen. The connection goes both ways. Yuri's lips curved. TVE been watching you. Nox shoved Adrian behind himself. Lyrian a defensive stance. Ziv nodded into the shadows. I had wondered how long it would take you to figure it out. Yuri's starlu gaze swept the dismissing everyone but Caelen. You've done me a great, but you've to finish the job. What are they? Daniel tensed. Killing the other barrier keepers, of course. Yuri's robes rippled, though no wind stirred in their rigid beliefs about maintaining the barriers _. They could never see past it, but their power flows through you. His eyes narrowed. You should have put it to better use. Why do you want the barriers to break? Caelen shifted, angling his Yuri and Daniel. Yuri considered him with a doubtful one expression. These two worlds were never ran to be separate. The barriers are an abomination. That NMST be corrected. You're insane. Kiki *S carried a growl. I'm a visionary. Yuri's attention snapped to the incubus. And you're not where I need you to be now, and you're not where I need you to be now. The weirdest thing after he spoke. Magic like nothing Caelen had ever seen before. The air crystallized. Lu fractured around them, sharp-edged rainbows cutting through the room. Caelen pressed Daniel against himself as the floor rippled like water. No, voice stretched and warped into impossible frequencies. The walls of Malik's mansion bent inward. Colors emitted, TLRN shattered like breaking glass. Someone have been Leku, have been Adrian. The sound spiraled away into nothing. Reality folded _. Then they were 31. Reality twisted and snapped _. Daniel's stomach lurched and his knees buckled as he grabbed blindly for something to hold on to, fingers catching fabric. The world spun _. Fragments of color burst behind his closed eyes. His free-aten to REM reappearance. He forced his eyes open, trying to make sense of the strange shadows and angles surrounding him. Where the space around him seemed vast, the ceiling vanishing into a starry sky that, Holy shim, were those the twin of Veridia glowing overhead? Caelen swayed beside Hitel, one hand pressed to his temple. Weary _move and flickered at the edges of Daniel's vision. Dark shards enriched from corners, taking humal-like forms. Tall, bushel figs with pointed ears appeared from other doorways, dropping to their knees. "Welcome back, King." The words "Ekkrdtl" a vast space, spoken in unison by dozens of voices, Daniel's grip on what he now realized was Cielen's sleeve. What the oh God? He looked around wide-eyed. Is this? The Shadow King Dawn knew Caelen confirmed, his voice steadying, even taking on an edge of command as he addressed his subjects. "Prepare chambers. Us." The Shadow people without question moving toward various exits. Daniel watched them go, his brain still struggling to process what his eyes were seeing. He'd spent cumulus imagining this place while reading the web novel, but nothing had prepared him for actually standing here. What just happened? He turned to Saliu, loosening his grip. "Where are the others? 1% What did Yuri do to us?" Silence stretched. Daniel's gaze swept across the vast room. A path RMD of black marble led to a raised dais, where an obsidian throne sat EMPO and waiting. Tapestries of deep purple and midnight blue hung between black columns, depicting scenes of battles long past. "Is this your throne room?" "It is." Daniel's racing thoughts stumbled. How could this be real? How had this happened? Why did Yuri send us here? And is Jamieson Ware here too? Most likely Cielen's jaw, though I don't know. Have to find him, find all of them. Daniel grabbed Cielen's arm with both hands. "They are hurt? You said not all humans survived the trip here." Caelen rested his own hand atop Daniel's. "I don't think Yuri planned to kill any of us." "What makes you so sure about that?" "He's planning something." "What if you're in danger?" "What if but what?" Caelen blew out a breath, looking around as if the answer be hidden somewhere he couldn't see. "We need RM information. I send out scouts to look for your friends. If the FRE in /Eridia, we'll find them and get a report about what's been happening here in my abce Don't worry, pet your kit alone next." Caelen raised his voice. "Guards," he called, voice filling the throne. Living shadows materialized from the dark corners, taking form as they approached. Daniel couldn't help but stare. He'd read about Tetel, even seen Amvorks, but seeing TLRM in person their bodies looked like pieces given shape, wisps of darkness trailing in their wake. Caelen strkx1e toward his throne, still holding Daniel's hand. "I need search parties to locate Nox, Lyri and Ziv they were brought here with us. And there are others Emmons from another world." Daniel pulled out his phone. There was no signal, but everything else still worked. "Thalk said I have pictures. This is Brother Jamie." He took a photo of Jamie at the bookstore, and these are Liao Adrian _____. He trailed off. He didn't have a picture of Malik Hope L11Y, he would be with one of TLR others. "Bring any humans matching these pictures directly to," Caelen ordered. "And Sermon Thales _I need a report about the state of the kingdom." The shadow guards bowed and melted away. Caelen settled onto his obsidian throne, drawing Daniel down to sit in his lap. "We need to get you a chair," he murmured. "I'm comfortable." Daniel gave back. Caelen shot him an look. "I do like you where you are, but what?" Daniel prompted, feeling the tension in his mate. "TVE dreamed of having you rule beside me. I wondered if those power belonged to Morthal, but I guess they were all mine." There was a dark soft of joy in his smile as he cupped Daliel's chin and kissed him. Daniel felt himself leaning into that kiss, forgetting his troubles. He'd never really of Caelen as a proper king, but that was what he was, wasn't it? There was something attractive about that, and the way he took charge of the situation. Caelen would find everyone else, and together they would find a way to deal with Yuri. Suddenly, Daniel had no doubt about that. The only thing still mystifying him was his surroundings. "I can't believe I'm actually here," he murmured. "The endless library, the singing gardens, the hall of memories, are they all real? Everything from the web novel. Everything here is just as real as I am." Caelen's arms tightened around him. "And I will happily share my world with you." Daniel's heart skipped. Part of him desperately wanted to see everything he'd read about, to know if the library really did stretch up forever, if gardens actually sang with like crystal bells. But Jamie was out there somewhere, probably terrified. "And the others we Finkel, your friends," Caelen reassured him once more. A minute later, the throne room doors Ned and a tall purple-haired entered. His delicate iridescent wings shimmered like crystal as he stepped gracefully _LLY up to the throne_NIY. "King Thales deeply. Report," Caelen commanded. "I want to hear any strange occurrence _strange plague all of Veridia." Majes _Thales kept his head respectful 1 lowered as he spoke. "People keep disappearing. Others show up in their place. Magicless strangers who act confused, who ask for things and places that don't exist." He paused. "Outside the city, the trees have changed color. Some glow with strange liquefy _others bear unnatural fruits _ the wood sprites refuse to enter certain groves, claiming they feel wrong." "What else do you have to report?" Caelen asked. The looked uncomfortable. "The Siren Queen demands answers, blaming us for the disturbances." "So does the new court." A displeased showed on Caelen's features at a mention of the court. "I see. What are your orders, King?" "Tell them nothing." "I understand." Thales raised his gaze to at Caelen. "I ask, King, who is by your side?" Caelen smiled, and his voice held a note of pride as he said, "This is Daniel my remt _ he is to be given the same respect as myself. Make sure everyone knows." Thales even deeper, strands of purple hair touching the floor. "My lord Daniel. You honor us with your presence." Daniel's heated. He opened his mouth to say something, probably something awkward, but Caelen, "First you may go. Keep informed of any changes." "Of course, King." Thales backed away, bowing once before he left the room. 32 While we wait. Caelen rose from his TMNE, drawing Daniel up with him. "Let me show you around." "But shouldn't we? The guards will search _can do nothing but wait." Caelen's hand settled on the small of Daniel's back. "Let me share home with you." Daniel's protest died as Caelen guided him an archway and out of the throne room. The corridor beyond sparkled with tiny ludots that danced through the air like fireflies, only these glowed colors, deep purple, mid-new blue, silver white _are these spirit one us? Daniel reached for one, but it darted away. "Nothing so nefarious they are firebugs harmless as long as you don't decide to follow them down dark alleyways." "Ifl did. Don't." "Okay, they are pretty, that they are." After a short walk they emerged into an open courtyard where flowers, as if it wasn't as they passed, the petals trembled and released notes like wind chimes in a breeze. "The singing garden this is insane." Daniel touched a silver-petaled arrow. It sang a sweet note. "TVE seen drawings of this place, but drawings don't come with sound. This was Arthur's favorite place in the palace when he was still alive." Daniel let his gaze sweep over the flowers. "I can see why." His fingers traced along a delicate vine crawling one of the columns. "Somehow I always pictured this place darker, even with singing flowers and all. We do call it the Shadow Court now." Caelen's ace took on a look. "But Alusha was a country when I was a child." His hand covered Daniel's where it rested on the vine. "Magic runs deep here, not just Shadownik, but the old powers. The ones that made these gardens sing." He turned Daniel to him, green eyes bright with conviction _I want to restore it to its proper glory." His lips brushed Daniel's neck, sending shivers down his spine. "And I would like nothing more than to have you by my side as I do this." Daniel's breath caught was silent, suggesting that they stay here permanently. That Daniel make /Eridia his home. The Th0 should terrified him. As amazing as this place was, how could he just leave his whole world behind? But with Caelen's arms around him, his head spinning from his NNTE's proximity, he KRW with absolute certainty that his home was Caelen was. KSNT that what he'd F0 so hard for them to be able to be together? That was what he wanted. Everything else was secondary, Your Majesty. A young lady coming out of the garden bowed low. We are all so pleased to have you back. Hon gaze flicked to Daniel. Lord Daniel. She bowed again. Caelen dismissed her with a smile, and then he led Daniel back into the building. Word is spreading fist. Gokt I don't KMNV if I like to be addressed as a lord. Get used to it. Thales and her and everyone else here _____ the you're all our subjects, her our subjects. Daniel's brain refs to process those words. He worked at a store. He wasn't any son of royalty, and while he'd called himself a queen once or twice, he'd never fancied himself a king. Thfs ____ I don't even know what to do with that. Don't worry about it too much. I clow how to make you comfortable. Come. Caelen went up a set of stairs and Daniel followed him past a number of guards to the end of a hallway. Caelen pushed open a set of ornate double doors. Daniel's mouth open at the of the deep purple silk draped the walls, and Remable covered the orange bed dominated the space, its black sheets looking incredibly inviting. Caelen's armby slid around Daniel's waist. You only have to be a lord to other people outside these doors. His lips brushed Daniel's ear. In here, you can still just be pet. Daniel shuddered. Trust Caelen to get him from 0 to horny in 3 milliseconds. But his brother was still out there somewhere and Knox, ankle everyone else. His hands caught Caelen's wrists. Need to focus. James out there. The others. The guards are searching. Caelen's mouth traced down his neck. There's nothing we can do. Regage now. Let me distract you. Caelen pulled him closer just for a little while. Daniel's resolve crumbled. Out there, he'd watched Caelen command a kingdom, seen him take charge with effortless authority and now that sank power focused entirely on him, how was he supposed to resist that? This isn't fair. Daniel's head fell back against Caelen's shoulder. You can't just be all kingly gorgeous and me to function. Caelen la and d kingly and gorgeous. Yes. Those are words. All Caelen's teeth grazed his ear. Everything. I don't expect you to Finkshiam. I expect you to let go and trust me to take care of everything. Caelen's hand slid to cup Daniel's throat. You brother. You friends. This kingdom. You. His grip tightened just enough to make Daniel gasp. Especially you. Caelen Daniel tried to turn in his arms, but Caelen held him still. Stay where you are. His other hand gripped Daniel's hip. Let me show you exactly how well I can take care of you. Daniel's skin burned where Caelen touched him. The strength in those hands, the absolute control in that was the Shadow King he'd read about, Driand and over heels in love with. He closed his eyes, surrendering to sensation. Caelen's hand from his hip arid found its way under his shirt, tracing up his chest. Fingers teased at his nipples till they racked into firm points. Daniel moaned softly, pressing back against hit, feeling Caelen's arousal against the curve of his ass. Caelen's teeth nipped at the skin below his earlobe. Tell me what you want me to do to you. Daniel swallowed hard. Don't you know? Paint a picture. Caelen pinched his nipple, making Daniel suck in a harsh breath. I want you to tell what I should be doing. His tongue flicked out, licking along the shell of Daniel's ear. And then, if you're very luck, I do it. Heat raced through Daniel's veins, pooling between his legs. He shifted slowly, seeking friction as Caelen's other hand stroked up his imla. Caelen RMD a disapproving sound. Not specific enough. His fingertips brushed across Daniel's straining fly, teasing lively _ try again pet. Daniel licked his lips. Caelen wanted to hear this. Fine. Daniel had never shy with his words. I want you to take me to bed. I'll strip naked. A shudder passed him as the fingers stroking his leg moved higher. NV /forward/ a for to tie my hands my head and tease me until I beg to have your cirk in my mouth. I wanna taste it, feel its stretched throat, then I waff you inside my ass, taking me so hard I forget my name. A groan rumbled from deep within Caelen, vibrating against Daniel's back. Good pet purred, rewarding the dirty talk with the press of 2 fingers against Daniel's trapped dick. Keep going Daniel, forward I want. Ophiac _ his mind scrambled to form sentences as Caelen him his jeans. Need you to fill up and claim me old _ he sucked in air. Wanna feel you come inside me and them _ fuck. This next part was harder to say. Yes _ Another stroke of Caelen's hand. Help him, I want you to plug after you're done. He finally managed get to keep your cum inside off _ Caelen's breath hitched audibly. You liked that, HM? Like you did in our dream, only this time, it won't be a dream so much. It felt _ he trailed off how he'd felt in that dream, like he belonged entirely to Caelen, safe and secure. Owned _ cherished. He swallowed hard. I want that in reality. Caelen's grip on Daniel's throat chewed, tilting his head back. His other hand moved from Daniel's crotch to slide beneath his pams, finding bare skin. Then that's what you'll get. His lips ghosted across Daniel's cheekbone. Anything else? __ Daniel blinked, trying to think straight while long fingers wrapped around his throbbing dick. Just want to be your pet. Caelen chuckled against his ear, an affectionate sound. That goes without saying. You're mine, RRT _ now Arl, always in every realm. Daniel, yes. That was exactly right. Caelen withdrew his handles and stepped around to stand Daniel. He reached down, cupping the front of Daniel's pants, giving him a squeeze before undoing them and shoving them to the floor. On the bed. He nudged Daniel toward the large FIMU poster bed. Hands above your head. Heart pounding, Daniel complied, lying on the soft black sheets with his hands stretched over his head, palms up. He watched as Caelen went over to his dresser and rummaged around in the drawers there, returning a few moments later with lengths of silken cord, which he used to bind each wrist to a bedpost. How's that feel? Caelen asked, tugging one U1Y on the bonds. It's good. The knots were solid without being too tight. They wouldn't give when he tugged against their hold. Good. He bent down, claiming Daniel's mouth with his own, tongue slipping easily past Daniel's eager lips. Daniel KSSED back with a band cue, arching his back to press their bodies together despite his tied position, but Caelen broke away after a short moment. His eyes roved down the length of Daniel's body, lingering for a moment on his cheek before sliding back up. His expression was unreadable, or maybe Daniel just couldn't focus well enough to decipher it. Caelen stood, removing his clothes. You are so beautiful one like this, he said as he onto the bed, straddling Daniel's hips. All spread out for all mine. Daniel squirmed. Yes, he breathed. Yours. All. Caelen leaned down and kissed him. Not quite yet, you still the ability to form words. One hand slid between the fingers wrapping around Daniel's shaft, making him moan. We'll have to fix that please, Daniel gasped, looking up as Caelen began to stroke him. No. Caelen's grip tightened, stopping Daniel's movements. None of that, try to be still. You take what I give you, nothing more. Nothing less. Daniel forced himself to go limp, biting his lip. Caelen rewarded him with a quick kiss. Good pet. His handle returned to its task, stroking slowly up and down Daniel's length while his free hand caressed Daniel's chest, teasing at his nipples. Daniel whimpered, wanting so badly to rock into the sensation. It all his willpower not to move. Caelen bent low, his mouth capturing one of Chulgai's sensitive nubs in a wet heat, sucking gently before biting down just hard enough to make Daniel gasp. His thumb swirled over the tip of Daniel's swearing fluid around the head, making his hips jerk despite his efforts. "Shw," Caelen admonished. "Behave yourself." A flick of his tongue against Daniel's nipple. "Unless you want me to stop." "No." Daniel groaned. "Tii be good." Caelen shook head and kissed a line across his chest and up his throat, ending by pressing their lips together again. Daniel opened willingly, remaining as Caelen's tongue claimed his mouth. The hold between his cum made its steady pace, stroking up and down his shaft with agonizing slowness, never friction for real pleasure but more than to drive him insane. Veen Caelen released Daniel's mouth from his kisses. Daniel could do little but pant. Caelen smiled down at Hitel, a predatory look that made desire coil in Daniel's belly. He loved it so nmch when Caelen looked at him like that, like Daniel could take anything Caelen could dish out. And he'd freaking love every second. Caelen his grip around Daniel's cock, pumping him fister until Daniel was panting with suppressed need. He bit his lip, struggling to stay still. To not chase RMR contact or thrust into those strong hands. Caelen rewarded him with a kiss to his forehead. "Such a good pet, aren't you?" Caelen murmured against his skin, and the praise and Daniel's insides turned to GCO_. "I think you earned a reward." MV6U1 "Do you like to suck cock? I furk you." Daniel moaned. Yes. That was exactly what he wanted Kel to feel. Caelen's thick length stretching his mouth. He opened eagerly when Caelen moved up his body and pressed his cock to Daniel's lips. Daniel licked across the swollen head, opening wide. Caelen groaned softly as he fed Daniel his cock inch by inch. The WEU of it on Daniel's tongue felt perfect. He swallowed, taking Caelen du, relaxing his jaw and throat muscles to accommodate his mate. When Caelen's pubic hair brushed his nose and the head of Caelen's dick bumped the back of his throat, Caelen pulled out and began to thrust, shallow at first, then deeper until he hit the back of Daniel's throat. He flacked Daniel's mouth in long, slow strokes, one hand resting on the bed for balance as he moved, his other hand tangling in Daniel's hair. Daniel struggled to remain motionless, to not gag around Caelen's thick cock as it filled his throat. He closed his eyes. Let him be one f be the thing Caelen used to chase his pleasure. Let that be all the purpose his existence needed. At this his mind had never so come so clear of any th0 beyond pleasing the man him. By the time Caelen withdrew from his Daniel could hardly speak. He lay there panting, watching Caelen climb between his legs, pushing his knees apart and lifting him up by the hips. Daniel shuddered in anticipation as Caelen leaned over Hitel, reaching for something on the bedside table that Daniel couldn't see properly. He heard the pop of a bottle opening, then a cold wetness against his entrance. His cuck twitched as Caelen rubbed lube-covered fingers of one hand around his hole while the other halkle stroked him lazily, reigniting the heat between his legs that had faded into the background. While he was occupied only with Caelen's cock in his mouth, Caelen pushed two fingers into his ass, scissoring Tetel, stretching Daniel open. The burn made him hiss, but Caelen him with RRK gentle touches to his achingly hard cock. "So beautiful like this," Caelen murmured, working another finger past the ring of Nmskul, investing his fingers inside of Daniel until they found what they saw. Daniel's back arched involuntarily as stars flashed higher. The sullen spike of pleasure almost too much him to handle. His toes curled and his cock jumped, leaking onto his stomach. Caelen's grip tuned around his shaft in response, squeezing firmly at the base. Then Caelen moved to untie Daniel's wrists and gathered him in his arms. A kiss was pressed to his lips, and though Daniel was confused, he responded instinctively, clinging tightly to his mate. He wanted Caelen to take him now. Needed to feel him inside, filling him up until Daniel could barely anything but Caelen's name. "Please." He panted against his mate's shoulder. "Please want." The ache inside of him had grown immense, too demanding. He needed Caelen now. I know Caelen turned him on his stomach _ I want to bury myself so deep inside of you. He pulled Daniel up until he was emailing _ chest pressed to the dress, ass in the air. Then Caelen guided his cock to Daniel's immerence. Arid began to push inside _ Daniel groaned. Fuck yes. This. Caelen bottomed out slowly, his hands gripping Daniel's shoulders as he sheathed himself hilly. His balls rested heavily against the swell of Danny 1's ass, and Daniel clenched down around the thick length, filling him for a moment. They stayed still. Caelen leaned forward, covering Daniel's body with his own, pressing kisses along his spine as he waited for him to adjust. All mine, aren't you? Daniel nodded, unable to form words. After another minute or so, Caelen began to RM, sliding out until only the head remained inside and then pushing back in slowly. Daniel whimpered and pushed back against Caelen's next thrust, wanting him to **. Caelen obliged, picking up SRED, his grip on Daniel's hips tightening as he drove into Daniel with increasing force. Daniel's cock bounced between his legs with each movement, pre-cum leaking from the tip, dripping down his and the sheets. But that wasn't what he focused on. All his attention was on Caelen, on the arousal that seared their bond, letting him know exactly how much Caelen enjoyed his ass _ Caelen's need felt as immediate as his ove, and Daniel let it overtake Hittel, let it be his own fuck _ He clawed at the sheets, desperate for Caelen's release, to feel him spill inside him. Please _ please. You want my cum? Caelen sounded raw. Want NR to fill you up? Yes, Daniel gasped as Caelen slammed into him. Yes, yes, yes. Caelen reached around Hittel, gripping Daniel's seat like a vice. A ring of ice closed around the base and Daniel gasped at the sudden cold and the restriction, but he didn't protest. His release didn't matter. Take you pleasure in mine, Caelen growled, but Daniel already understood _ he knew how Caelen and LT _ knew what he needed from Daniel. He squeezed his inner muscles, feeling Caelen shudder him with the sensation, and God, that he felt good around Caelen. The sensation translated through their connection, over Daniel's mind. He remained, rocking back onto Caelen. He needed him to con so badly. Just like that, pet. Caelen's hips snapped forward again and again. _ Focus only on me. I want you to know _ exactly how you RM'd me for _ the sentence scrambled Daniel's brain, and then the room blurred around the everything filling away as Caelen finally came inside of Daniel with a roar that echoed through their bond, making Daniel gasp at the sheer intensity of it, the way the sensation through his own body. Caelen's seed filled Hittel and the world seemed to stop turning for seconds. _ Nothing mattered but this perfect moment of belonging. Off convalescium, Daniel was vaguely aware that his cuck still strained against the magical binding Caelen had placed around him, but he didn't care. He felt utterly spent, exhausted, satisfied to the balls despite having not found his OU.N climax. He still basked in a glow of how intense he'd made Caelen's, and now there was only one more thing he wanted. The plug, he said. You promised. Caelen kissed his shoulder blade before pulling out of him. I did. He inclined behind him, and a few seconds later Daniel felt something smooth press at him. The toy was smaller than Caelen's, so he relaxed easily as it was eased inside. The cold metal settled inside of Hyaru, sealing Caelen's cum within Daniel's side. Utterly fucking perfect _ even RM so when Caelen's arms wrapped around him, keeping him from floating away on his high lips pressed to Daniel's ear. You want NR to release the magic? Daniel didn't have to think about it for a long time. Magical ice wasn't uncomfortably cold, arid. He didn't want to change anything about his current situation. No, he decided, turning his irad to meet Caelen's gaze. Leave it as you wish. Caelen pulled him down onto the mattress beside him and Daniel up against Hyaru, resting his head on Caelen's chest and closing his eyes. I'm so glad this isn't a dream. To wake up from. Caelen held him close. I know. I never th0 be so lucky. That road get to keep you. Yo Euro always have me. Known to what else changes. It's like you said. Daniel looked at Caelen. Realm, whether we stay here or go back home to world, you're not getting rid of underscore Caelen studied him. Is that a promise? Damn are you it is. Daniel kissed him, slow and deep. You're stuck with me forever. Forever is a long time. TM yours every Daniel grinned at his mate. After all the shit we've been, I deserve to have a long tin with you everything. Caelen brushed a hand down Daniel's cheek and I make you get it, your brother, your friends, your happy ending. Everything. He hit Daniel with such conviction that Daniel could not do anything but believe him. He smuggled closer, happily, as his mate's arms around him, knowing that finally, he'd made a good choice in love.